All right, guys, looks like we're live. If you're tuning in after the live, I would highly recommend skipping forward about 5 minutes um, because I'm going to wait about 5 minutes for some folks to get in here. And then once the usual suspects show up, we're going to get started with our programming, which is a video called Western Civilization is Already Dead, which I find interesting. I'll explain more about why I chose that in a bit, but if you're in here after the live, maybe just skip forward about 10 minutes. We'll see you in here real soon. So, oh man, probably have to get up eventually and open a window. Feel like it's already getting a tad stuffy. Got a busy week coming up, especially for content too. I'm going to mention more about this again later, but if you're watching this after, on Tuesday at 7, I'm going to be doing another stream with the Resurgence. I did one stream with them before, and we're going to be discussing the H1B, story, that whole Elon Vivek thing, and what that'll do. What I'll do is put a premiere up for that probably Monday night, and then that'll be for Tuesday evening. And so, yeah, some other stuff going on too. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Looks like we got Klaus in the house. I did not make that rhyme on purpose. That just occurred. But big shout out to you, Klaus. Happy to see you in here, man. Hopefully we'll get some more folks in here in a bit. And hey, man, if nobody shows up and it's just you and I, then that's what it's going to be. We're going to have a 5-hour stream or whatever it is for as long as you want it to go. So big shout out to you there. And I feel like okay, yeah, we got that going. Just making sure all my stuff is set up. But yeah, beautiful. So, Klaus, hope everything's going well with you, man. It's our resident German guy. I'm actually going to be talking about a German guy today. And he wrote a book in 1918. And it's called The Decline of the West. So this guy was talking about this a long time ago. So it first came out in 1918. And his name is Oswald Spengler. Maybe you heard of him. But yeah, he already kind of said the West was on the way out. And this is going to supplement what we're watching today, which is Western Civilization is Already Dead. And after that, I do have another video about Passport Bros. So I figure, to kind of tie it in with some Manosphere stuff some more. We start off with Western Civilization is Dead, ? And then we look at Passport Bros. And see what's going on there. So that's where we're at. Looks like we got 6 folks in here. We got Mr. Pitt. Shout out to you, Mr. Pitt, man. Shout out. We're at about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. I'll give it another minute. Wait for the folks to get in before we start with the fun. So, yo, Dan the Man. Shout out Dan the Man. Oh, God, I'm going to be doing this a lot. Yo, Mr. Pitt, I added the Reverend X sound effect, just so you know. So I don't know if we'll need it this stream. I mean, I think a lot of this is going to probably be pretty calm and just, chill conversation. But in case we need it, it's there. Klaus says, yeah, would like to watch the stream with the Resurgence, but I can't do that on a weekday. Yeah, I know. That was the thing I was afraid of, man. And I know a lot of folks have expressed that to me. Next Saturday, I really want to spend that reacting to a stream that Coach did today. So Coach Greg Adams did a very important stream today. And let me see if I can find that. It's on Coach Greg Adams. I don't know why his channel does not pop up for me. Oh, crap. When it just shows me Free Agent Lifestyle. Great, now I got to go into my playlists. And everybody's got to see all the things that I liked.
Everybody comment section.
Oh, God. Stop. All right. Right here. Coach put up a video just today. So it's kind of too late for me to react to it today. But this is going to be next week right here. Is how the Manosphere destroyed itself. It's a 2-hour live stream. But, we got a lot of characters we all recognize on this thumbnail. I watched some of it before the stream. And there's a lot of interesting things to talk about with that. So that's going to be next week. So today we're doing this. I didn't want to not do this. I'm kind of taking not really a chance with this. I mean, maybe this is a little different. It's kind of related. The reason I chose this, Western civilization is already dead, is because, we talk a lot about like traditional conservatives and how Tradcons kind of relate to the manosphere. And they tend to have this save the West. We got to save what we have, and we got to put it back to exactly how it was, before everything happened, and we got to kind of put the genie back in the bottle. It's not very forward facing. It's not very doesn't really call upon much creativity. It's more about trying to get back what we lost. And this is interesting because it's a conversation between Christians. It's a Tradcon. I wouldn't call them Tradcons, but they kind of are, and they kind of are accepting it. You know what I mean? They're just like, yeah, it is bad. It's bad, and I think you're right. What do we do from here? So that's an interesting conversation because it's something I haven't seen before in the space, and it's interesting kind of coming from folks that are of that stripe. So we're gonna check that out. Dan the Man says, "Hey Shah, welcome in, Dan. Big shout out to you, man. Never heard about Spengler. Spengler is really interesting, and I'm trying to find out how to talk to you guys about this guy without boring you to death, because I want to go over some specific parts of his Wikipedia page. And I realize that that's ugly because what you see is a bunch of text on a page and me reading it, so it doesn't really make for good, TV and all that stuff. But I'm gonna try my best. I've read that thing a couple times. I'll try to summarize what I can and go from there. But he has a kind of model of how he views the growth and the decline of a civilization as an organism, and he describes some very interesting things that he's noticed about Western civilization and where we are now. And I bring him up because this is a guy who published this book over 100 years ago. And then you have these guys, in 2025, basically seeing it in a similar way. So I think it's going to make for interesting conversation. Shadrach, hey, welcome in, Shadrach, man. Good to see you, bro. Aaron's back in. Every time I see your name, I think of Arwen from Lord of the Rings. You have now become a Lord of the Rings character. Great to see you in here. Let's see. Oh man, I got to make this thing bigger. Reverend X, yeah, we got the Reverend X sound effect. It's in here.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off.
We got some cuss words in there, but sometimes that's needed. A Male Space. Shout out to Male Space. Hello all. What? Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to bring it up on my big. Andrew Tate barking and bellowing in the photograph. What else is new? That's gonna be next week's stream. So, Coach is someone I respect a lot. I love his stream. I love his channel. I got the books, I got the Free Agent Lifestyle literally right here within arm's reach. And I respect him a lot. So he kind of went in on the manosphere and talked about why the manosphere imploded. And he's a guy who's been around for a while and really knows the history. So we're going to dedicate next week to just reacting to what he had to say today. So that will be next week. On Tuesday, I'll be doing a stream. The folks over at the Resurgence, I did one stream with them before, but they, one of the guys came to me and mentioned something about the H-1B visa topic, and we talked about that. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, and it was an interesting topic with Elon and Vivek. Kind of goes into this Western civilization and saving the West sort of thing. So we'll do a stream about that and just talk about it on Tuesday night. Maybe you guys will enjoy it. A Male Space says, regarding civilization dead, LOLs, walk around some major cities in the U.S. and ask yourself if you are living in the best country in the world or a first world nation at all, LOL. Man, I will tell you, particularly where I live, we have a really large homeless problem that has not gotten better, and it's only gotten worse. You know what I mean? And it's just like a lot of things do kind of need to be replaced. Like, there are things that I appreciate. There's a lot of good things over here. But there are other places and cities where sometimes you can get jealous if you go visit them and you're like, damn, man, this is a really nice put together city. I didn't see one homeless person over here. It's like, why can't San Francisco be like that? Why can't LA be like that? I think Miami was a little bit better when I went there. When I went to New York City, there was plenty of like riff-raff and stuff over there, but I hear what you're saying, man. I hear what you're saying. Yo, Resurgence. Oh man, Peter, you're we got Peter Wright and the Resurgence in here. I don't know why, but Peter, just shout out to you real quick off top. I can't bring your comment on the screen. I don't know why. But Peter Wright says Spengler, hard work but fascinating ideas. Yeah, so you know who he is. Yeah, he definitely stretches. Like, I don't want to say I think he has very solid talking points. I mean, we're talking about a guy from 1918 in his book, I'm saying. But he predicts some stuff 100 years on into the time we're living on. And I'm just like, man, he could be right. But, you know, anyways, shout out to you, Peter, man. Glad you're in here. Damn, that sucks. A lot of the comments aren't popping up. I'm just going to read a male space other comment after, then I'll get to the Resurgence. A male space says, I've heard of Spengler, but never read him. Shah, did you pick up a copy of the case for father custody? I haven't yet, man. I have not picked that up yet. And I am ashamed to my everlasting shame. And I know you have recommended that book to me more than once at this point. So I really got nothing to say right now except to be embarrassed, man. This is one of these moments for myself. But I'm putting it back in here. You guys remember how last week how my stream crashed? Dude, I spent all of like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday trying to figure out what the problem was, and I had people help me. And I think I got it. I kept having this problem where my screens would all turn black, and then they would come back. But in that process, it would be a stream destroyer. So that's taken care of. But I had to like close all my internet tabs, and I did have the case for father custody up, and then I kind of lost sight of it that way. That's my excuse. I'm sorry, man. The Resurgence says, we understand. We tried to get a weekend stream set, but the tyranny of scheduling streams is absolute. We want to see Shah's reaction to the CGA stream too. Man, I appreciate that, man. Shout out to you guys. So we're going to have Plutarch and Christianity Unplugged here on Tuesday night. And Sandman, who's the other co-host, unfortunately, he's busy, so we won't have him, but maybe next time. So it should be a fun stream. Klaus says, I'll watch it afterwards. It's fine. Appreciate that, Klaus. Klaus says, I recently watched a video about Walgreens closing half of their stores in New York City because of theft. I thought that was wild. Yeah. I can imagine you sitting from Germany watching that as a story in the U.S., and you're just like, what the hell is going on over there? Marcus Gray and Robert Spencer in the house. Big shout out to you, man. I'm always excited about your weekend stream, Shot. Man, I appreciate that. I enjoy doing the streams. It's a fun time. I got one of my buddies text me, asking me if I'm on. He thought I was going to be on the Twitch, but I'm on YouTube. There we go. He's my good buddy. Without him, I wouldn't even have this setup like working the way it is. Robert Spencer says, man, big shout out to you, Robert. I'm just here for Shah's embarrassment. Man, we got, you know what, man? I'm going to rise above the embarrassment.
I just wanted to let y'all know I'm an alpha male. I'm an alpha male. I can do this.
See, I'm an alpha male. That's one of my other new sound effects. All right, so we got the people in here, man. It's time to stop holding up. It's time to get to what we're here for. I appreciate everybody in here. Again, just to reiterate, the reason I chose this video was because I think it's interesting because it's kind of Tradcons talking and sort of accepting this situation that we're in and how bad it is and that it is kind of destroyed. And I see a lot of rhetoric and talk, usually on Twitter and stuff like that, about we have to save the West. These are Western values. And, it's a fight for that. And I've been toying with this idea recently. And, it's just stuff that happens in my mind. And I feel like the whole Save the West narrative is another outcropping of gynocentrism. It's like the macro versus the micro and the kind of fractal pattern here. And, on a micro level, men are brought up in a culture to save women, and women need to be saved. And you're the hero. You're raised off the hero archetype based off all the stories that you're brought up in. And the woman is the princess, and you need to vanquish the villain. You know what I'm saying? Feminism since has deconstructed the sort of princess archetype for the ladies. And, I think that's clear enough. We've talked about it before. one thing I would submit as evidence to that on a sort of cultural wide level is the Barbie movie. That literal movie was all about not wanting Ken to be there, and Ken needs to figure it out, and Barbie can do whatever the heck. Barbie wants to leave the Barbie world, all these kinds of things. And this sort of Save the West thing plays in onto the hero archetype that men are either still in or walking away from, depending on kind of where you are in this whole thing as far as our culture goes now. So Tradcons, especially Tradcon 1.0s, like, Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro and these guys, they bring up the whole birth rate, and you need to have kids, and you need to do this, and it's the bedrock of civilization, and you guys need to work harder, get married, have kids, and we need to save Western civilization. Okay? The other sort of background to that is, what is the Western civilization they're talking about, and which specific set of values are they talking about? Are they talking about Christian values? Are they talking about post-Enlightenment values, of freedom and these kinds of things, which in my opinion are necessarily opposed to a kind of traditional value set? And this is where it gets confusing, because, on one end, we love free markets, and it's all about, that kind of thing, and the freedom to do whatever you want. You can be independent, pay for yourself. Nobody can tell you what to do. We all light fireworks on the 4th of July in order to be free out here. And then on the other end, there's this kind of struggle with what would be sold as traditional Christian values from Tradcon 1.0 folks, even though some people would say that's actually not really traditional. That's just more a virtue signaling surface level thing. And if you go further back, it's different. You know what I mean? Because conservatives tend to kind of play nice with this whole freedom thing we got going on. So that's kind of an introduction. Somewhere in here, I want to take us to this Wikipedia article about a book called The Decline of the West, which was written in 1918 by a German man named Oswald Spengler. Now, I want you to pay attention to that date. That's that's going to be before World War II. And he makes some predictions, and he talks about scientific materialism and rationalism, and he talks about democracy, and he doesn't have good things to say about democracy. We talked a little bit about the sort of degradation of societal systems when we talked about the Republic of Plato last time, where it goes from an aristocracy to a timocracy to an oligarchy, down to a democracy, and then finally to a tyranny. So I think some of those ideas might have been reiterated here, but we're going to start watching this, and then we're going to kind of maybe hit some of this, and I'm going to try to not bore you guys to death with all this text right here when it happens.
Christian things.
So we're going to start it from the top.
But I have a feeling that the West itself...
So this is just what's to come. So let's go ahead and get started in this.
But I have a feeling that the West itself needs to die. In fact, I think it may already have died, actually. This thing we call the West is a sacrifice, and is being sacrificed so that the plant can die so the seeds can grow, exactly as you were talking earlier, right? You don't get the growth without the sacrifice. And I think we've got to such a point where we have created a culture that is irreligious and Babylon-like and top-heavy, and it's just fading away. And I don't mean that there should be a giant catastrophe or we should destroy it or anything like that. I just think that it's dying if it's not already gone. And we have to let that happen because it's not going to be stoppable at this point. And instead of doing that, instead of like fighting to protect X, Y, and Z aspects of the superstructure.
See, that's kind of what you get from the Tradcon side of it, right? It's like you got to be strong men. Everybody, you're all weak men. We've lost this because of weak men. Everybody needs to pick up their sword and fight and have families. And, at the same time, they're kind of not acknowledging some elephants in the room about why that's maybe a lot more difficult than it's ever been. But these guys are interesting because they're having a conversation about this. And it's, in my opinion, it's new, it's forward facing. So I don't know if you guys heard of Paul Kingsnorth before. I haven't until this. So just want to point out the difference there.
We can go back to the root of the culture and write about that instead and build that and protect that. So it's not an all or nothing situation. We don't say, oh, well, the West is in trouble, let's let everything burn like the Joker, but at the same time, we don't say, well, let's get out there and fight for our right to, form transnational corporations and have economic growth forever and ever and mine the asteroids with Elon Musk, right? That's not anything to do with what we're talking about. Why don't we step back from that battle at the moment, which is going on anyway, and go back to our roots, which we'll find in those stories? Let's tell the stories of the saints. Let's tell the fairy tales anew. Let's go and write about how Christianity manifests in the landscape. And let's do that not with a plan in mind that this is going to build a civilization, but just because we think it's the thing we need to do. And then things will happen, you know.
Just gonna skip that a little bit. This guy's channel, by the way, just to give it some shout out here, is Jonathan Peugeot. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Peugeot, definitely French. And the other guy's name is Paul Kingsnorth. Just gonna forward that. It's called the Symbolic World. I think.
Hello, everyone. I am here with Paul Kingsnorth. I think
real quick, just want to shout out, yo, Will, welcome in, loving the stream, man. Appreciate you being here, man. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Hopefully, talk about some interesting concepts.
Everyone who watches these videos knows who Paul is. You know, we've been having discussions for a few years now. And recently, Paul did a talk at First Things, which was very poignant. It was, a lot of people were very touched by his talk, where he really criticized the dangers of civilizational Christianity and the dangers of people who put civilization first and see Christianity in some ways as a tool to get there. And I felt called by that, because of my involvement with ARC, because of my discussion with Jordan Peterson and a bunch of other people. And so I thought it'd be a good idea to talk about it with Paul and kind of see, and kind of explore his ideas and see where we touch and where we don't on these questions. So Paul, thanks.
So we can kind of see what's going on here. Sorry for me stopping it. Would have not chosen to stop it, but I got to be careful with YouTube.
For talking to me.
Yeah, well, thanks for the invitation. It's always good to be back.
Yes. And so maybe you could start with just, obviously people can watch the talk. We'll link it in the description, also the written version of it. Maybe you can give a basic synthesis of what it is that you were trying to get across, and then we can start the discussion.
Yeah, well, so I was invited to give the Erasmus lecture at First Things. And to be honest, when I was invited, I'd never heard of the Erasmus lecture. So I went and looked up what it was, and I discovered to my horror that it had been delivered by any number of eminent theologians for decades, including the former Pope Benedict XVI, and I thought they must have made a mistake. I almost didn't go, honestly, because it was... I didn't think I was up to it, but they asked me to do it. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to try and say something that I think is necessary. And really the essence of the talk, which was designed to be provocative, that was the point. Not for the sake of it, but just because I think it was something that really needed to be saying, something that had been itching me for a long time, was very much, as you said in the introduction, I can see at the moment around us in Western society a movement coalescing of what we might call civilizational Christians. And what this is, it's a movement of people who I think quite correctly can see that Western culture is fragmenting and is spiritually empty. And, all of the things that you talk about on your channel, all the things I write about, probably a lot of your readers would agree with, even if we might have different understandings of what's going on. And people look at this and they say, what's wrong with the culture? Why are things falling apart? Why do they not hold together? Why do things seem to be collapsing? And they come to the conclusion, which I think is correct, I agree with it, that there's a spiritual void at the heart of the culture. I think a culture is fundamentally a spiritual creation. It's taken me about 50 years to realize that, but I think that's how it works. So if we agree that there's such a thing as Western culture, then we have to ask ourselves, what is it? And realistically, it's what used to be Christendom, which is the domain of the Western Church, the Roman Church.
That's something that I find interesting right there, only because you hear different arguments for this. Like people will often put the cradle of Western civilization right back up there with Plato, in ancient Greece. And when people think of the West, like I would even venture to say, if you're outside of here, I don't know if they would associate it with just particularly Christianity first. I think the things that come to mind first would be, democratic style governing, an emphasis on freedom and individualism, in a sense, and then like free markets and that kind of economics and these kinds of things. So I think those are the more well-known Western ideals, which I don't think are exactly the same as Christianity. But, obviously that is the major religion in a lot of these countries over here. When we get to Oswald Spengler, he's going to discuss how culture is created from, a race of people, and then how it becomes a civilization. And then he's going to talk about how it declines. And he says it declines essentially with an overemphasis on rationalism and scientific materialism. And this creates also a love of freedom. And then he also goes into democracy and how that works. So when I think about what maybe people think about when they associate the West, I don't exactly think they're associating it specifically with biblical, Christian ideals off top. Real quick, just to get to this, Mr. Pitt says, I hope you're showing up there. Sorry, I just got to reorient this. Mr. Pitt says, Tradcons are advocating to bring America back to its Leave It to Beaver era, where men were in charge, women were presumably somewhat pure before marriage, and society was family-oriented. Yeah, I tend to look at it, and there's other people with this opinion. I've even heard Pearl say this, like she is on the opinion that traditionalism is not coming back. I talk about technology being the X factor, industrialization, and all these kinds of things. But what I kind of get from Tradcon, especially Tradcon 1.0, even 2.0, is that they're trying to really cram something back into a box that really can't fit into it anymore. And it just seems to be a sort of swim upriver, and it's just not working. You know what I mean? Will Bouzenaire says, price for a live-in girlfriend in America is about $500 in dates. For a live-in in dates, you'd mean like overseas? Price for a wife abroad, tens of thousands. Oh, $500 in dates. You mean like if you bring someone over and it ends up going bad? Worth everything. Marcus Gray says, our president just launched a meme coin. The West is definitely cooked. No way. You telling me Trump launched a cryptocurrency? I'm going to have to look into that later. That's hilarious if he really did.
And so people then, from that conclusion, they leap to, from that observation, they leap to a conclusion, which is that if this used to be a Christian culture, then we need to revive Christianity to defend or promote or rejuvenate the culture.
That would be, I think, what Tradcons are doing, or you do see a lot of that.
But they start in the wrong place. They start with the assumption that Christianity is some sort of tool, some sort of social or cultural tool, which we can use to defend the culture, fight the woke people, fight the Muslims, fight the Russians, the Chinese, whoever we want to fight, and get our culture back to some form that it used to be in or should be in the future. And I think it's dangerous because it's precisely the wrong way around. I think the Western culture is certainly a manifestation of Christianity. It absolutely was at the core of the culture. That's not the only thing that it comes from, but it's the spiritual core and has been for centuries. But not because people set out to build a civilization with Christianity, but because they tried to follow Christ. And around them grew a culture which then became a civilization, for better or for worse. And we can argue about whether it was good or bad. And I think that exactly the wrong thing is going on here. People are starting in the wrong place. They're saying, I want a certain type of civilization, so we should use the cross as a sword to build it. And the second thing I went on to say was...
So just real quick, and this is something we've talked about before. There is this... I think it's a thing that maybe a lot of Tradcons really wouldn't think about. But when you look at the history, especially of, like, let's say the rise of Christianity in Europe especially... from where it began as a sect, like as a smaller sect. And a lot of the ways that it behaved as a sect and what enabled it to grow as a sect is different from when Christianity became like the religion of the empire. Once it became the religion of the empire that's on top and had power like that, then things could begin to change as in the way it develops itself and the way it goes about, I guess, I don't know, living lives or recommending how to live lives as Christians is different at that point. After the Renaissance and the Enlightenment and all these ideals for, these revolutions against the monarchies, and we want constitutional democracies and liberalism and scientific rationalism, and religion takes a backseat. That is the unseating of the official state religion into, in favor of a secular state, basically. And then the power that the religion had was basically kind of neutered at that point. And it was kind of pushed back it was almost unfair to say being a sect, but it wasn't the state religion. And I think nowadays it's more like a sect. So what he's talking about, I think, he doesn't use the words in that way, but it's almost like we have to look at this differently, especially if you're, let's say, especially if you're a Christian, you're part of that community. If you're going to pretend like you're actually the state religion and you have all the same sort of power and pull that you did back then, your decision making is probably not going to be as good as if you accept that it's more akin to how it was before it was a state religion and what it took to grow or do whatever it had to do back then. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick. Mr. Pitt says, in my honest opinion, the 1950s and 60s are an overly romanticized period in our nation's history that's never coming back. I agree with you, and that's it definitely was. I'm sure even if you looked back then, I mean, the economy was great. It's post-World War II economy, economic boom, especially if you're in the U.S. You have this kind of new modern American family, like the family, the sort of suburban family life begins. You got cars and all these kinds of things coming in. You got the TV and you got TV dinners and you're sitting there and doing all this kind of stuff. And the economy's so good. It's a different lifestyle. You're not working on farms. Your kids can become 18 and find a job at the local whatever and have enough to buy a house and do all these kinds of things. So you're not super worried about how they're going to get married and their inheritances and all that kind of thing. And that is kind of a brief blip in the greatest, biggest, most powerful civilization in the world going through like a kind of, economic golden era. So to say that's going to come back, and then, house prices are what they are compared to the average wage is very much wishful thinking. We simply have access to too many modern technological advancements. Birth control, social media, etc. have changed intergender dynamics permanently. Exactly. I very much agree with that. And that's what I would, call like the technological X factor there. Peter Wright says, Spengler said that Christianity was a pseudomorph, overlaying the older European spirituality / culture. He suggested the older culture will break back through. It almost feels like that. Like if I can borrow this term, it's almost like the old gods and goddesses have broken through again, and they're acting. Those sort of old archetypal forces are kind of acting again in a way where they've been, they were kind of put into another place for 2,000 years almost for a while. And now we've hit freedom again. We're seeing all these kinds of things. Peter Wright says, pseudomorph, a word from mineralogy, describes a mineral that has an outer crust of a different mineral coating it. Oh, excuse me, a different mineral coating it. Gotcha. All right, so we'll get back in here.
If we actually step back and look at the values of modern civilization, or indeed...
Here we go. And see, this is going to be interesting because he's going to describe the difference between what I would say is our values under, a united Christendom in Europe versus a modern civilization. Let's see what he says.
Your civilization, if we want to be really controversial, can we actually say that they're Christian at all? Can we, really? If we look at, and one thing I did in the talk is I listed the 7 deadly sins, and I looked at the fact that I think that our culture is based today in Western capitalist modernity on basically inflaming them all for profit. And I think there's a good case to be made. I don't think if Christ came and looked at our culture today, he'd say, oh, well, this is exactly what I had in mind. Right? He would not. And could we really, in fact, say that any giant centralized culture based on accumulation and wealth creation and forced labor and all the rest of it is Christian at all? Regardless of what you think about that, the fundamental thing I was trying to say was that we have to, I think, head off at the past this attempt to use the Christian way as a tool to defend or promote a certain type of culture, because I think that it's exceptionally dangerous and it's going to do damage to Christianity and probably to the culture as well.
No, I think that definitely your critique falls in the right time, and in the moment when we are seeing this shift that's happening, there are more and more people that are either moving explicitly towards Christianity or at least are not hostile to it in the ways that they were before, and some of these characters are not Christian themselves, and so it's fascinating because when I watched the talk, I thought I really agree with you for 50%. I think that's what I wrote in the email. I think like 50%
That's a
of what
good
you said, I completely agree with you in the sense that, and I reread your text again, and I realized I actually agree with you more than 50%. 50% was more like the critique of what you said. I definitely agree with you. Maybe I could even say that I have the sense in which when Christ talks of Antichrist, this is what he's talking about, is in some ways something which is within Christianity, which is out of Christianity, but is using Christ for means that are different than for the glory of God, or for the transformation of souls, you know. And so you have the story of Simon the magician, for example, right there in Acts.
You know, and it's, if I'm reading it right, it sounds like what they're talking about is they don't want their religion used to kind of defend these modern Western values, which are kind of centered around money, you know, free markets, individualism, and, you know, freedom, I guess, the way we see it, that's kind of led to a lot of this stuff. And it sounds to me almost like it's a call for we're turning more into a sect, into where it's more organic and people live in that way, and over time then something, you know, different will happen. I think that's what he's suggesting. Real quick, just to catch up with the chat. The Resurgence says, life always moves forward, never backwards. Just like we had to learn to incorporate the printing press and telegraph, we must now assimilate the concept of the internet. That's exactly right. And I mean, really, that's what happens, especially like right before you get into the Renaissance. You know, the printing press is invented. You're able to make books easier and faster than you ever did before. Literacy rate starts to increase. You know, suddenly, you know, I'm trying to think of a Martin, the blacksmith over there, gets his hand on a Bible and he can read a polyglot Bible. One's in Latin. A lot of people probably can't read the Latin Vulgate, but there's now translations in like common German. And he's like, wait a minute, this is what it says right there? Well, that doesn't make any sense. I thought this. And then everybody starts having opinions on it, and it leads to a kind of fragmentation. You know, I think eventually culminating in what's the Reformation, and this, you know, and then now you have a sort of crack in the foundation. Oswald Spengler, I think, discusses that to some respect, so we'll go over that in a little bit. But yeah, that's very similar to what we see now, especially with social media and cell phones and instant communication and all these kinds of things. So life is moving in a, you know, it's flowing in a direction, and there's a lot of people who are afraid of the uncertainty. Now, there could be good and bad things on that side, but what they're trying to do is say, irregardless of all these changes, we want to, it's always worked like this for thousands of years or whatever. That's what they'll sell it as, and say, this is what it is. This is exactly how it should be, this interpretation specifically. And it's just kind of like putting your head in the sand. Robert Spencer says, chat ate my post. Now I don't remember what I was going to say. It's all right. Now I remember. Peter says, exactly. The Resurgence, life always moves forward, but the past can inform the forward evolution, steering it somewhat. The Resurgence says, I've had trouble with the chat on mobile before. Robert says something about having to delete Western civilization in order to repeat the 50s. Yeah, I mean, there would have to be, I don't know if it has to be a sudden collapse or something like that, but it would have to go through a period of turmoil. Essentially, to get the 50s again, it's like you would need really, truly a new culture. Whether that means a new religion or not, you know, I don't know. But what it means is new creative ideas brought forth, and not being afraid to do something new in order to usher in a new age of prosperity. With those exploding things, like in that big world disagreement, not exactly sure what that is. Peter says, going forward, we have new spirituality, the economic machine, freedom, romantic love, climate change, all modern mythologies. Very much so. And those have all had a huge impact on how we live and how we go about relationships and what people value. It's changed people's values dramatically, what they want to spend their money on, you know, family creation. Resurgence says, absolutely, there are eternal lessons that we need to relearn from time to time, and this time is no different. We'll learn them as painfully as possible, as usual. Arwen says, don't forget the witches and pagans. Yeah, hey, shout out to the witches and pagans. They're around. They always seem to be around somewhere if you look hard enough for them. Go deep into the woods and see something going on. Yenu Ojiak says he's talking about people welcoming OF girls like Nala Ray to Christianity after filling her coffers with millions. I think so. He doesn't say it outright, but that's part of it. She's a Trojan horse. Robert Spencer says, I think I actually like the censorship in YouTube. Man, that's strange coming from our resident libertarian, but go on. I actually like the censorship in YouTube chat. It requires you to speak in euphemisms. I mean, I can appreciate that. So let's go ahead and move forward here. I set the chat to subscribers only this time. I don't know why. I just saw it there and I was like, let me just set it to there. If someone really wants to say something, they can subscribe. As disappointing as I am in you not getting the World War something happening twice. Oh, got it. You're referencing World War I and II. Got it. It ends up being an erstwhile IQ test. All right, let's move on.
Which is in some ways an example of that, which is Simon the magician wants Christ so he can, make miracles and impress everyone. And that is exactly the opposite. And it's not that the apostles don't make miracles. It's that their miracles are rooted in a true faith and a true willingness to sacrifice for the highest thing. And so I think that I see that even if you look at the images in Revelation, you have like these two images of civilization. You have one, which is the beast and the whore. And I think that's exactly what you're describing, both in terms of this tendency to move explicitly towards our passions in any way. The way the beast is described is very much in the way you describe in your own text the criticism of civilization, saying it's greed, it's exchange, it's lust, it's all these things that are kind of wrapped into one, and everybody is celebrating this whore because it's giving them what they want. And then at the same time, the machine, which is hiding under the whore, which is basically these crazy systems of control that set themselves up in the moment when we are.
Kind of reminds me of like our new sort of, OF culture, right? I mean, there was that one woman and she did the 100 guys in like one day thing. And I don't know if it was the same person, but someone recently did 1,000 guys in one day. And it's funny because the 100 guys in one day happened and it just surfed its way through YouTube and everybody had to have an opinion about it. And it all just gave her more and more and more attention. And, they rebuked it, they criticized it, they shamed it. Oh my God, how could this happen? They blamed everybody they could think of. They blamed her, they blamed men in general, whatever it was. And then a couple weeks later, doesn't change nothing. We have a person coming out and it's 1,000 people this time because they saw how viral like the last one went. Language always beats the language police. I like that. He's talking about Nala, very much so. I think he is, and hey, credit to them. Maybe they're trying to talk about it in a way that doesn't give her attention. So they found a way to do that. I got to respect them for that. Yenu says, can't wait for Lily Phillips to convert and be welcomed with open arms by Michael Knowles. We know that's a very real possibility. She had to rent 30 hotels, not hotel rooms, entire hotels. No way. How is that even a profitable venture at that point? I mean, I don't know how many rooms on average are in a hotel, but depending on where it is, like if the average hotel is anywhere from like $100 to $200 a night, and you got to get 30 whole hotels to be closed down for this, that sounds like way too much. Like, how would that even be worth doing? I mean, I know they make a bunch of money off of it, but still.
Are basically giving ourselves to our passions, and to facilitate that as well. And so I see that. And then I also see this other image, which is the image of the heavenly Jerusalem. And maybe that's why I said 50-50, is because I see these two images as two possibilities of what is downstream from Christ. But no matter what, I agree that to have the heavenly Jerusalem, it's not, you don't try to get the heavenly Jerusalem. You try to see the Son of Man. You try to live in the light, that the Lamb provides.
Okay, you meant it as a joke. Okay, see, I sometimes take things very straightforward.
And then downstream from that, you do have some image of civilization. And that's maybe the question I have for you, is that because you're right, you do push pretty radically in your talk. You know, it's like you say all civilization is wrong, and I'm thinking it seems though that there's like the wheat and the chaff in civilization, kind of like what Christ describes, and that, for example, our civilization, for all its evil, and I totally agree with that, is probably the civilization in which the fewest people die of hunger that has ever existed in the history of humanity. Right? We have another type of despair, which is more kind of spiritual despair. But
that's from an overabundance of wealth, you know, industrial processes that we've created using scientific materialism and rationalism. And, you know, you can arguably say that more people have been pulled out of poverty and can have hot showers and this kind of things. Yet we have a completely different challenge to face now, which, you know, a lot of people are depressed and all these kinds of things. Klaus says, I've heard a story that a woman in Turkey did the same stunt with 100 guys while her husband streamed the ordeal. I actually saw this earlier. Afterwards, she got arrested. Might look into that if it's true. I did see footage of the Turkish police with that husband and wife, and they're walking them, I think, out of like a police precinct to somewhere. So it seems like it did happen, and they were just not about that.
That's a real thing. It's a real thing that we have this virtue of taking care of the poor. That's part of the system. Anyways, I'm talked a lot, but so maybe I set you up with these two opposites, and I want to know what you think about that.
Real quick, we got an advertisement.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. So, I mean, I have a long history of complaining about civilization. That's the first thing. So I don't want to try and, you know, I've made a career out of it, and I don't want to be suggesting that luckily Jesus agrees with me, because that wasn't the point. I mean, one of the things I did want to do in the talk with seriousness, and one of the reasons I wanted to give it, is I didn't want to just stand up there and attack people. I'm actually looking at myself quite a lot of the time, because if we look at the way Christ tells us to live in the Gospels, it's not the way I'm living, right? That's the reality of it. And the more Christian I become, the more Christ is sort of inside me bashing away and churning things around, the more that becomes painfully apparent. And so that's the paradox we're all living in as Christians. If I look at the things we're told to do in terms of wealth and power and resisting evil or not resisting evil, it's not only the opposite of what our civilization tells us to do, it's pretty much the opposite of what I do a lot of the time. So, and I did try and say that a couple of times. So I don't want to give the impression that I'm sort of preaching as a holy man, because I'm really not. I mean, it's a challenge, right? So we are living in a top-down machine civilization, whatever you want to call it. There we are. It's not going away. It's existed for 10,000 years. Now, of course, it gives us good material things. There's no doubt about that. That's why we like it, and people do like it. The question is,
that's technology.
What the costs are, and that's always the question. What's downstream of all the good stuff we get? What's literally downstream, sometimes in the rivers and in the destruction of the forests and the loss of the culture and all the things that we can see happening, right? So you never get anything for free. You do get your good stuff, but you get a lot of bad stuff as well. And that's just life.
I like that he admits that even the way, like, he's a religious guy, but even the way he's living is not up to par with the expectation of how, you know, he would actually be living as you know, whatever the values are in Christianity, you know, which he's a Christian, and he's saying, even when I look at my own life, and based off what the society asks of me and how we live here, I'm not even really living up to that. And it's kind of always been my opinion, especially in the context of freedom, and freedom being almost, I would say freedom is probably our highest ideal in this country, right? Freedom of speech and, you know, free markets, capitalism, and, you know, all this kind of stuff. It's just like, I've always had the opinion that, and you kind of see this with when immigrants come here from a different place. It's like after a couple generations, everyone's kind of part of the same blob. And it's like, to hold on to your religion, like, there's this sort of sad thing where it's like everything kind of just becomes surface level of what it is, whether it's your religion, whether it's ethnic, cultural stuff that you come with. And it's not just true of people who come from, you know, a bunch of diverse backgrounds. It's also true for guys like that, you know, where, again, the highest ideals are freedom, it's making money, individualism, all these kinds of things. Everyone has to contend with this problem of kind of being, you know, surface level in what their beliefs are, because it's not really possible to do it all the way, since you don't live truly in that culture as a whole. You know what I mean? So this is kind of a thing that, I think people who come here more recently have to deal with, and even people who've been here for a long time, but have dealt with, a change in how the civilization is ran. So it's just interesting to hear that kind of from them instead of this is what it is and this is what we need to go back to. It just seems like more of an acceptance kind of thing. Yenu says, did you see that video of Bonnie Blue approaching random men and asking them for for coitus? If they held her to the same standards, she would be in jail right now. They held her to the same standards as a man. I think is what you're saying there. I bet. I mean, if a guy went out there and did that, I mean, yeah, people would be like, what the heck is going on right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's one of the differences, though. That's one of the things they can get away with. It goes into people that are still kind of plugged into the culture of seeing men one way and seeing women another way. And it's just like, well, it has to be some guy's fault in her life that she's doing that. So we have to kind of come at this differently. And then, it probably also helps if, I don't know what she looks like, but I'm guessing she's probably really attractive. So, there are studies on that, I think, where they get in less trouble anyways. They're probably more likely to get jobs and things, which is also ironic because then why would they resort to doing stuff like that? Robert says, wait, I was only half listening. Who had some like OF couple. Only OF is banned over there. So they're probably still doing it with the VPN. So it's technically a crime to even be on the website over there. So I think they marketed it and advertised it and then they got in trouble. Zad Dez. Let's see. Man, I don't know. I think this guy might need to get banned here. Mr. Pitt, this is where you're going to shine. You're not my culture brown man. Okay, yeah, we got to upset Billy in here. I'm going to have to get up. I'm going to have to get up now and do some work here. All right. I could report it, I guess. I'll just go with hide user from channel. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, well, we got our first ban of the day. Someone subscribed. This guy's talking about not taking advice from anybody who's not white, then subscribes to the channel to leave the comment. Well, no profile picture, by the way. Complete coward. And anyways, moving back on, let's see what other comments we got. Robert Spencer says, can't have freedom without duty. Exactly. And yeah, there you go. Duty.
So there's not a lot to be gained just from saying civilization's bad and we should not live in it, because we do. There's no getting away from it. That's where we are. The question is what kind of values as Christians we're actually supposed to be pursuing. That's my question. And as I say, it's a personal question for me and for us and for the culture we live in. I can't escape the fact, the more I read of the church fathers, the more I read of the monastic saints, the more I read of the Philokalia, the more I read of the Gospels, and it's very, very difficult you have to try very hard to escape the fact that there is a clear division between what Christ calls the world and what he calls the kingdom. And there's no doubt about it. And he says very clearly, I've called you out of...
Remember, this is going to be one of Nietzsche's criticisms of Christianity. If you guys remember, we talked about that last week. And he has this one thing he's not happy with is that, or any religion really, even Buddhism, anything, what he calls the ascetic ideal is somehow related to this, where a world in a different place or a different kind of existence is higher valued than life here. And he recommends, more of a life-affirming kind of value set is what he sees as thriving. So people who ascribe to values like this tend to devalue the world because of a corrupted nature in favor of something, in the next life, you can say.
World, and because I've called you out of the world, you're going to be hated by the values of the world. The world being the passions that build the kind of things that you're just talking about. Babylon as the kind of manifestation of the great corrupt global city. And interestingly, in the book of Revelation, when Babylon is at its most corrupted, you hear this voice from the heaven, don't you? You hear Christ, and he says, come out of her, my people. It's a really interesting thought. What are you supposed to do with Babylon? You're supposed to leave.
That's an interesting concept there. I also got a video of Passport Bros for us later on, just to kind of get back on, with some of that stuff. Talking about the West, then we'll have some fun talking about Passport Bros later. But they've seemed to have taken that message literally. I don't know if he means everybody should leave, whether that's spiritually or just living a different, a quiet life differently, or actually leaving. Robert Spencer says, you finally made it. Some fake racist troll made its way in here. Yeah, did you guys actually see the comments? I was hoping YouTube probably, I issued a 24-hour ban to ZDesk. Appreciate that, Mr. Pitt. Yeah, just angry people, man. That's another guy who's swimming upriver, man. And he's trying to get something that is a fantasy that's never going to happen. But I mean, it's really unhealthy. He's going to live in a state of hate, and he hasn't accepted the systems that we live in now. And whatever he's talking about, it's just not how it goes down. So Klaus says, wow, your stream attracted the first troll. You're getting more popular. I know. Isn't that amazing? You know what's hecka crazy? I put the subscriber only thing on. This is my first stream I did subscriber only. And I was like, every now and then a troll does come in, and I was like, that'll probably stop him. But this guy was determined, man. So credit to his hard work. I issued 24-hour ban. Appreciate that, Mr. Pitt. We're all having fun in here, man. Ain't nothing.
Because Babylon is corrupt and the heavenly Jerusalem is coming instead. So we've got this tension all the time, and the whole of Christianity seems to me like a tension. I wrote about it recently as feeling like a kind of Zen koan that you're walking around all the time, just going, what is this? It's not a logical system here. So of course there are all these contradictions and tensions in it, but the question becomes, what does a Christian life look like? And therefore, what does a Christian culture look like? And therefore, how should we live that? And there might be a lot of answers to that. And you can only really try and do it by living it, as many people have done for 2,000 years. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't look like modern civilization. And so as Christians, obviously we're living in Babylon. So there we are. We have to deal with that.
That's interesting right there too, right? And I like how he's clear about the split. You know what I mean? Because I think there's a lot of people out there that are like, no, this is a Christian nation. They will say that. And listen, I'm not against anyone's beliefs or anything like that. I always tend to ask, how does this square with the notion of freedom? You know what I mean? And a lot of the times, whether that's Tradcons or even, other folks, if you call them Tradcons or not, and they're like, we need to change the laws to move back to this. And it's like, how do you square that with women's right to vote, freedom, women's right to employment? What Dr. Umar likes to tell us.
Being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America. Being a sexual deviant is not against the laws of the United States of America.
So trying to sit here and lobby for that and think people are going to support, I think it just pushes people away from any improvements that we can make to at least make whatever this situation is better. And it just seems like a losing sort of fight there. And I think kind of what he's recognizing is it's only going to work if you behave like this community is a sect. It's like a very big sect, and the way of survival for a sect is different than the way of survival for an official state religion when it had that privilege, basically. Good point. We are in Babylon right now. I mean, there is definitely a case to be made for that.
But if we start saying that the values of Babylon are actually really Christian values and we have to defend them.
And see, this is the interesting part right here, because I don't think, I think any Tradcon will still come out and, it's almost convenient for them to have the OF woman to yell about, to scream about, to virtue signal over. You know what I mean? But then when it comes to the other values, about freedom and profit and just however we live our lives here in terms of, like, let's say even women's voting rights, things that are probably not compatible with their stated religious beliefs. They will not say, they're not going to want to do anything about that because they can't. So I think what ends up happening is you get this sort of surface level understanding of your own religion, and there's just an acceptance of that. And everybody who comes here and comes into this gigantic blender of stuff has to kind of live with the fact that it could probably only be lived out to a surface level. You know what I mean? Almost like you come here at second, third generation of something, the most attached you can be to the culture you came from is like, well, we go to this restaurant every now and again, we make this food. It's pretty good sometimes. And sometimes we'll dress like this on special occasions, and that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? Bonnie Blue slept with 1,047 dudes, without a doubt. Man, that is a logistical nightmare.
That's where we're in trouble. So the question for me seems to be, and I am stumbling around here because this is, I'm not a theologian.
I saw someone mention that on Twitter. I think it was Rollo or somebody.
Or a saint or a bishop. I'm somebody trying to work this out as I go along. The question seems to be not how shall we defend all the glorious values of modernity and wealth creation and profit. And interestingly, the people who talk like this seem to me often to be defending Enlightenment values, actually.
There we go. See, he mentions it himself right there, which I'm very glad he does, right? Renaissance and Enlightenment are just like a different time. You know what I mean? You start to get ancient Greek works starting to get kind of retranslated, coming back in. More people are reading them. And it has an influence, on the culture. Industrialization's happening at the same time. And it leads to this culmination of what I guess you would call a sort of peasant revolt or uprising, the sort of series of revolutions. And when I even think of Christianity, I kind of think that's more compatible with a system that has monarchies in it. You know what I mean? And not even so much democracy. And anywhere you put democracy is going to kind of have the same effect there on religious values or whatever it is, wherever you try to insert that. So even when you look at America, there's a debate. Was America founded on Christian values? Was it founded on secular democratic values? There's debates about that, and there's good arguments on both sides about that are very convincing. But what you see also is that the U.S. very much was created from this kind of revolt revolution sort of fervor that pushed off a monarchy and valued, freedom. Maybe the way they look at freedom then is different from how we look at freedom now. I think so, because then there was a progression of it. But it ultimately falls in line with that. Separation of church and state, all that kind of stuff. If that ain't Babylon, yeah, 1,047 dudes, and yeah, that sounds like
defending liberalism, and
that sounds like Babylon with no babies. It's just ironic.
And democracy and civil and capitalism and wealth creation, and these may or may not be good things.
Democracy, capitalism.
I'm not saying they're bad things, but they're not fundamentally Christian things.
I would even argue that those things that he's talking about, he's saying that they might not even be necessarily bad things. I would say they're necessarily and diametrically opposed to frankly any religion. Most of them that I can think of off the top of my head. So, we had this conversation about the sacred and taboo. If you live in a culture and you want that to be the monoculture in a place, the only way to have cultural definition is to have values, because that gives this group of humans definition of character, which is determined by your character is determined by your values, and how you live up to that. And that requires to have things that are sacred and things that are taboo. So your values are kind of rooted in what's sacred and what's taboo. If you have freedom, especially even freedom of speech, we love freedom of speech over here. I do. I love being able to have all these books on my shelves and being able to read whatever I want. I'm all about it over here. But can anything be truly held sacred if you can't criticize? If you can criticize, if there's always a vocal minority that's constantly criticizing and attacking that sacred thing, how long does that sacred thing last in a society? And that's what democracy and freedom allows. And then you see this kind of erosion of the religion.
They're not anti-Christian either necessarily, but they're very modern values. So what are we doing? Are we trying to live as Christians and in a Christian culture, and what would that look like? And how different would it look like from the thing that we are doing here? And I think if we confuse the values of modern capitalist progressive modernity with the gospel, I think we're in a real state, because they don't seem to bear any resemblance to each other.
I don't think he says this outright specifically, but what I hear from a lot of you guys, especially with things like servant leadership and kind of, especially when it comes to family building and husband and wife relationships, the way a lot of the churches in the U.S. View this kind of dynamic is in a way that is, you can say fundamentally gynocentric, and kind of a lot of guys aren't happy with it. That is kind of, I think, what he's talking about when you have this kind of insertion of modern values into, a religious value set there.
Yeah. No, I think I agree with you. One of the patterns that I see in scripture, and you can tell me what you think about this, is I see exactly in some ways what you described. So in the Bible, civilization is the comes down from Cain, and so you have the fall, and then Cain founds a city, and then his descendants found pretty much everything that we consider civilization: the arts, music, and then technology, architecture, ways of living in the world. And then you have this intimation that violence increases, right? So when you get to Lamech, it basically this sense that the violence has increased 70-fold. That this is extremely violent society, and that it'll bring about the flood. It'll bring about destruction. And so one of the interesting things God seems to do in Scripture is that He seems to take the image of the city and the image of the civilization, technology, and all of that, and then he puts it in the plan of the temple and the tabernacle. So He gives from heaven, He gives the plan of the tabernacle to Oholiab and Bezalel in order to build this thing. And the way that He talks about Oholiab and Bezalel is in similar ways that is talked about Tubal-Cain, that is, they're artisans in the sense of Cain's descendants. So the vision that I see in Scripture is that civilization always seems to get out of control and be exactly what you're saying. And that, in fact, in some ways it's the spark, it's a sinful spark. And then God is redeeming it constantly in the story. And the ultimate image of that is, of course, the heavenly Jerusalem. But the idea would be, I think, is that there should be intimations of that in the story as we move forward. There should be moments where we have intimations of that. For example, Christians have believed that the conversion of Constantine was one of those moments where it's not a perfect thing. It's not like the heavenly Jerusalem comes down from heaven, but that in the conversion of the Roman Empire and the transformation of some of the values that underlie the Roman Empire, like infanticide and chattel slavery and all the dark aspect of the Roman Empire were being transformed, not completely transformed.
This is where Oswald Spengler pretty much says civilization, I believe, or culture, civilization began, and then once you hit the end of United Christendom, that's where he says the kind of fall begins, and then it kind of falls into democracy, rationalism, freedom. I'll let these guys talk for a second, then we'll move over to Oswald.
Fully, but that there was this motion, and so that is something that I kind of see happen. And so I'm not close to. I do agree about everything you said about our
and when he mentions the conversion of Constantine, that is the beginning of Christianity as the kind of religion of the empire, which is very different from the situation today.
Now, but I get the sense that it doesn't mean that it's all evil, that there has to be something that God can redeem. And I'm not sure like when we talk about AI, what I
yo, Robert, I think you donated twice on accident again, man. Is it the same thing twice? Hold on a second. Let me see this. Hopefully it didn't charge you twice, man. But thank you so much for the $20 or possibly $40. Man, I appreciate that. That's 40 American hard-earned dollars right there. Now, all money is hard-earned. We even had some Thai bot in here last week. Shout out to that guy. Robert Spencer says, I'm really curious as what the type of symbolic world the guy on the right, oh, it's the symbolic world, is in. Is it symbolic or hyperbolic? Maybe anabolic. That's actually pretty funny. Bro, do you even lift? It's definitely symbolic. But again, man, thank you for the donation. I don't know if there's something going on with the system. This is the second time I think you specifically accidentally donated twice on the same thing. So maybe just, I don't, well, I didn't feel like you're donating more than you actually wanted to donate. I swear to God. So if you want to square up somehow, I could help you out with that.
Think about AI. It's like, I'm looking at it, seeing this like demon possessed.
Man, the AI conversation is an interesting thing. The AI is like the kind of culmination of rationalism, and it's almost like we coalesce together to sort of manifest the devil. I hate to make it sound doom and gloom like that, but you create this thing that is like the devil itself, incarnation on the earth, that is AI. That'd be like a fun novel.
Thing coming towards us, but I'm thinking, I'm always asking myself, is it possible for these things to be redeemed? I'm not sure how.
I didn't hit it twice. Weird. Keep it. Thank you, man. Well, I appreciate that a lot, man. It's very generous of you.
but I see the heavenly Jerusalem as that image. Because in the heavenly Jerusalem, you actually have a top-down and bottom-up situation where the heavenly Jerusalem comes down from heaven, and then it says that the kings of all the nations bring their glory into the heavenly Jerusalem. And so what it suggests is that the nations have a glory that is...
Also, I think, if I have it right, I've read the whole Bible. I've read parts of it. But I think, it's pretty much the system of governance that's always mentioned in there is like monarchy and kings. I don't think there's discussion in there about democracy at all, unless I've not run across that part yet.
And be offered up to God. It's not all of it, not all of their behavior, not everything about them, but that there's something about the nations that can become a proper offering to God. And so anyways, I wanted to see what you think about that.
It's really interesting, isn't it? So I'm always very, very conflicted on the conversion of the Roman Empire, because the question is, how much did the Christians convert the Romans, and how much did the Romans convert the Christians into Romans? And
I think this is a good part. We're going to go into Oswald Spengler, and I'm going to try to make this as least nauseating as possible, but it's going to be kind of nauseating. I'm sorry, guys. But he wrote this book, and it's called The Decline of the West. And essentially, he follows a civilization. Well, he follows a model of civilization that kind of is like if you're looking at an organism, and it has a birth and a growth and a decline, So he talks about basically you have a race of people, and that race gives birth to a culture based off of a true religious values. You know what I'm saying? And from there, it then becomes a civilization. Let me see if I can just find that in there. Come on. Oh, here we go. So just to read that off top, then we're going to skip again. To Spengler, the natural lifespan of these groupings was to start as a race, become a culture, as it flourished and produced new insights. So we got new ideas, creative, that youthful energy, and then become a civilization. Spengler differed from others in not seeing the final civilization stage as necessarily better than the earlier stages. Rather, the military expansion and self-assured confidence that accompanied the beginning of such a phase was a sign that the civilization had arrogantly decided it had already understood the world and would stop creating bold new ideas, which would eventually lead to a decline. For example, to Spengler, the classical world's culture stage was in Greek and early Roman thought. The expansion of the Roman Empire was its civilization phase, and the collapse of the Roman and Byzantine empires, their decline. He believed that the West was in its evening, similar to the late Roman Empire, and approaching its eventual decline. So, okay, the Roman Empire collapses, Christianity takes over. It starts off that way, it creates a culture, then it becomes a civilization, United Christendom there. And then, it hits a zenith point and it starts to decline. So now we're going to just skip over again, and I'm going to just go into what he has to say about democracy and stuff. Then we're going to move back in there. Real quick, let me just check hopefully not embolic. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds medical. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, $40. Shah is making dough the Nigerian prince can only dream of. Man, you know what you got to do is you got to send a letter. And you got to say that you're actually the heir, and you're waiting for your inheritance. That's like $5 million at least, because you're a prince or something crazy. But you just need me to donate the $40 because you're in a bind right now. And if you could get the $40, you can cash the check, and then you'll split it with me. Like, you'll give me like 20% of that or something. That could convince some folks there. Robert says, does this guy have a heart attack later in the video? You've saved us from the shock. Gerald Brown. Hey, welcome in here. I think it's my first time seeing you, man. Great to have you. Nationa, I don't know if that's a typo, if you mean that like as like some kind of Latin word, equals spiritual churches in the scripture. The word always answers itself. Mixed teachings, tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay. Robert Spencer says, don't forget Gozer the Gozerian, that weird chick from Ghostbusters that came from Babylonia. Like the woman who got scammed. Oh, yeah. I remember like the Tindler swindler. Thank you, Shah. No worries, man. Thanks for coming in here, man. I appreciate you. Hope you end up having a good time. Let me just let me just bring us down here, and then we'll get back to the video. Gosh, man, Wikipedia. Okay, I can hide that. Oh, beautiful. Oh, there's a content. I finally signed up for Wikipedia. Like, I've never had an account, ever. Okay, so we're going to start it from here. Religion and secularity. All right, I'm going to read this. I'm going to read all of these paragraphs all the way through democracy, media, and money. And it's going to be kind of a scathing critique of where we are in our civilization and why he believes that the West has already declined. And again, the reason I'm kind of going over this is because I've had this thought recently that this whole Save the West narrative is just an extension of gynocentrism in some way, except it's just like writ large. You know what I mean? And they're trying, it's another way of getting men kind of back on that plantation of playing the hero, being selfless in a selfish society. And we've had, years now of men making content kind of realizing that they keep getting screwed. And then that's how you get like MGTOW and these kinds of things. And the Save the West thing sort of is a kind of similar thing in a sense. And not to say that the West doesn't have certain problems that, it needs to figure things out, but that it's kind of the way they're suggesting it is swimming back upriver to put yourself back into a role that is, not good for you, whether now or probably not even in the long run. Nations. Oh, got it. Nations is what you're saying. So you're saying nations equal spiritual churches in the scripture. Got it. You can get an account. Gozer approves. Wikipedia is the key holder. Gerald Brown, money is the answer to everything, is a phrase from the Bible, Ecclesiastes 10:19. I'd actually be interested in looking that up right now, just to make sure, because I think I've read that once, but it was like 10 years ago. And not that specific things, but just that specific book of the Bible. But it's been so long, like I don't even remember, Here we go. Let's see what AI overview has to say. A feast is made for laughter, wine makes life merry, and money is the answer for everything. This verse suggests that money is the key to life's fulfillment as it allows people to enjoy feasting and drinking wine. However, it could also mean that people should be better stewards of their money and not let it become their primary focus. I think in the civilization we live in, it is definitely a primary focus, at least for most people at a certain point, especially if you don't have enough. All right, here comes the long, boring part. And if the screen just looks too ugly, what I can do is I can switch it here so it's not a bunch of text on the screen. So this is just getting into the decline part. So I'm just trying to skip the boat here on a lot of what he said. This is Oswald Spengler. This is a German philosopher. And there's another thing I want to point out. There's something I heard, like the decline of like the ancient Greek civilization was marked by great works of philosophy. And there's this kind of notion that when an empire is old and it's in decline, that's where you get like its most truly philosophically rich text from. So if you're living in a culture and there's a lot of the philosophy is just off the chain, you can just pretty much assume you're going down. It's the same with the ancient Greeks. That's, Plato, Aristotle. In that time, that's before a decline. After Plato wrote his works, or even while he was alive, it ended up becoming a tyranny, when they lost to Sparta and all that stuff. I think Marcus Aurelius kind of marks the decline. I mean, there's different historians would probably say there's different ends of the Roman Empire, but when you start getting some of the well-known philosophy out of there, that's when it kind of starts going down. Some of our best philosophy, I think, in the modern world actually came out of Germany, like Heidegger, Nietzsche, all these just different folks. And I would say that was probably the big, that was going through the decline that then led us into where we are now. And I think that's some of the best philosophy of the time prior to the decline. I don't really know how good, there's probably some talented philosophers out there now, but I don't really see them that much, or I don't find anything that's that impressive, Ask ChatGPT about MGTOW. It will probably say that it's not allowed to tell us. Oh, you asked it. MGTOW, mysterious garden trolls organizing weddings because even garden trolls need a side hustle. And matchmaking is apparently their jam. Let me just get down. Yanu says, interesting. Bible makes a good case for capitalism. Yeah, there you go. Hey, maybe it actually is biblical. Robert Spencer, as opposed to Spengler from Ghostbusters. Matthew 25, Jesus says to multiply your investments. Lot. Yeah, hey, maybe it is in there. Robert says Austrian economics. Interesting. Yo, I Trevor, which is Robert backwards. We remember that. Thank you so much for the hard-earned Australian dollars. That is, I don't know if they call it dollars in Australia. Probably Australian pounds or something, huh? Because they got the English flag there. Thank you so much. Yo, Shah, back in Australia. Love the shades. Thank you, man. These are my blue light blocking sunglasses because I like to listen to conspiracy things really late at night. And there was this guy on the show called Danny Jones. Well, his name was Jack Cruz, and he was on the Danny Jones podcast. And he's just talking about how bad blue light is. So I figure if I'm going to stare at this for 5 hours, I might as well eliminate the blue light from at least this time. So got these for $20 on Amazon, man. Just look up blue light blocking glasses. You might want to try them out. Thank you so much, man. I hope your trip to Poland was good. Gerald says, money here is symbolic for understanding scripture. That's an interesting interpretation of it. I think you might have something there. So let's see what Oswald has to say. This is going to be one of our folks here from Germany, early 1900s. Now, there's something uncomfortable about this. He published his book in 1918. We know a certain somebody with a funny little mustache came to power probably about, 15, 20 years later, sometime around there. And there is some talk that he may have been inspired a little bit by some of this work here. So let's just go ahead and move on. Real quick, let me just get to Gerald's other comment. It's not a question the true children of the Creator inherit the spiritual world and physical world. Glory to God. Okay, thank you for that. Robert says, they call Australian dollars kangaroos. Ah, that makes so much sense. And they have little kangaroos instead of presidents or prime ministers on the dollars. Now I'm starting to get your humor. Okay, religion and secularity. Let's get into this. Spengler differentiates between manifestations of religion that appear within a civilization's developmental cycle. He sees each culture as having an initial religious identity, which arises out of the fundamental principle of the culture and follows a trajectory correlating with that of the culture. The religion eventually results in a Reformation-like period after the culture ideal has reached its peak in fulfillment. So, we see this in Europe, right? This is the whole Protestant Reformation. So he's going to say that's like the beginning of the end. That's probably the zenith point. After the culture, Spengler views a Reformation as representative of decline. Okay, so we've now reached peak and we're going down, right? So we got the printing press invented. Reformation's on its way. The Reformation is followed by a period of rationalism. So I think this is something we've talked about on here too. I've kind of always said we live in a hyper-rational world, and there's just no room for that. And rationalism can put you in a box. You create this model. Everything is logical. It's all squares. It's hard to see outside of the box, the proverbial term there. And it can stifle new and creative ideas if we have such a focus on being purely rational all the time. So in a highly rational culture, they will look at religion and say, well, that's irrational. Like, how can you believe in a talking snake or a woman doesn't come from a rib? You can't put two of every animal inside, and it's that. But if you look at these symbols and how they're irrationally put together, you can actually pull out meaning from that. And that meaning then, helps in the human experience to some effect. Instead, what you get is this hyper-rationalism where they're looking at it maybe way too literally and they just kind of throw everything out. You know what I'm saying? Before we get back in there, let me just catch up with the chat. Again, not Egon Spengler from the Ghostbusters. Trevor says, trip was great. The weak Aussie dollar did make it a bit costly, but worth it. Okay, that's interesting. It sounds like probably Poland is maybe more expensive. I've never really known what it was, but I didn't think it would be like, sounds like maybe it's kind of gone up in price in something similar to some other countries. Glad you had a great time, man. That's so awesome. I was just talking to my buddy Mark. He's on some of my earlier videos, and we were talking about planning a trip to Japan for like 5 or 6 days just for the heck of it. So, maybe that'll happen. We were looking at like around fall time and stuff. So, hey, here's the dreaming, man. Traveling's fun. I haven't been following up on the space since December. Any developments I have missed, or is it a slow train wreck? I'd say the train wreck is in full swing. We got this is going to be next week's stream right here. I'm going to be reacting. Coach Greg Adams just put this out today, and he put out a scathing critique of the red pill space and the manosphere itself. He is pissed. Everybody catches smoke. And he put out this video how the manosphere destroyed itself. So we're going to be taking a look at that last week, and I think that'll catch you up. I think that'll catch you up basically to everything. So, you know, if you got time, maybe check in next week. Yo, John McCallion. Hey, man. Great to see you in here, bro. I was on John McCallian's show once on his YouTube. So that's good time. John's been here for a very long time. He discovered my channel like way back in the beginning. Thank you so much for the chat, man. Very generous. Robert says narrative is truth, not objective reality. Yeah, so I mean, I guess from the human experience, subjective, or well, then it gets you into a question of who crafts the narrative, you know, and people believe that it's true and they're living in that paradigm. John says, I've been wanting to go to Japan as well. Yeah, me too. I've always wanted to see it since I was a kid. And what's nice about it, it's like a direct flight, SFO to Tokyo. And I mean, there's some with layovers. I was looking at tickets, but if I can get a direct flight, that'd be nice too. I could put up with the layover, but you know. Mr. Pitt says, a week in Tokyo sounds like a baller idea. Yeah, we're talking about it. It's like, man, okay, from now until September, you know, every month you can pocket some money, you know, just save it. And you could probably do that trip for like, I'd say $2,000 or less. If you can get a ticket for less than $1,000, I think you can do it for $2,000 or less. I'd like to go in there with a little bit of padding in the pockets just for the heck of it. I think it'd make for a great travel vlog and just take your camera, take some pictures, see some new stuff. Admire how good the freaking train system is, or the metro. Dan the Man says, I've been to Japan, super clean, and food is really good, even at the convenience stores. Just be prepared for lots of walking. I need that, man. I actually need that. I've been trimming up lately. I've been on a really strict diet, and I've just been trying to get back to where I was in 2021. So that I'm moving in the right direction. So I can go with a lot of walking. I appreciate that. My college friend moved there recently and says nothing but good things about Japan. Man, well, you guys are really hyping me up. I mean, I think I gotta go now. All right. Oh, wait, no, we're not here. We're on Oswald. Whew. Making all kinds of promises. Okay, so the Reformation is followed by a period of rationalism and then a period of second religiousness that correlates with decline. I think that second religiousness is a kind of puritanical style religiousness. You know what I mean? And it's almost what I want to call a virtue signaling type of religiousness. And I think that kind of stuff you do see with like Tradcon 1.0s a lot is using religion, I guess, to be virtue signalers in a sense. I always called religious people the first virtues, like they invented that. He calls this a period of second religiousness, and I think I would more associate that with this instead of like the actual authentic thing that creates the culture, which is kind of what this guy is talking about when he's saying that people nowadays are kind of using it in this backwards way when it's the other way around. Anyways, he said that the intellectual creativity of a culture's late period begins after the Reformation. So that's the sort of end of the intellectual creativity. I think that's where you get the best philosophy. We've seen that in other cultures. Usually ushering in new freedoms in science. Okay, so that's where we're at. Science really rules the day out here. You know, data, empiricism, everybody loves freedom. According to Spengler, the scientific stage associated with post-Reformation Puritanism, there goes Puritanism, contains the fundamentals of rationalism. Okay? So religion is kind of, I guess you can say, bathed in rationalism to then become this kind of almost puritanical kind of thing. And eventually rationalism spreads throughout the culture and becomes the dominant school of thought. To Spengler, culture is synonymous with religious creativeness. And every great culture begins with a religious trend that arises in the countryside. I could see that, you know what I mean? Cities are kind of like, you come to cities and as opposed to like rural living, it's just like fast. I could see rationalism probably being more associated with that and freedom being more associated with cities, especially with the conveniences of city living leads to that kind of living, I would say. Is carried through to the cultural cities and ends in materialism in the world cities. Spengler believed that Enlightenment rationalism undermines and destroys itself and described a process that passes from unlimited optimism to unqualified skepticism. He said that Cartesian self-centered rationalism leads to schools of thought that do not cognize outside of their own constructed worlds. I think we see this a lot. I mean, I think we call them echo chambers nowadays. And, you know, people have whatever their values are and they're all in their echo chambers. And it's very hard for them to either want to change their minds or even assimilate information, or they'll just say, you know what, screw it. Real quick, let me just check in on the chat real quick. We'll definitely check out the G-Shocks in Japan. I'll have to look up what that is. Catabolic. Tokyo currency is weak too. Great for outsiders. And Shah, a bit of both. Polish cost of living increased, and the currency is stronger than Aussie dollar. Double whammy. Wow. That's interesting. It sounds like probably, because I watch like Legion of Men, and he's in Romania now, and he talks about like what Romania was like when his parents left and what it's like now that he lives there. And I bet you Poland's probably in a similar situation as that, where things are, maybe things are a lot nicer. I can't remember exactly if Poland was a Soviet Union state. I think it was heavily influenced by it. And, Romania, kind of the same thing. So they're in that sphere of influence, I guess. So, they have had time now to really benefit from capitalism in that way. They are known for being more religious. Same with Romania. Depending on how economics goes for those countries, it'll be interesting to kind of watch what happens, So, it all depends. Arwen says, the second religiousness reminds me of the spiritualist movement of the Victorian period. Gosh, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about there. I know there was, it sounds vaguely. Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up. I don't want to make something up. Here we go. Wow, this AI overview. The Victorian spiritualist movement, and you can correct us if this is wrong too, Arwen. The Victorian spiritualist movement was a religious movement in the 19th century that involved the belief in communicating with the dead. Oh, yeah. I think that's kind of like theosophy. Theosophy is probably a little bit later, but you get a lot of this stuff with like the occult and like seances and stuff like that. There's a lot of fun stuff there. I don't know if you heard of like Alice Bailey or Helena Blavatsky. They were a little later. They're like early 1900s, but that's how you get like theosophy, and all that kind of fun stuff. It was a popular movement that affected people of all social classes. The movement began in the United States in the 1840s. The Fox sisters. This almost sounds like somebody brought up witches earlier. Maybe this is kind of like a version of that. The Fox sisters, Maggie and Kate, claimed to communicate with the dead through knocking sounds in their home in Hydesville, New York. The movement spread to Britain, where it became popular across social classes. That's interesting. Maybe that's what he means. Instead of like a Puritanism, maybe it's something like that. That's not really the same religion in itself, but a kind of like search for spirituality. I do think he means specifically the main religion, though, because it's a kind of trying to revive the values of that religion, but then it's sort of coexisting with rationalism. Robert says Beavis. He said late period. Oh wait. Spengler used his Proton stream on Gozer. I don't know who Gozer is. Shah just wanted to update you. The TikTok ban, or excuse me, the TikTok. Thinking of Tic Tacs like UAPs. The TikTok ban went into effect. Did it actually go into effect? I thought the Biden administration said they were going to leave it up to Trump to decide. And I thought Trump was going to extend it like 90 days. Are you sure about that? I thought they were given a sort of just like some extra time, That's too bad, though. So going on here, Spengler believed... one second, where was that? He said that Cartesian self-centered rationalism leads to schools of thought that do not cognize outside of their own constructed worlds, ignoring actual everyday life experience, and applies criticism to its own artificial world until it exhausts itself in meaninglessness. In his view, the masses give rise to the second religiousness in reaction to the educated elites, which manifests as deep suspicion of academia and science. Spengler said that the second religiousness is a harbinger of the decline of mature civilization into an ahistorical state and occurs concurrently with Caesarism, the final political constitution of late civilization. He described Caesarism as the rise of an authoritarian ruler, a new emperor akin to Caesar or Augustus. So he wrote this in 1918, not too long ago. Like not too long after that, you get, Hitler and, fascism and all that kind of stuff. Some people, depending on how you feel about Trump, might say that kind of fits into that. But, we'll see how that fits in. Taking the reins in reaction to decline in creativity. I think we definitely have a decline in creativity over here. A lot of our art or like movies and stuff like that. Like I find myself watching a lot of YouTube and stuff like that. And even then it's like very niche things, or I'll watch a lot of old things or I'll read a lot of like older books, because it's just very tough to find something new that, I don't know, it just doesn't feel forced, I guess. Real quick, let me see where we're at here. Faith in humanity restored. Let's see. Yep, it's gone for now. Wow. That's too bad for all the folks on TikTok that, that's their main squeeze. Nope, TikTok is banned. Okay. I just checked right now. TikTok is banned. Damn. That's kind of crazy, man. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of pissed off teenagers out there right now, man. There's going to be a lot of pissed off people dancing in front of their phone that just can't do that. Wow. I don't know why. I thought I heard Biden say that he was going to wait. He was just going to let Trump deal with it. So maybe Trump will reverse the ban then, basically, I guess. When Trump gets in, he'll give it a 90-day temp extension, I think, but it looks like it's on borrowed time. Yeah. I think they're trying to facilitate a sale. I mean, listen, man, if Trump's dealing with it, it's the art of the deal guy right here. I don't think China wants to sell it to an American, I guess, is the way it's looking, no matter how much somebody offers. I don't know. Like, I wonder if Trump can actually find a buyer for it. Maybe he can, but I wonder what the deal's going to be. That would be crazy if TikTok ends up coming back, but man, that's just the way it goes. I think I wonder if that's the first time something like that has happened historically, like a whole social media platform just getting X'd out like that. There's got to be other ones. I mean, there's platforms that have come and go. But I mean, by way of like congressional action like this and, straight out of government saying, nah, not this time. The resurgence says TikTok said they would voluntarily shut down in the US. Oh, okay. They would rather not have any market share at all than give up their algo. That makes sense. Yeah. So, I mean, they're probably using a lot of other countries and it's just not worth it for them. AI art. Oh, that's another great point right there. The whole AI art thing. AI, I mean, I think AI is good for like collating a bunch of information in a way that makes it easier to digest. But then sometimes it can be wrong, so I don't trust it all the time. But when it comes to like AI art and that, like I can see how people use it, like the AI voices. It does some impressive stuff, but I don't know, man. I think I just come from another time, and I don't know if AI is ever going to grow on me like that. There's cool things you can do, but I see AI more as a helpmate than like the star of the show. AI art is killing whatever creativity we have left. Yeah, I think so. It's going to be interesting to see how it pans out in the future. And like, I wonder if there will be a market of like genuine, like human made art. You did see something similar in Japan. I can't remember where I saw this. It's like on a documentary I was watching, but there was a kind of, it wasn't so much like a resistance to capitalism, but as capitalism and industrialization took off in Japan and you have these mass produced things, it kind of spawned cottage industries of like, masters trying to keep their art alive, and people would kind of go out and buy these like artisanal things that are handmade, human made, and there's a certain value to that the Japanese people recognize, as opposed to just letting this kind of soulless industrialized products take over, like millions of the same table going into people's houses. Parlor after J6. Okay. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what the story is there, but I think you're right. Amazon servers just shut it down. Yeah, and I think after that, Trump made his, I can't remember what Trump's is called, like Truth Social or something. I think after Parler went down, then Trump made his. I can't remember when he made his, actually. I think it was after he was banned off from Twitter. Man, a lot of stuff happened. Did you hear about people moving to Red Note due to TikTok ban? Yeah, I did hear about that. I even made a Red Note just for the hell of it. And I even made a post about it, and a bunch of Chinese people commented on it. Oh, let me see. See, look, there's my profile. And the site is, oh God, I don't know if it's actually going to show. The site is called Xiang Huang Shu or something like that. See, that's me. And I even made a video. And it got 133 views and like 7 likes, and I got 4 followers from it. So I don't even use TikTok like that, but I thought it was funny. So I was like, I want to take my username there just for the heck of it. So yeah, I guess you could say I'm slowly getting a following there in China. We'll see how that goes. They'll probably go after this Red Note also on a long enough timeline. People seem to be forgetting that TikTok allegedly posed a threat to national security by spying on Americans. Yeah, I get that. I think they're kind of coming after DJI drones also, which is very saddening to me. I love DJI as a company. They make amazing products. But yeah, that's unfortunate. National security is very legitimate. I can't get mad at them and say that they're crazy. And it is a sort of battle of skill and technology out there, and data and big data and all this stuff is going places, and TikTok creating algorithms that are made to rot the American mind. Now, I don't know if we can blame that completely on China. I think we do a decent enough job over here as it is, but there's definitely arguments to be made. Robert says, totally disagree, Arwen. AI, at least the current incarnation, just seems to be the best of the Xerox of other people's stuff. Suno for generating AI music is top notch. I'll have to try that out. Robert uses it all the time. So you guys have fully embraced. Well, to be fair, Arwen said that it is taking away our creativity. I don't think she said that it wasn't like a powerful tool or good at what it does. You know what I mean? So I guess it depends how artists or creatives end up using it. It could enhance creativity. I'm still waiting on that. We'll see what ends up happening there. It hurt Coke when they tried to use AI to make their commercial. I didn't even know Coke tried to do that. Gab was another one. Red Note is actually based, accidentally based. I'll have to see it. I got to go on there more. I wanted to make another video for like my 4 followers on Red Note that I now have. Spencer, AI art has taken over craft shows and avenues for artists to make money. It's disincentivizing people to learn artistic skills. Hey, did you guys see Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan recently? And he's talking about how like masculinity and aggression and how it's kind of gone too far and we need some of that. But then literally in the same show, he talked about how a bunch of like engineers are going to like lose their job not too far in the future because AI is going to be able to do a lot of people's jobs. And it's just kind of funny because he talks about like masculinity and maybe bringing some of that back. And then later on in the show, he's like, yeah, AI's taking most of the jobs anyways. Like, well, thank you, I guess. Like, I better late than never. In the information age, data is the new oil. Yes, and we will all have to adjust to this, one way or another. It's all going to have an effect on our lives. Again, you could try to swim upriver. I think we need a resurgence of the hippies. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's going to be a new manifestation of hippies who are trying to do everything. Like, that's going to be the new hippie right there. That's all about not AI and, no microplastics, no AI, like digital. Organic when it comes to digital consumption is just as good as organic when it comes to like food consumption and all that kind of stuff. We might get some interesting folks out of that. Robert Spencer says the point is that it's not creative at all. It's at best a mimic. I agree with you there. And I think so. It is at best a mimic. And the reason I say that is because I think creativity comes from irrational forces. Like there is some level of irrationality that's needed in order to associate two things you wouldn't logically put together to make a genuinely novel and creative idea. AI is just like a hyper-rational thing that can take what a bunch of people do. What gives creativity to AI is the individual humans pumping it full of its own individual ideas and data. So if you don't have that, then AI reaches a limit. You know what I mean? Dan the Man says, like the only way to beat AI is to be irrational. Because if you're not logical and you're irrational, even to yourself, even if you can't guess what you're going to do next, then AI can't guess what you're going to do next. I don't think AI removes creativity. I think it helps people who have ideas, but don't have the skill or the money to produce such things like art or music. So it sounds like you're saying it kind of democratizes a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, you could say that's kind of what social media did for a lot of people. That's what, DSLR, cheaper, more consumer grade digital cameras did for people. Where you can have a home studio basically for relatively little cost compared to what it was before. So you democratize media in a sense. So AI will probably further that democratization. I guess it all really depends. Now, you are limited by your own creativity there. I do think, to Arwen's point, there will probably be a small subset of creative people, and there will probably be maybe a bigger herd of non-creatives than we've ever seen before. Yenu says, still waiting for Zuck to come out as an alien cyborg. There is something kind of alien about that guy. I'm betting on him coming out as a lizard man. There you go. Yeah, I'd say lizard's more appropriate. Okay, so real quick, let's just finish. I just want to get through democracy and media, and we'll get back to the video. I know it's a lot of reading. I'm really sorry, guys. It's just interesting to me. He said that the second religiousness and Caesarism demonstrate a lack of youthful strength or creativity, and the second religiousness is simply a rehashing of the original religious trend of the culture. Spengler states that Western civilization would, by 2100 AD, guys, we're almost there, revert to its previous form, that of Orthodox Christianity. You do see some of that, on YouTube and stuff like that, which was its form before the Great East-West Schism. So I think he's talking about united Christendom before the East and West, the Roman Catholic, I guess, splits up, from Eastern Orthodox. This is cited by Archimandrite Justin Popovich of Serbia. So that's what he's thinking will happen. Interesting. Now let's get into democracy. This is the part I'm really interested in, because we as Americans, we hold, even though we're a representative republic, we hold democratic ideals and democracy to a very high regard. And we hold freedom of press, that's going to be media, that's the second thing he listed, to a very high regard. And we hold capitalism, that's what he calls money, that's the third thing he listed, to a very high regard. And free markets and all that thing. Now, just to preface this guy wrote this in 1918. After that, you see the rise of the Nazi Party and all that stuff that's just fundamentally different from how we do things here, okay? And so, I don't know, maybe just think about that. Even though his critique sounds very convincing, and it is to some extent, maybe just think about kind of what happens after that. So, let's get into that. Democracy, media, and money. Spengler said that democracy is the political weapon of money, and the media are the means through which money operates a democratic political system. The penetration of money's power throughout a society is described as another marker of the shift from culture to civilization. I could kind of see some of that. I mean, you see like a lot of the top influencers will take money from pretty big think tank groups. There was Progressive Victory, and all that kind of stuff. And even when we talk about like men's rights and things like that, it's like there's this kind of discussion about how much money can you raise, because it's like your lobbyists need to beat the other lobbyists, and it's like you need money to, one, influence politicians, and to, two, influence media to try to get things done. So there is definitely big money behind our political system. The penetration of money's power throughout a society is described as another marker of the shift from culture to civilization. Democracy and plutocracy are equivalent in Spengler's argument. Plutocracy is like rule by the rich. It's a society that is ruled or controlled by people of great wealth or income. So we got Elon Musk, we got Jeff Bezos, we got the techno-oligarchs. So we got the techno-oligarchs, guys. We talk about it. The wealth gap is crazier than it's ever been. I mean, just to point it out, however you feel about that, but from 2008 recession up until now, we had wage kind of stagnation. The prices of things are really high. The folks on the top are richer than they ever were. I'm just putting it out there. You know what I mean? Just saying that. So let's keep going. And he said the tragic comedy of the world improvers and freedom teachers. I think this sounds like liberal progressives, right? Like people who want to spread democracy, people who want to spread freedom throughout the world or celebrate it, is that they are simply assisting money to be more effective. He believed that the principles of equality, okay, that's us, right? If you associate what Western values are now, aside from freedom and capitalism and democracy, is equality, right? Like we've heard equality thrown around a lot here. Natural rights, universal suffrage, that's going to be women's right to vote, and freedom of the press. And not just women, all races, women, everything, right? However far you want to stretch that. And freedom of the press. These are all big things that we in the West celebrate. Are all disguises for class war of the bourgeois against the aristocracy, right? So he's saying that's all those kinds of things are just, the real problem is there is a struggle between the poor and the rich. And we did see some of that even the early, in the industrial age, right? Like unions needed to come. There was the New Deal. We even see some of that now. There's a lot of people that aren't happy with how tough life is, and Elon Musk this and Jeff Bezos that and all that. Okay, freedom. So here comes the critique of freedom from Spengler. Freedom is a very important, thing for us to think about and meditate on, because it seems to kind of find its way into all these conversations. Freedom to Spengler is a negative concept, only entailing the repudiation of any tradition. So he's saying freedom and tradition are diametrically opposed here, right? So we have a conservative party that wants to be traditional, but, also really does celebrate freedom in certain ways. And it's like, how do you have those two things coexisting? He said that freedom of the press requires money and entails ownership, meaning that it serves money. Similarly, since suffrage involves electoral campaigns, which involves donations, we see that a lot, elections serve money as well, right? We have all these different interest groups lobbying our politicians, whether it's big ag or big pharma or the tobacco, whoever you want to look at any given time. Elections serve money as well. Spengler said that the ideologies espoused by candidates, whether socialism or liberalism, are set in motion by and ultimately serve only money. Spengler said, it almost makes sense. I mean, to have a society based on freedom, you need money. Spengler said that in his era, because if you're going to tell your family and be like, you can't tell me what to do, Mom, I'm 18. I mean, you should probably have a job or live in a society that has some means for people to exist and be able to live on your own at that point. Spengler said that in his era, this is 1918, money has already won in the form of democracy. So he's saying the West has already declined, right? This is 100 years ago. However, he said that in destroying the old elements of the culture, it prepares the way for the rise of a new and overpowering figure who he calls the Caesar. You know what's crazy about this guy, Oswald Spengler, is he dies in 1936. So he really doesn't even live to see what happens in Germany after that. Before such a leader, money collapses, and in the imperial age, the politics of money fades away. So economy gets really bad, people get really pissed, and it's like a breeding ground for a sort of authoritarian leader to come in. Now, I'm not saying Trump is this guy, but when Trump was new in like 2016, he did run on a very populist agenda. And it seems to have kind of traveled more to a kind of corporate agenda with some populism thrown in. But that's why people really liked him, right? You had this guy, and nobody was like, who's this guy? He's not even in politics. And he said a lot of things that a lot of people liked. Spengler said that the use of one's constitutional rights requires money, and that voting can only work as designed in the absence of organized leadership working on the election process. He said that if the election process is organized by political leaders, to the extent that money allows, the vote ceases to be truly significant. I mean, that's kind of how I feel. I didn't even bother to vote in the last election because I'm like, what's the point? In his view, it is no more than a recorded opinion of the masses on the organizations of government over which they possess no positive influence. He said that the greater the concentration of wealth, we see a huge concentration of wealth right now in the hands of a few, in individuals, the more the fight for political power revolves around questions of money. He believed that this was the necessary end of mature democratic systems rather than being corruption or degeneracy. We see a lot of talk about degeneracy being the issue now, right? Tradcon's pushed that a lot. They're pissed off at the OF people. Degeneracy is the problem. If there was less degeneracy. He's saying degeneracy is not really the true problem. It really is this love of money. And, you could say degeneracy is really also people searching for money and trying to sell this lifestyle to people, whether it's OF or whatever it is. On the subject of the press, Spengler said that instead of conversations between men, the press and the electrical news service, you gotta remember this was 1918, that was probably new. The electrical news service keep the waking consciousness of the whole people and continents under a deafening drumfire of theses, catchwords, standpoints, scenes, feelings, day by day and year by year. So this is what kills our creativity, right? And it's like, this is 100 years ago, but doesn't social media do that to us now to like a level never before experienced? It's like, it's constant buzzwords, it's echo chambers, it's just, it's talking points, and you just get sucked into these tunnels very easily. And we're we're just eating it like pig slop, you know, next reel, next reel, next reel. And it takes away your ability to be creative. So we lose a sort of creativity in the youth, which is like necessary for creating a culture and creating a strong civilization. So yeah, we kind of are on that end. He said that money uses the media to turn itself into force. The more spent, the more intense its influence. In addition, a functioning press, you know, and you got guys like, like George Soros, and they straight up just pick dang near which politicians are going to win by just filling their, you know, their campaign treasuries with a lot of money. The more intense its influence, in addition, a functioning press requires universal education, and he said schooling leads to a demand for the shepherding of the masses, which then becomes an object of party politics. To Spengler, right, and we kind of see this now. There's a lot of people that would say, hey, we'd rather homeschool our kids. We don't want to send our kids to the woke schools and all that, right? I mean, see, this is all stuff we kind of see happening right now. To Spengler, people who believe in the ideal of education prepare the way for the power of the press and eventually for the rise of the Caesar. He also said there is no longer a need for leaders to impose military service because the press will stir the public into a frenzy and force their leaders into a conflict. Spengler believed that the only force which encounter money is blood. He said that Marxist, well, this sounds like a violent uprising. He said that Marx's critique of capitalism was put forth in the same language and on the same assumptions as capitalism, meaning it is more a recognition of capitalism's veracity than a refutation. He said the only aim of Marxism is to confer upon objects the advantage of being subjects. So I'm going to save you the future here, but he basically said, you know what's crazy? He says, hence, modern Caesarism is expected in 1 century, which is 2022. So he predicted in 2022, it's 2025 now, that we would get this authoritarian ruler. Anyways, I just wanted to run you guys through that so that we can then go back to this video with a better understanding of how Enlightenment values like rationalism and democratic ideals and stuff necessarily comes out of what these guys probably view as a declining of the West. And if we sort of look at, you know, Tradcons now and people trying to get you to save the West, and you got to save the West instead of just moving forward into something new and something organically being created instead of this sort of like Herculean effort to try to like go against the flow, which isn't going to happen, is why this whole thing is significant to me. Let me just catch up on the chat. I think I missed a lot. Robert says, no professional artist is going to draw me an eggplant and a tutu. AI will do it in seconds. Let's see. 0. Okay. Robert says, honestly, the only art that I think AI is useful for is the kind that no real people are interested in more than momentarily. You know, well, to be honest, then I think that goes into what Arwen's saying a little bit, because it makes short-term art. If art can be made that fast, Robert, then what is the value of that art to begin with? So AI can make this art in 2 seconds, anything you want. And it's like the whole process of it. I don't know. If it's so easily able to access or manifest, what does that do to the value of it? And does that diminish creativity or increase creativity? I do think it depends on how people will use it. Mr. Pitt says, 1 second, let me just get this out of the way. Sorry. Mr. Pitt says, I have to agree with Dan the Man about what he said regarding AI. Okay. Man, I'm so far back. Holy crap, I missed a lot of stuff. I have to agree with Dan the Man about what he said regarding AI and creativity. I have no musical talent whatsoever, and Suno empowered me to create my first punk rock EP. Episode or EP? That sounds interesting. I mean, yeah, it is a very powerful tool. I guess the question is how is this going to affect society as a whole? And then you think about other AI things, right? Like AI girlfriends or like, I don't know, maybe AI companions or like AI pets. Let's say you're old, you live by yourself. Like maybe you have an AI companion that you talk to. But just because it's a really good companion to talk to, will you not miss the company of another human being? I'd like to think AI will never be that good to where you don't value the company of another human being. You know what I mean? Robert Spencer says, it probably sounds good. You going to release it as a single? I'd listen to it. Gerald says, Matthew 19:24. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God. There you go. Yeah, it's pretty on target, with, at least as far as the oligarchs go, or people who worship money like that. Dan the Man. Yeah, I know a ton of guys creating AI music for fun, and they make some of the funniest music ever. I've been seeing like AI YouTube videos, and some of the voiceover work, like you can get a man's voice or a woman's voice, and you can give it the script of what to say, and it sounds pretty good. I don't know why. I'm not scared of it. I'm not intimidated by it. And, you know, I don't want to be coming back to you guys in like 3 years crying about how, like, you know, AI screwed me or something like that. But I really am not. I don't know why. I still believe that that people will still value humans. Like, you could have a whole AI streamer, and you guys can tune into an AI streamer. And I'm sure it can be entertaining to some degree, but I don't know why. I still feel like knowing there's another living, breathing human is still gonna have more value to people. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. Robert says, I see that Spengler's namesake is still fighting ghosts. Not sure who that is. Oswald. Trump was Democrat in the past. Many politicians switch sides. That's true. Never mind. The Ghostbuster Spengler seems to work harder. Oh, God, it's Ghostbuster stuff. Advertising and consumerism constantly. That's what we get. Elitists won't allow it to stop. They won't allow it to stop because they need it to happen. This guy's a blowhard lighten up. He is a bit, I would say. As we go to commercial break, let's see. Trevor says rent seeking, where individuals. Crap, let me see. Rent seeking, where individuals gain wealth by manipulating policies without contributing to productivity, diverts resources from productive growth. Technology has exacerbated rent-seeking behaviors. That's what it seems like. I mean, I think the goal is for everyone to either, you know, live off of rents they get, or, you know, live in a subscription-based economy is kind of where we're going. Increased trading work for good, off-grid horticulture, goods like content creators. Not sure exactly what you mean there. Trevor says, I may watch AI content, but I'll never pay for it, ever. And what's your reasoning for not ever wanting to pay for it? Like, why? What would be the difference between an AI content that's, you could say, is probably as entertaining as watching someone that is a human? Is it just for the fact of knowing someone is real or not real? Let's see. I dropped the link to the EP in the Discord for whoever are interested. I'll definitely check that out later. As AI LLM will never be as interesting as an interesting person. They're just a photocopy of what's already been done. I agree with you there. I definitely agree with you there. For the record, EP is short for extended play, not as long as a full album, but it's not a single either. I could see you posting that stuff on YouTube, like people like study music, where it's like an hour long or something. All right, back to the video. Man, we're at 2 hours. I'm gonna have to just take us straight to Passport Bros after a bit.
Imperialists, and actually probably a bit of both, actually. But anyway, that was a long time ago. So that was what happened. So there are these two images in Revelation. There's Babylon, the earthly whore, basically, the civilized decadence of the humans, and then, as you say, there is the heavenly Jerusalem, which is given by God. It comes down, and so I think there's really something in what you're saying, and I'm thinking about this a lot. So I think humans have to build things and make things. That's what we do. So the way I see this, you can tell me if you think this is completely off beam. If you look at Genesis, there seems to be only one picture in the whole of the Bible of God creating the divine kingdom, and it's when he creates the heaven and earth, and then he creates a garden, and he puts us in this garden, and we're effectively divine gardeners. And our job is to name the animals, to be gardeners, and to contemplate God. So we're not living in a wilderness, we're living in a garden. It's not the same thing. It's a created thing. But we have a task, and we choose, instead of fulfilling the task of contemplating God until presumably we're ready to eat the fruit of these trees, which hopefully we will be so that we can share in God's work, we decide to listen to.
Thanks for putting the Discord invite in there, Mr. Pitt. Yeah, Arwen, all you gotta do is click on the Discord invite, and as long as you have a Discord profile, then you can join the community. If it doesn't work, let me know, and I'll put a fresh one in there.
the serpent who says, well, why didn't you become gods yourself quickly? Because you don't need to listen to God. You can do it yourself. You can have the power. And so we do that. And then we have to leave the God.
You don't need to listen to God. You can do it yourself. You have the power. That's putting rationalism. That's selfishness, rationalism. I sometimes associate like the devil with the archetype almost of like just rationalism or ego, or just living through your own rationalism instead of a goodness outside of yourself and ideas outside of yourself. But he's talking about that.
And the communion's broken. We can't contemplate God anymore. We can't even see God. We're on this earth and it's fallen, but it's not evil, it's fallen. And we're in it, and we have to build now, because on the earth, if you don't build, if you don't wear clothes, if you don't defend yourself against tigers, you're going to get eaten.
I might skip some of this and go into what about the rulers? And maybe we'll hit celebrating stories
pretty quickly, because you're not in the Garden of Eden anymore, right? Because in the garden, in the state we're actually created to be in, we're also in communion with all the creatures. They don't hate us. I mean, as an aside, one of the stories, one of the projects I'm working on at the moment is my book of wild saints, and I'm really, really fascinated by saints who live in wild places and end up with a relationship to creatures which is like the relationship we had in Eden. So it's possible to get back there on this earth, right? So that's what we're supposed to be like, in harmony with earth, in harmony with God, in harmony with creatures. And we can't be like that because we're fallen, so we have to build. And it seems, as you say, that we keep building and building and building, and then because we're not building towards God, we're trying to be gods instead. The technologies that we use and the cities that we build end up being corrupted all the time because we're not pointing them in the right direction. So the question becomes, who are we actually supposed to be serving? We're supposed to be serving God. If you build whilst serving God, if you build reasonably within limits while serving God, you can create beauty and holy things. You can create a great cathedral. You can create, any number of, you can create an icon. You can build a house that you can live in that's modest, and then you can pray and eat and do the things you do in the house. But all the time we're endlessly being corrupted. The whole story of the Bible, the whole story of human history is humans effectively continuing to try and follow the path that the serpent laid down instead of the path of God. And when you use technology and civilization and your building techniques and our technological brilliance to serve the serpent rather than God, you end up with Babylon. So that seems to be what happens repeatedly. It doesn't, but I think you're right. It doesn't follow from that everything is evil and that we have nothing to offer God and therefore we can't build anything. We have to build something. We're technological animals. We can't live without creating. If we didn't create, we'd be dead meat when it snowed. So this is we're not bears. We don't have savage teeth and furry coats. We have to do this. Our brilliance and our terrible nature as well is in technology. So if you build technology to serve the serpent, which means that effectively we are trying to be as gods, because that's the offer, then you end up with AI, like you said.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what, we were talking about this earlier of like humans are just kind of creating a vessel for the devil on earth, and that's AI. I don't want to demonize AI. Fact is it's here and it ain't going nowhere, but that's going to change things pretty crazy. Okay, you guys got the Discord stuff figured out. That's good. Gerald says, I meant capitalism trading goods, services for money. Informative book, Compassionate Capitalism by Rich Davos, not good or evil. Yeah, I think the only way you'd get compassionate capitalism, you have to have some sort of guardrail somewhere. But if typically we use kind of hands-off laissez-faire, you know what I mean? And it's where you see a profit, it's rational to take it. And if you don't take it, it's a competitive environment and somebody else will. So capitalism kind of ends up in these things where people get screwed sometimes, and it's not very compassionate because it is based off of cold rationalism, basically. And you move where there's profit, essentially. So, I think this kind of compassionate capitalism thing sounds nice, but it just depends what guardrails you put on there to stop it from leading to wealth inequality so fast. And I mean, I think we as a society have tried several times to do that, like unions and, different kinds of tax structures and things like that. I used to use Discord, but I couldn't help but be annoyed by the other users. It was a gaming Discord, though. Yeah, it just depends what communities you're in. Discord's useful. I like Discord because sometimes people put in interesting articles, and throughout the week, I'm not streaming, but it's nice to keep up with some folks in there. Sometimes we just have some fun conversations. Restream brought from X. This is from Castle. Yo, shout out Castle, man. Castle's my buddy. I play with Castle and my other buddy Nasuji. They're from Canada, and they make gaming content. So sometimes I end up on their channel and they have really nice edited videos for gaming. So we actually, I'm waiting for them to edit 2 videos so we can watch that. Castle says, I would agree that serving God is fantastic, but what truly separates a cathedral from the Tower of Babel? But what truly separates that? God being the great architect of the universe shows that we offer God that we are... Oh, man, I didn't see the second part of your comment, man. Sorry about that. What separates the cathedral from the Tower of Babel? That's an interesting question in itself. I mean, I guess if you say a cathedral is guided by... He's kind of talking about these sort of religious guardrails on our creativity that then channel it into something good versus something bad or serving the serpent. Then it's good versus the Tower of Babel is men trying to reach the heavens itself to kind of maybe be imbued with these kind of divine powers in itself instead of just serving God. It's more about trying to reach and be God would be my my guess there. Great to see you in there though, Castle. Oh crap. Trevor says the creator of the AI who passively generates passive income from the AI's content means the creator engaging in another form of rent seeking. Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people would like to do. I mean, they'd love to have these models of things that just generate income while they, smoke a cigar on a beach somewhere or just pursue other creative passions. Why would I support that content creator? That's a good question, man. I could see why you wouldn't. So I think to you, it does have to do with the fact of like, it's not taking that much effort, and it has to do with how easy it is to make that content. So it's like, why support that content creator? Or why pay that much for like an AI artist, an AI art painting if they can do it in a matter of minutes instead of another truly creative way? And a lot of it probably gets lost in the process, right? Like when you're creating something and it takes a long time, it takes a lot of discipline to like, let's say, write a book. Like instead of an AI written book versus you writing a story, being able to stick with one thought for a long time and flesh it out. And the more times you read that thing, and then suddenly you get an idea and you're like, oh, I'm going to do this with the character, or I think this should happen. And stuff that you never even thought you were going to do ends up in this beautiful creative work versus like AI and somebody writes, a book in like a day of just using AI or something. And a lot of the creativity gets brought out in the process, and maybe AI takes away some of that. There's not enough opportunities to build fairly currently. Equity and generational wealth. I mean, that's really true. We talk a lot about family law over here, and just it is very hard to pass on generational wealth, especially with as much divorce as has happened, and the way things are. It's very tough. People are lucky if they're getting an inheritance, at all. Caesar Quintana, hey man, welcome in, and thank you so much for the generous donation, man. It's hard-earned money right there. What's up, Shah? We're just chilling, man. We're having a fun conversation. Or watching this video called Western Civilization is Already Dead. And I'm kind of comparing and contrasting that to what Tradcons that we know and love, like Michael Knowles, who want us to save the West. And this is different because these guys are like, no, Western Civilization's already dead. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of playing around with the idea that this save the West philosophy is another outcropping of the same gynocentrism that tells men to get married in a situation where it's probably not best for them to get married in. It's that same be the hero, be disposable, sacrifice yourself, even though you're getting a raw deal out here. And if we accept that the West has already declined and has already fallen, then I think we're less prey to that sort of gynocentric notion or the sort of save this fantasy or save that fantasy, play into the hero archetype. And maybe we try to move forward with something more organic. And then after this, I got a video of Passport Bros just to get us back into that. So we'll talk about the decline of the West, and then we'll go straight into Passport Bros after that. But thank you again for the donation. Gerald Brown says, making things fair in society is unrealistic, but a good goal. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can make things truly fair, I guess. Like you can't put people, there's class and there's hierarchy, and that's part of it. And there are people who live off merit, and there are people who deserve, and there are people who make bad decisions and don't contribute. So it leads to all kinds of different outcomes. I do think there is some base level of charity that should be there, and I really like religion for that because it kind of encodes charity into a value system. So no matter what, like I think there is some base level of thing that I agree with when it comes to helping the fellow people you live with in a society. Otherwise, if you don't do that, I mean, not to say this is why people do it, but it would probably lead to a decline in that society way faster than otherwise. Like, how could it stay together if you have this many suffering people? Castle says, I'll jump to the YouTube and rephrase. Oh, perfect, man. Thank you. Oh, here's Castle. Man, Castle's, shout out to you again, man. I've been playing video games with Castle probably since before 2018. God, when did I start streaming on Twitch? That was a while ago. I've been doing that for a while. Debating the idea that these dudes and not bashing religion, but the concept that creation in their own argument is given by their creator. So is designing anything is the goal. Also love you, bro. Thank you, man. Damn it, I'm sorry. I'm still not sure what you're saying. You're debating the idea that these dudes and not bashing religion. Okay, yeah, so you're not bashing religion, but the concept that creation in their own argument is given by their creator. Okay, yeah, and that's what most religious people believe, that God is kind of this grounding force for all, the new ideas and everything, and God is the ultimate creator. So as designing anything is the goal. Well, fundamental part of, I feel like there's indulging, which can be necessarily destructive, and then there's creativity, which in a way could be sort of facilitating, God's work into the world. You know what I mean? So you can choose to do bad, which is indulge in things, and that's necessarily destructive to you and probably to those around you. Now, this sounds kind of extreme. Or you can choose to be creative in a way. And I think fundamentally humans need to do both. We need to consume and we need to produce. Right now, a lot of us consume without producing enough. Like, I had stopped social media for like 5 years. And the only reason I came back on was like the deal was with myself was you have to produce if you're going to consume this stuff. That's the only way to even this out. You know what I mean? So human, I think religion to some extent facilitates that and helps humans sort of get over this, like, I'm gonna pass away soon fear, or, oh my God, like, I want to be the best and I want to have more than everybody, so that you can then get these big questions out of your way so that you can then focus on being creative in whatever your capacity is, helping us design and make new things. Gerald says, difference of the towers is location and time in history, just buildings. Spiritual life is greater than physical life. One only lasts forever. That's a great way to put it. And it's like, Tower of Babel, you can say, comes in a decline where there's a quest for power. It's about wanting to bring that into the material world as much as possible. It serves money, it serves power, and all these kinds of things. So, I can see that. Now, we got a couple donations here. I got to get to them real quick. Resurgence says, have to sign off for the evening, but this is another excellent stream from Shah. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate you coming in, man. I'm going to be, once again, on Tuesday, I'm going to do a bonus stream. Again, no pressure, everybody. But we're going to be talking about H-1B visas, and Plutarch from the Resurgence has some stuff to say about that. It's kind of become, I don't know if an axe to grind or a cross to bear is a better metaphor here for him, but he just wants to have a fun discussion about it. We talked about it a little bit, so if you guys are interested in that, that'll be Tuesday. Friday, and then Saturday we're doing the very important discussion with the reaction to Coach Greg Adams' video. So it's going to be a busy week, and in there somewhere I'm going to have my discussion with Paul. So just to throw that out there, Paul and I are speaking soon. So I got a lot of internet stuff I got to do. Thanks for being in here, Resurgence. Peter Wright, big shout out to you, man. Thank you so much for that donation. That's hard-earned money right there. So I appreciate anybody who donates. Peter Wright says, great feast of ideas as always, Shah. Plato's Symposium 2.0, very much so. If you guys haven't read Plato's Symposium, that is another excellent work. I thought I had that within reach. It's over here somewhere. No. Dang it. I think it's out of reach today. But that Plato's Symposium is Plato's book where they have a discussion about love and what love is. And I would say it gets pretty real towards the end when Socrates meets this older woman who kind of breaks it down for him. Maybe we'll go over that one of these days. Thank you so much again, Peter. Appreciate that. Gerald says, John 1:3, all things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. So this goes into the creator thing. And listen, I agree with a belief in God being responsible for creativity. I believe humans are fundamentally a spiritual animal, and that a belief in a higher power, or if you're looking at it like, some people have said Christianity is kind of like Platonism for the masses, more digestible by the common man. And Plato had his idea of forms, and then there was this ultimate form that governed all the other forms. So everything had a form. A cup has a form. This remote has a form. Everything's got a form. And all the manifestations of that are kind of, come out from this idea, this world of idea or forms. And governing this, like the under sort of girding structure to that whole form world is the idea of the good. And to understand the idea of the good or have some relationship with that enables you to manifest all these forms out here in a way that's good. Because really every time you're making something, you're trying to make it like as good as you can, basically. You know what I mean? And this idea of the good, in my opinion, almost translates into this sort of common idea of God, I guess you can say, in this all creative God, the creator God, basically. And, if humans were just animals and not a spiritual animal, we would just be locked into the rhythms of nature. We wouldn't even look like this, really. We'd look like something else. But, if you take one of us and if you put me naked in the forest right now, man, it would be a very low chance that I survive unless I start breaking things and I start creating things, then I start burning things. And it's like, what animals do you see doing that? They're all made to just be in their environment off rip. You know what I'm saying? So humans need this fundamental spiritual life here, and we need technology. And I think all those things kind of play together. Gerald says his words, not mine. Trevor says another Aussie peso super chat. Castle, hey Castle, shout out man with the Canadian dollars. Do they call it Canadian dollars? Is it Canadian bucks? Thank you so much for that, man. Very generous of you. I do appreciate that. We got Castle in the house. Also, trying to throw out points in short format is mad hard. No worries, man. Don't give up, man. I mean, and no pressure, but if you ever want to come in here and chat whatever you want, man, please do so, bro. I appreciate it. Anybody who comes in here and talks is like, I don't know, it just makes my day, man. So I appreciate all the participation. Assets versus liabilities, supply versus demand. Cream, right? Not sure what that is, but I guess the cream goes to the top. Oh, Robert, not sure. Shane there. Castle says Socrates throwing rocks at these mediocrities. Mediocrites. What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. Caesar says the guy in the talk looks like he could be related to Andrew Wilson. Very possible. I think these guys might be orthodox. His name is Justin Peugeot, however you would say that in French. Shadows on the wall. Very much so. That was Plato. You naked in the woods for the OnlyFans. Yeah, that'd be a tough one. Robert says, Shah in the forest, naked breaking things. I mean, what else am I going to do in there? Honestly, man, it would probably be game over. Because, like, dude, I wear contacts, first of all. So if you're truly naked, you don't even have glasses. And then, like, evening time's going to come, and I can't even see. I mean, it's bad. That's a toonie. That is $2. Oh, perfect, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. A toonie. A toonie. Cash rules everything around me equals cream. Got it. All right, let's move in with these guys for a little bit. If you guys start to want to see the Passport Bro video, we can shift to that. It's 2 hours, 30 minutes. I usually go for about 5 hours. I think once we start hitting about 3 hours here, we'll go to the untold truth about Passport Bros. So how are you guys feeling that? Or if you guys are really enjoying this, then, we can stick with this till the end. But we are only halfway through. I might skip this and go to What About the Rulers? And Brands and Idols looks pretty good. A lot of this stuff looks good.
Right, and AI is us trying to create gods. and effectively trying to turn ourselves, as the transhumanists want, into immortal beings who will live on other planets, colonize the universe, and effectively literally be gods. I mean, these people in Silicon Valley are quite happy to say this openly. They're trying to make God. They talk about it all the time. So it seems to me that, as you say, you've got these two points of light. You can serve God, and you can try and walk your way back towards God, which is what a Christian life is supposed to be. We're looking for theosis. We're trying to become saints. I mean, I can't imagine that happening to me, but anything, miracles can happen. This is what we're supposed to do. This is the story. We're supposed to walk towards sainthood and use our techniques and our abilities within limits and reason to do that. Or,
man, whatever you're feeling, anytime you want me on the pod, I'm game. We'll have you on here one day, Castle. I'd love to do that. That'd be pretty fun. Robert says, no, these guys have got to go. How about this? We'll put the poll in. Because I have spent a lot of time on these guys. If the poll does vote to move for Passport Bros, I'm still going to move to I might just see what that says a little bit, and then we'll go from there. So,
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Okay, move to Passport video, Passport Bro video, or stay here, ? And we'll do yes or no. Nice and easy. Very good.
we can keep following.
I like the topics about AI and transhumanism and all that, but I do realize it's kind of getting pretty far out from where we usually are. So, just to be fair to you guys, Peter says theosis equals orthodox. God, so that's more associated with Orthodox Christianity. Gerald says, I live in Silicon. AI and robots are the future. Oh, you live in the Silicon Valley, you mean? I think that's what you're saying. If you live in Silicon, that's interesting. Sounds sounds kinky, I'll say that. AI and robots are the future. Lots of cyborgs. I keep seeing those Tesla bots. So, yeah, it's going to be like iRobot. We're trying to become saints. Robert can't take it anymore. All right, we got 80% yes. This is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put it into brands and idols. Nah, the hell with that. What about the rulers? How about that?
That seems to
just 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
Be the way it works.
I think you're absolutely right. And we can find many examples in the Bible, but also in the tradition. Like there's an interesting paradox, even in the case of the life of Saint Anthony, which is that...
Okay, we'll skip here to brands and idols. I mean, we're surrounded by brands. The corporations are everywhere. Let's just see if they touch on that. Democracy Manifest dude just passed away recently. He will be missed. Man, really? I really like that guy.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
That man was a true noble amongst crude peasants in our time. He was a very special person. He was an aristocrat. He didn't really care about democracy that much, and in fact, democracy just made everything bad, and it made the service suck wherever you go. So, rest in peace to that gentleman.
Why we're doing what we're doing, or whatever it is we're doing, to remember what it is and to be careful of the dangers, and that
it's probably not accurate to say democracy makes service suck, because we all know customer service sucked in communism. So it's ostensibly better here, but things do become progressively cheaper and lesser quality.
In some ways, I'm far more in the world of cultural Christians, that I found myself in that world. And I feel that, I feel the tension too. I'm always asking myself, and that's why I was attracted to what you said. I'm always asking myself, okay, what is this serving? And it's hard, by the way, and you probably have a similar experience. You make these videos, you get attention, you get likes,
This is the attention economy. This is why shaming a woman sleeping with 100 guys isn't going to work. It's just going to make them sleep with 1,000 women.
You get people supporting what you're doing. And so it's like the temptation is right there all the time, constantly.
Build your brand. Build your brand.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's like it's like you need a banner, right? You need a symbolic world banner. And so we might as well make it beautiful. And then what? Like, does it? It's definitely something that I struggle with, but it's also, I think it's very useful and very powerful that we're reminded of that constantly. Like, just remember remember why you're doing what you're doing, you know, and remember your first love too. That's a good way of thinking about it.
I might have to get up soon and just open a window. Oxygen's kind of becoming an issue.
Is that even though at the outset, the things that sparked some of the things we're doing might have been pure, it doesn't mean that it remains that way all the time. Sometimes we can get kind of twisted and turned away. So
okay, what's really interesting is how easy it is to make idols of things. Really easily, and it's really easy to make an idol of Jesus. It's really easy to make an idol of the church. It's just and to create a shape for them that happens to suit you, just like it's really easy to create an idol for the culture. You know, there's a quote from Christopher Lasch I keep using in my writing, where he says, "God, not culture, is the only appropriate focus of your worship." And it's really, really easy. People are always getting attached to their cultures, which is completely normal, right? Of course we're attached to our cultures. We come from a place, we like that place, we don't want it to be destroyed, we have protective feelings towards it. This is normal human stuff. But it's not Christ, and it's not God. And if you start thinking that your culture is Christ, just because it has some churches in it, the question is what the churches are doing and what you're doing. And as I say, this is me asking myself this question, because I'm not actually in any legitimate position to stand up and hold the culture to account, because I'm not a holy man, right? So, but somebody said something interesting to me after the talk, actually, which really stuck with me. They said, aren't we lucky that the Gospels were written down just a few decades after Christ by people who knew him? Because if they hadn't been, you can bet your life that later Christians would have watered them down, because they're so incredibly radical and challenging that we don't want to hear them. And I think there's something to that.
All right, I think we get it for this. Let's just look at the comments, and then what we'll do is we'll move over to the passport video. Sounds like we're 67% on a yes there. So folks that voted no, I'm sorry about that, guys. But I'm kind of feeling it too. So I think we kind of got some of the point here. Let's just look at the comments real quick. All right, what up? What up? The West died as a civilization in 1914. Well, that guy's book came out in 1918. People of the time realized it. We just have forgotten. What we call the West is just a patchwork of memory swimming in a sea of materialism. That's kind of a beautifully written sentence right there. Real quick, let me just get to the chats. He was just trying to enjoy a fine Chinese meal. I think I need to go out and have a Chinese meal just for his memory. This guy has brought me years of laughter just between me and my buddies.
This is Democracy Manifest.
Shout out to him. And he was wrongly accused. He didn't even do nothing bad. Castle says, also, we could touch on tipping culture, especially in America. Truth is, tipping does not lead to better service. Also, better service does not lead to better tips. Adam Conover did an episode on this. That actually is really fascinating. And it's interesting how different cultures approach tipping. Some cultures would probably feel insulted if you tried to tip them. Robert Spencer says tipping is just a subsidy for crappy employers. I agree with you on that, man. I do. I mean, listen, man. If I feel the service was good, I will tip. But if I feel like it just wasn't that good, then I won't tip. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to feel like I'm bullied into tipping, but I also will tip, to help folks out. If it was good, they're cool, and I feel like they did a good job. But if they really didn't and they're like entitled to it, then I will sit there and be like, nope, So, it depends. Peter Wright says, always struggled with Peugeot. Seems to prattle about symbolism in a self-indulgent, formulaic, classical Jungian style that leaves me dead inside. Yeah, I will say that there was something to be lacking about that conversation. I had a feeling the guy on the left probably wanted to go more into some things, but it just, I don't know. You know what I mean? So it was okay. I appreciated it because I did feel like it was a little bit like forward in the sense of like, well, if you accept it's already dead, what do you do from here? So I respect that because it at least gives a level of like, let's think creatively and let's try to be new about it instead of this like constant bumping your head against the wall. But yeah, I hear what you're saying though. Castle says sort of. I think you could say better tipping at one point in the US was bad. Now it's an excuse to underpay people in the service industry. Yeah, very much so. And the interesting thing about tipping is that, well, it's crazy that tips are taxed. If I remember correctly, I think tips are taxed higher than regular wages. That sucks. And it's just like sometimes if you tip, it doesn't go to who you think it's going to. They actually split it up amongst everybody in some places. I guess different places do it different ways, but I'm tipping based off the idea of like, oh, I like this person and they did the job really well, but you know, whatever. Dan the Man says, if you go to Japan, you don't have to worry about the tipping culture. Yeah, I could see them probably being like, man, like, do not insult us. We take pride in doing a good job and things. Peter Wright says, yeah, Guy on the Left was very interesting, authentic. I think so. I might watch something else from him, just like randomly, just his lecture, his Erasmus lecture. Gerald Brown, true church is the group of people, not a building. Most churches are primarily businesses with different tax rules. I think a lot of people would agree with you there. Let's just go into the comments again. What is Western culture now? Disney and nudie videos, says Jonathan Pajot. That's the guy in the video. I cannot think of a more accurate description. When Ron Paul was booed by the audience at the Republican debate before the 2008 presidential election for suggesting that nations should apply the golden rule to their foreign policy, it revealed something of the mentality in our society. I did not know that happened. That's interesting. I'm a Calvinist Protestant. I'm a Calvinist Protestant from South Africa and really enjoy the conversation. My takeout is that it is best to live in a small town or village where you really know and serve your neighbors and community. Basically a place not touched by technology. That's very hard to find. Where your church is also small, personal, and sticks to the scripture we receive to guide our lives. I mean, you might as well just go to like a small farming community and everybody lives off the land. That's your best bet there. But it's going to be very hard to not get penetrated by, you know, the Amish probably have it going on pretty well. Smaller and less complicated, humble, fewer distractions, and close to nature is beautiful. I agree with that. Utopia doesn't exist, but we can create islands that may help to bring us closer to Christ, I hope. Next one says, this was a dumb realization, but we replaced the idea of heavenly Jerusalem with an impossible earthly utopia. It's very encouraging to be reminded that just struggling to be a real Christian in our little corner of existence is actually doing something about the turmoil and contributing to a better future for the world. Whatever that turns out to be. Thank you. I think one thing I always learned from Paul is that we can never settle in this world. We are essentially pilgrims. Okay, so they're passersby. Nietzsche wouldn't be too happy about that. Sometimes we want to settle into this idea of our Christian civilization that we don't realize that God is still taking us on a journey. We might find ourselves fleeing as refugees to the desert after just being lords in the city. Heaven and earth shall pass away. This is going from the state religion to a sect. I've been saying this for years. It's a zombie masquerading as its former self. Eventually, even the corpse falls apart. I think he's got it. One of the biggest issues people fail to see today is that we are not a capitalist society. Oh, that's interesting. We have a central fiat bank. It's illegal to use real sound money, and the U.S. will go to war with any country who tries to use non-fiat currency. We have no real property rights, property tax, and car registration. Man, this guy's been down the rabbit hole. I'll tell you that. We have income tax that's extremely high. We have socialized bailout of big business. Very true. It happened in a recession. Who are in bed with the government. The government picks the winners and losers in many cases. The whole viral thing definitely showed that. I could go on and on how centralized we are. Both the left and the right are socialist. The B system is a communist system where you can't buy or sell without their debt-based fiat system. This guy is pissed. He probably hates interest. Our founding fathers fought and warned about a debt-based fiat system. Capitalism is a wealth-based system, not debt-based. We are so far from capitalist. I would still say we're capitalist. I think he probably really likes capitalism and doesn't want to see some of the other sides of it. But, yeah, I kind of get what he's saying. What an amazing conversation. This is exactly how I feel about our culture nowadays. I'll read. Damn it. You know what? I will read two more comments. This one and then this big one. Exactly. We should not fight for a Western culture that is not Christian. Tolstoy recognized this. Values of our current system reflect the worship of gods that represent materialism, not the middle road of the soul reflected by Jesus. Okay? Last comment, guys. The city can become a compensation for our lack of inner civility. That is the problem. Our civilization lost its heart and has no view toward cultivating the inner man whatsoever. Christians must oppose the mechanisms that crush the soul and spirit while supporting those that uplift it. That is the ambiguity we saw with COVID. The hospital became rather inhospitable. Though obviously the hospital is good, it is not the ultimate good. What we now call civilization is always already misanthropic, and Christendom has lost its saltiness, i.e., its single-mindedness towards God. Everything is crying out for true martyrs, but nobody wants to be one. Anyways, yeah, so that was our conversation there. I think we got a nice little look into that side of the internet. Let me just catch up with the chats. I'm going to open a window, and then we will start in on the passport bros, the untold truth. Okay. Oh, man, where did I leave this at? I just don't get why people as old as they are talking about the stuff that I did in my 20s. Arwen says, I hate feeling obligated to tip. It doesn't make sense why we accept that the idea that some people deserve less than minimum wage. Yeah, some people will straight do nothing. They will have you go in there on a kiosk and fill out the whole kiosk thing and ask you for a tip. It's actually it's really weird now. Like a lot of places, it's like you barely even talk to somebody. But yeah, I don't like getting bullied into things. I don't want to feel bullied into things. And if it's like, if they don't like me about that, then so be it. Yo, Caesar, thank you again for the donation. Very generous. Appreciate you. Caesar says, when I was in Ukraine, almost without exception, people didn't want to take my tip. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, and it's, someone else mentioned Japan. I'm sure there's other places like that. God, I feel like in some places it's so bad to get anything done, you will have to tip them. Like if you want, or you're going to be standing there for a long time, that's basically just getting extorted. But some places just run on that. It's just basically, it's like where tipping becomes bribes, basically. But it sounds like Ukraine are some good folks over there. I don't want to say it's bad to get tipped, but it's just like, I like that. There's a sense of like, just, like, no, you're our guest. It's like a hospitality, When I was in Ukraine, almost without exception, people didn't want to take my tip. That's really cool, man. Gerald says, answer to the video, Matthew 6:19, do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal, but store up treasures in heaven. Wasn't there, I can't remember which verse it is, but isn't there ones where Jesus basically calls, or he says, if you want to follow him, like give up your wealth, basically? I can't remember exactly what it is, but that's in there too. You know what I mean? So, how wealth is viewed is interesting. And it's like the more spiritual life is about giving it up to some extent. iTripper says modern Christianity has failed due to a focus on personal gain and wealth over caring for others, highlighting the need to return to selflessness and mutual support within the faith, aka no incentive. I'd say that's true. I mean, I think a lot of places have become surface level. They are businesses. I think Gerald mentioned that also. So appealing to people's kind of, what's going to get them in there to open their wallets is probably tempting. Gerald Brown says, agree. We are more in a monopoly like the game than capitalist. Robert says, please don't go with the weird sovereign citizen. No, don't worry. Blather. Dan the Man, I think he is referring to free market capitalism. The markets now are heavily regulated by the government. Yeah, I mean, there is, there isn't a lot of things, especially in certain places. And there is in other ways too, like, too big to fail is government meddling, where, a true free market would allow certain things to fail. So it's like socialism for big businesses and tough capitalism for everybody else, especially if you're in the middle class. And then, God forbid, you want to open up a business. It's like so much red tape. I mean, I do think some regulation is needed for certain things, But yeah, I agree. There is a lot. Castle says, Canada has joined America in tipping culture. Wasn't always. COVID really sent in. Wow, that's interesting. So Canada wasn't about that. Now you're just expected to tip over there. Dang. Robert says, they're given in and they've given in and became the 51st state. I don't think Canada ever wants to do that. All right, anyways, guys, this is going to be our next video. I'm just going to get up real quick, just take a tinkle and open a window, and I'll be right back. Oh, man. That was fantastic. All right. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Truth of the passport, bros. See if I missed anything. He's tinkling. Glad you guys were able to keep yourselves entertained in here. Surprised the Washington Commanders beat the Lions. All right. All right, let's get into this, guys. This is from High Integrity Skills. Oh. Okay.
Passport bros, a now common term as a whole social movement of Western men breaking out their passports and going overseas in search of dating freedom. But
we got
is there
Japan
true
there.
freedom overseas? Or is this all hype? In this video, I'm gonna deep dive into the world of passport bros. And by the end of this video, you will know if this is a realistic option for you, and if it is, where exactly to go and what you can expect.
If the volume is not right, guys, feel free to let me know. Lonely losers or smart entrepreneurs.
Before I deep dived into the research for passport bros, I didn't have a great first impression. In fact, this is what I thought.
Because they're gonna give you play anyway.
And here's how Western women
just a bunch of ravenous beasts
are responding.
Majority of men that are moving to Thailand, what I came across, they are losers back home. They're not successful.
We had a guy from Thailand over here last week in the chat. Shout out to him.
In their own countries. They don't have as much money, so they can't really get a woman back in their own countries. You know this LBH, you know what it stands for?
Kind of her outright saying that, you know, she wants money.
What?
LBH, loser back home.
Loser back home.
It's easier for these men to go overseas, get one of these victims.
Y'all are taking advantage of these women.
Now, as a guy who spent the last 23 years in the United
Thanks,
States,
Robert.
to me, when I came here for college, my goal was to win the game here. And the idea of even leaving or going abroad meant losing this game.
This is not an option, nigga.
But I didn't realize how hard the dating game was to win in the States, especially as an Asian guy, until I actually spent some significant time abroad. It was then that I started to form a new perspective, and I began to understand why these men were choosing to leave Western countries.
Yeah.
You know, I think there is some level of like for all the criticisms that Passport Bro has, or some of the more embarrassing things that have happened, there is a certain level of like, if you've been dating here and then you go overseas and you talk to some women over there, even just like on regular dates or whatever, there is like a difference you notice, you know, or even if you haven't left anywhere, but maybe you go on a date with the foreign woman here, maybe she's traveling here for work or something. There's a difference. I've noticed it too. So there is something about it.
I got out of America because I got tired of half the country hating the other half the country. You know, I mean, it's so divisive that you just can't imagine how divisive it is. This isn't the country I grew up in. I'm no longer happy here.
It's not worth using the mental capacity to find. They're out there in the United States. They're out there. But a problem with U.S. women, number one is, we've talked about this a lot, masculinity, okay? When this, I'm not going to get too deep into this one, but just one thing, I don't like it when women call me bro. But I don't know, it's just overall, all aspects that you'd be looking for out of somebody, I found a better chance of finding it overseas.
Now, watching these videos, I know it's easy to think that they're just going to these third world countries to take advantage of the women there. Instead of spending effort working on themselves, they spend their effort trying to hack the system and not improving their own hygiene, looks, communication skills, what they have to offer. But as I dive deeper, I realize it's not just the minority guys. They're good-looking Asian and white guys too doing this. Here's an example.
Here, they just hit me with it like, so like, how many girls are you seeing? They're like,
it's like, yeah, even this guy's a passport bro.
Girlfriends you got? I'm like 5. I'm like, you can be number 6.
So here, you have lots of beautiful white girls. and they're open to date all the Asians. He's based in Poland, and this guy gets quality like you won't even believe, bro. He's the biggest slayer I know, and he's Asian. Okay, nobody else.
Okay.
White guys, black guys, they claim to get 9s, 8s, and 9s regularly.
Right.
This guy actually gets it. Asian guys just do better.
So whether you're a guy who's just looking for arbitrage,
The question that guy was answering was like, what do you think about going from Colombia to Eastern Europe, I think, and how is it as an Asian guy?
or you're a guy who's actually improved himself and are looking for better options. Either way, men are taking advantage of this one thing: dating arbitrage.
But I want you to explain, what is a passport, bro?
Some guy who's exercising his like first world passport to go to, like third world countries to exercise that US dollar to or euro to peso currency conversion to get 4 or 5 times on your home currency.
But where do women?
I wonder if they're going to talk about if passport bros are looking to bring someone back or if they're just looking to live over there. You know what I mean? And this is something that's probably made, I mean, unless you're working there or you're doing something online, it's made possible by being able to be like a digital nomad or having a remote job or something like that. And it's not like, okay, you're not from here and then you go to the place like you were originally from to seek some sort of traditionalism. It's like, no, we live in this globalized economy and there are certain places where my money just goes further, even if it's in a place I've never been to, ever, have no relation to.
And come into all of this.
Yeah, like, utilizing their status and their home country to come and maybe get a dating arbitrage and do better in that target.
And is that what you've been doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so, definitely. Yeah.
The economic factors in Western countries and with the rise of remote workers and how your money goes further in other countries, if dating is important to you as a single guy, you almost have no choice but to move.
I'm very grateful to be born an American, like the opportunities that we're given. We're very privileged, but I think now with the economy, the hyperinflation in America going on right now, I think America's a good place to get the opportunities like jobs, certification or degrees. But once you get that, if you have the ability to take that money and move out of the U.S., you'll be able to better live outside the U.S. You just got to travel. They don't understand it until they leave the United States and see for themselves. That's the only way they'll get it.
Now, as this movement...
We're working on that over here. Robert says, criticism, it's innovation. Gerald says, my mom is from the Philippines. It's basically the Western world now. Pay to play everywhere. Go for the food, but it's a matriarchal society. Find a girl in church is just as likely to fail. Dang. I mean, I know a lot of passport bros go to the Philippines, but maybe there's just been so many people going from here to there that it's become like, I don't know, the folks over there just kind of understand what's going on and they're just starting to take advantage of it or whatever.
Has gained momentum. There's been major backlash from women in Western countries. And here are just some of the complaints.
Anyways, they're like, oh, you guys are losers. You guys can't pull in America. You guys don't have, you guys are not considered very attractive. You don't have good jobs. And that's why you don't have as many dating options as you would like in America. So you have to go over to a easier market. If you make 30,
the accusation I think is like a lot of the passport bros, okay, yeah, you can't get chicks and you're just going there for like pay to play or whatever. But I think there's plenty of passport bros that aren't doing that. Like I think a lot of them here are just like, man, a lot of the stuff here is not good for anything longer than short term. And if they actually do want something long term, but the question is do they want something long term and do they want to have a family over there and stay there? I think a lot of passport bros don't want to bring anybody back. Like, that's the difference.
$8,000 a year, you better cut the grass, you better wash dishes, cook food, wash clothes, fold, I mean, everything.
I'm adding myself. So that's all I have for you. I don't bring anything I don't have anything to bring to a table.
What the hell?
That was like prime content back in, 2021, 2022. Hey, it's complicated. Shout out to It's Complicated right here. He made the video. I think I remember this episode.
Men are traveling overseas to countries that have less money and less education. It's because they want a woman who is dependent on them for their...
It's crazy because it says youtube.com/man guide up here. Oh, he got this clip from somebody else using It's Complicated's clip and he thought it's this guy's clip.
livelihood.
A lot of the men I know that go overseas to find wives are not great dudes.
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, they're pervy.
By the way, what's his name?
Oh man, it's coming straight after the passport bros. You know, it's funny too, right? Because like women sometimes have their own version of that, which is like the get flown out, travel, and have fun in their 20s. And then guys, I guess maybe later on when they kind of come to decide to become passport bros. It's just on the other side of the equation there. It's like, well, you know, they're all going out doing whatever the hell they want. And then instead of settling down, guys get like their good job or whatever. And they're like, screw it, I'm going to go travel around and see what it's like out here, you know? Castle says, these videos are crazy. I love them. Yeah, I think this one's pretty good. Dan the Man, my dad is from the Philippines. You could find a wife, but I think you need to be careful. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's true. I know in the Philippines there was no divorce for a long time. I don't know if that's changed over there. But I do think divorce was like not allowed. It could still be the case. Robert Spencer says, obnoxious. Will divorce you. Snatch is not worth it. No, it is not. Women control the SCX. Men control the marriage. Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. We're going to be reacting to Coach Greg Adams next week. He made a video tearing the manosphere apart. So we got to give him some justice there.
Was talking because I saw the other videos of him going like, hey, you would have sexual intercourse with me tonight, right? And she's saying, yes. They about to really get a lick on him. That's what's really about to happen.
I deserve to have a traditional wife. They want to go be a passport bro. And I'm like, bro, you're fat, you're broke, you don't deserve a traditional wife.
I feel like that is kind of like, to paint the whole movement with that is like, yeah, there's probably some people that are like that. But that's also like a pretty like straw man type thing in a way too. Because most of them probably aren't like that, or a lot of them probably aren't. It's just like, it would make sense if that's the case. Like, yeah, I mean, wherever you go, it's probably still going to be a little bit of an issue for you. But I don't think that's all the passport bros. I really don't. You know, some people are just like, I'm going to go look for a better deal out there. Why not? The other man says divorce is allowed, but it is very hard to get. I see. So it's like a at fault kind of thing. It almost never happens because of the rules. I wouldn't date either of those women.
You need to level up. So trust me, she's not marrying you for love, she's marrying you for your green card.
I couldn't help but wonder, are these Western women right? Are passport bros just losers looking for a shortcut in life? If you search for passport bros on YouTube, these are the most popular titles and thumbnails.
There has been some weird stuff from like the passport bros content world, definitely, that maybe you can say is even kind of embarrassing. But then there's also a lot of, I think there's a lot of good meaning people also.
Say they're not the most politically correct.
Obesity in American women is out of control. Top 5 countries to date white women. Attention, passport bros, women in Belize are begging for U.S. men.
Some might say this is a little sleazy, a little low class.
See, like some of this is like, okay, if you say you couldn't get chicks back home or whatever, like, and if all the chicks are on the carousel in their 20s, then this guy, gets a certain point and there's resentment from seeing all those chicks on the carousel, and now he wants to be in the candy store. So it's, there's something to be said. It's not just about going to one place and finding a good woman and then getting married and settling down there. It's like, let's go from country to country to country and sample all the different kinds of candies. Criticism could enter in there. So there is some of that, but I think it's built up resentment from what you experienced in your 20s. And then you take it out, I guess, a bit. I mean, to be honest, through some amount of time until maybe they decide to cash in later on. You know what I mean? So if I was going to play devil's advocate against them. Robert Spencer says, those Western women are ugly. Peter Wright, pay to play is everywhere, but in Asia, you get a far better deal if you move carefully. Younger Asian generation of women fast becoming narcissistic, but still better options now. Yeah, I could see that being the case, especially with the, again, like, it's, they have social media too, and they probably see all this content and they kind of know what the guys are after. So then it just becomes like a hustle to some extent. Probably still okay in some areas, but once the game is kind of given away, then they're just like, how can we get money out of these people? Sounds like it's still pretty chill over there though. So here's hoping, maybe I go to Japan in September. It would be really cool.
But here's why I think passport bros are getting so much hate. The problem is threefold. One, a lot of these guys actually make money. Their main source of income is from traveling and sharing their secrets with a lot of other men who want to move overseas.
As you can see, my Patreon has grown significantly. I make $8,000, over $8,000 a month on Patreon. And I started my Patreon 10 months ago.
And so do you maintain a U.S. job that's based in another country? How do you maintain that income?
Well, right now I have several streams. So I'm number one, I get a lot of donations, and I'm also a content creator, so I do content.
Yeah, I mean, he's a content creator. He does streaming, he gets money, and that's how he's able to do this. So it's like, you know, were there that many opportunities in the past? Probably not really.
Consultations as well.
This is all thanks to the internet right here. Gerald says pay to play is much cheaper abroad, but after travel expense or missing work, it equals out to staying local. That's an interesting point too, right? Yeah, if you look at like plane tickets, I was looking at plane tickets for Japan. So if I went for a week in September, I was seeing some around like about $1,000. On like the busiest times, it could be way more than that. And then I've seen them for like as cheap as like $860. And then you got to get hotel and all that kind of stuff. But the other part, I mean, if you're not going just for something like that, like the other part of it is going to see somewhere new and, you know, enjoy that area. So, but yeah, I get what you're saying. You know what I mean? A time missed from work would be tough too. But if you're a remote worker, then it's different.
Based off my publicity.
So behind the scenes, to fund their lifestyles, they have to put out viral, controversial video titles and thumbnails like this. The more degenerate, the more viral, clickbaity, the more money they make, and the longer they can stay in their countries and continue their degenerate lifestyles. 2, a lot of them talk about women in a derogatory way. Here are just some of the examples I found.
If a woman's body is crazy, your load that you blow is going to be more. Your BAL.
This is definitely the kind of stuff that gives passport bros a bad name.
LS's is going to be emptied out completely.
What?
I'm ready to destroy this. This is about to get destroyed. And I already in my head, I'm like, okay, I'm going to hit this from the back. Like off rip. This spread has to get from behind. Thai women are down with the get down. They are not, as a country, they're not used to the big boy, okay? They're always gonna comment about it. They're always gonna talk about it. They're always gonna joke about it. I have one particular Thai girl, she calls me Elephant D.
Brother,
A lot of these girls in these other countries want to put a BBC in their mouth.
That was your first BBC too?
Yes,
All right.
it was.
You tweeted, quote, "My guts got rearranged so good from taking 3 dicks yesterday. I'm still feeling it right now," end quote.
I have a soft spot for British women, especially the white ones, because after you pound them out, they're cool to hang out with afterwards.
Wow.
That's like the passport bros version of like Lily Phillips. You know what I mean? Like you know how they do those interviews after she slept with 100 women? That's just like the guy version of that. It is kind of cringe and embarrassing. And by kind of, I mean it actually is. Gerald says, you will be happier with soft boy life or drip drip than passport. Yeah, I mean, I just would want to travel just for the heck of it. But to be honest, I don't really see myself living somewhere that isn't here, you know, regardless of whatever the issues are or not. I'm just used to living here, you know. Maybe, I guess it all really depends, you know, I could see myself staying somewhere for a little bit of time, but I see this place as home. I remember someone say the appeal to passport bros is not about finding cheap or easy women. It is about going where you are respected. I could see that being the case for a lot of people. I mean, you go somewhere and you're just like, man, things are much nicer here. Like I can get around the city a lot easier. The food's good. The food's a big deal to me. It's tough to find healthy food around here. The U.S. has a very bad food culture. And then like all of a sudden rent goes from like $2,000 a month to like $500 a month. And you're like, man, $500 a month. And I'm working remotely. I might as well just pocket the cash. Like there's all kinds of reasons, you know. To me, that is the real reason for passport bros. I think you're right there. And, you know, there's definitely these other kind of folks out here that are just excited about being in the candy store and they want to eat as much candy as possible. We know candy's at a, you know, once you had enough of that, it's going to give you a stomach ache.
Oh, this is just from one video. To be fair, Skylar gives some really great information as a guy who's traveled all over the world, but his language and
for gosh sake, watch your language.
The words that he uses, I think they only read.
See, like, I feel like in that situation, right, it's not like you can't sort of play the goody two-shoes role of, well, I'm just looking for a good woman to marry. It's more about having built up resentment from, you know, dealing with the crap dating options out here for so long and dealing with all the BS and getting disrespected and treated like crap. And then you go out there and it's like, I want to be that guy that I wish that I was. And, you know, you kind of have some resentment in you to some extent. So then you're flying from country to country and just finding women to sleep with. Now, I'm not even demonizing that. Listen, I wouldn't even say I'm better than that. I'm not. But, you know, then you have to ask, like, well, okay, so they still have this problem of like, well, what do you do about the long-term thing or family creation? You know what I mean? So it's like, for, you know, they don't want to find somebody and stay there and do that. So then it's like, well, it's just more about arbitrage, like you said earlier in the video. It's just about taking advantage of the arbitrage, I guess. So there's definitely people like that. Okay, Robert says, woof. Peter says, yep, Asian women often look at you like you are a human instead of a toxic male, POS typical of Western women. Yeah, and again, like, I think when you first meet someone like that, and you're just like, wow. I remember, like, early on in the apps, like, I met a woman from Colombia and I met one from Brazil. And after just kind of being on the apps for a while and talking to women here, there was a very noticeable difference. And, like, I actually enjoyed the dates I went on with those women. I don't know. It was just like, no, even through text, even through the text conversation, it wasn't like, you know, just the kind of disrespect through text or just like not being straightforward or not, you know, not responding in a timely manner. I was like, wow, it was like a breath of fresh air. I mean, just that, you know, so it is, I think there's something that you do see. Klaus says, I guess marry a good wife and live a happy life does not get you content you can live off of. Yeah, see, that's the problem there. Like, I guess with any space, it just kind of becomes a breeding ground for grifters. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I have this thing where it's like, you know, I kind of tell myself, I don't think I can ever see myself being a full-time creator because I don't look forward to the type of person I will be if all of my income is solely based off of the content I make. It is a very short step away to saying, well, I have to make content for views now. And then it's not fun anymore. You know what I mean? But if you're a passport bro and you're pretty much traveling the world off of getting donations and whatever, ad money or whatever, however you're doing it, content creation, it's like, it would work better if you have a remote job and you have like an actual remote job, like a real world job, and then you do content sometimes. But yeah, so it's very easy to step into that grifter role. And yeah, I don't want to throw that term around, but I think it becomes that very easily. And then that's how you get those thumbnails and, well, I got to go to this country now and I got to see what it's like and report on it. I got to go to that country and then I got to do this. And then the women here are like this and they were like that. And it's all just contributing to this process of globalization anyway.
The reason he hasn't been canceled yet is because one, he's funny, and two, he's overseas. And the third most troubling sign of all. By the way, this is not all the passport bros, just a small segment. These guys are actually using women as objects to make money. There's a specific term for this, but I can't say it on YouTube.
Let's do it again.
Oh my gosh. And you got the Patreon content.
Or they use money to exchange.
You know, yeah, a part of this is just there's no policing on who gets to use the passport bro term or not. And once something like a term like passport bro is trending, then any opportunist can come in and try to make money off of that hashtag or that trending term. So you're going to get some folks like that. And, you know, anybody who's on the other side waiting to throw, you know, tomatoes at us that's going to be like a godsend. Like, this is a boon from heaven, this guy's channel. Like, finally, like, see, this is what the passport bros are doing. All of them are like that.
For sugar.
Or I can be a sugar baby.
And, you know, the people who are watching it might not even be passport bros. It could just be a guy like me who's just like at home drinking a cup of tea or something like, oh, this is interesting. That's kind of funny. And then he gets views and people are like, oh, they're all passport bros. And that's what they all think like, you know.
Or whatever the case is. That is where the world is going.
And being a sugar daddy overseas is a lot cheaper than being a sugar daddy in the States.
These women overseas, when you go in and you are quote unquote sugar daddy and you're giving them money and gifts, we're talking about less than $100. Spoil a girl, I'm gonna go to the Philippines and we're gonna spoil her. It's $60. So let's understand, let's talk. This is why so many men are flocking, older men are flocking to.
I guess another thing here that's interesting too is like, you're not happy with the women here because they expect you to do all these things for them. But then you go to a place that's far away and you do all the things that the women here are expecting you to do just because it's cheaper for you to do. So you're still operating within this paradigm of appealing to the narcissism in women instead of going there and operating on a different paradigm because you don't like the one that you're living in. So if you're going to go to somewhere else and then you're going to, run game on women the same way you're trying to do here by appealing to, probably the worst aspects of things, then, if it's cheaper, I feel like maybe it doesn't really create a better relationship between you and a woman just because it's over there and it's cheaper. Robert says, I just don't want any women, any of them who are willing to participate in that are gross. A lot of guys feel like that, especially when it comes to looking for something longer term, for sure. Gerald Brown says, she'd have to have a sizable dowry on her. Let me see what you got, what you working with in that dowry trunk. Gerald says pay to play is illegal unless you film it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Weird, right?
These other countries, because they can leverage their dollars, they can leverage assets. I had a woman from Ukraine as a sugar baby in England.
So he has a woman from a war-torn country trying to get extra money. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Dudes ain't coming here for them old girls, bro. They ain't spending no money on them older girls. They want that young, fresh meat.
Man, we got real organic passport bros in action right here. Dang. Peter Wright says, bingo, running game on Asian women also attracts the narcissistic, gynocentric types. Drop the game and possibilities open up. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I've never even really thought of that before, but it seems like that's what they're doing. So it's like they're still going after women in the way that the culture here has trained them to do. And if the culture here is toxic, then you're just bringing that toxicity with you, or you're just going to attract another toxic women. It might be hidden under more layers, but you're just kind of bringing it out in a way eventually.
If you're watching my channel, chances are you're not an unlovable loser looking for a quick fix. You're someone who wants to
and it's like whenever you hear about passport bros too, it's like I don't hear about, like, it'll be like, oh, the women like this are here and like are this way and that way, and that's fine, but it's like it's not really much talk of like, well, the way the system works here is this, or the way the system works here is that. And that's why I chose this country, because the way, divorce is in this country is like this. It's more just about like, well, the women here, and you know what I mean? There are some people I think who are genuinely about that, but it's just another thing I noticed.
Develop yourself. And
I got nothing against passport bros. I think people should travel around. If you have the opportunity and then it becomes rational to do that, then why not do that? You know what I mean? So there's just these funny things,
to get the best out of life. If so, there are some free dating tips that you can download in the description below. Just click on the links and you'll receive everything. According to knowyourmeme.com, the passport bro movement started with black men in the US in the mid-2000s. And these days, black guys are celebrating like there's no tomorrow.
I literally had, 3 different women approach me. They were, DTF. Here in Asia, I definitely feel like there's that stereotype that black people have the BBC genetics, and let's just say, I definitely perpetuated that stereotype for my brothers, you know what I'm saying?
How Filipinos treat men. Number 1, they are very loving, guys.
And I think in the beginning, like the passport bros definitely is very legitimate, right? I mean, there's a lot of guys treated like crap out here. When they go there, it really is better, So it makes sense. Yeah, you would want to tell everybody, and then everybody wants to go check it out and see for themselves. The question, I guess, always is what happens next. And listen, if you want to live life like that, heck, I might even do that. So be it. That's fine. I don't know how to say it. It's just I'm not gonna judge people for that. It's just there's just these interesting parallels though, and it just makes me think about how cultures actually interact with each other in that way. And you know, if it's meeting, like if people are trying to virtue signal about it, but they're really doing something else, then that's probably where it's an issue. Casa says, forget marriage, let's fight the homies in the woods. Sounds like a good time. Oh, thanks for the donation, man. I appreciate that, man. We got Canadian bucks in here. We got Australian bucks. There's US. There was some Thai money going on in here last week. That's exciting.
You can expect tons of affection and care when you're dating a Filipino. Hugs, kisses, and all the above.
White guys too.
All problems go away when you leave. When you leave America. When you leave the West.
Us Asians, we're a little bit more subtle.
Arwen says, I wonder how passport bros are impacting the STD rates of the countries they travel to. That's a good question too. Like if they actually had hard data on that. I mean, if it's like a guy like that that's going from country to country and they're pretty much just meeting up with sugar babies, that's another thing too, because it's like for content, you might not really know who's getting paid and who's not getting paid, and they're just looking for an attractive woman to be on the video with them. I'm sure some of it's legitimate, you know, but I don't know. If it's a lot of the pay-for-play stuff, if it's professional, I guess people take precautions, but still, you just never know. So protect yourself out there, folks.
Where are you from?
From the U.S.
What do you do in Thailand?
See, I mean, here's some random chick in Thailand, and like she watches social media. She knows. She's just like, this is a market. Passport bros is a thing. Like, it's always like a game of cops and robbers. That sounds kind of negative, but it's just like, you know, okay, we're doing this. It's tight. And then she's getting smarter and she's talking with her people over there and her sisters and her friends. And like, yeah, these guys are coming here and you can get money. And it, you know, so it's like they're getting smarter and everybody's figuring out how to get everybody. It's a real jungle out here.
Getting some massages.
Oh my God, this guy, it's on camera.
If you're enjoying this video, don't forget to hit the sub button. When you do, you'll get a notification on my next video where I explore the subculture world of Asian passport bros. Remember this girl earlier?
I deserve to have a traditional wife. They want to go be a passport bro.
She gets a lot of hate from all the guys, but she's kind of right. If you listen to the second part of her argument.
Are you against passport bros or?
I understand the fundamentals of it for those who have done everything in life to make sure they are a man. But if you're not a man, I don't think you deserve that, honestly. If you don't have your life together, what makes you think you know how to appreciate a traditional wife? If some other guy who's living here who's never had an idea of what a male figure is in his life, he's going based off of whatever little content he picks from the internet. He's saying, well, I want a traditional wife. But therefore, he doesn't even have like a credit score. He doesn't even have like his life in check. He's still
I get what she's saying, but at the same time, it's just like, oh, well, I'm just talking about the people who don't have their lives together. It's question is how, to what level do you have to be to deserve that traditional wife? And typically the conversation here is that women in the West standards are delusionally high because of social media. So the average guy who does have his life together is tired of dealing with it. So he decides to become a passport bro. It's easy to just throw everybody under the bus and pick that one guy out who doesn't want to do anything. And it isn't to at least the normal level of like, I have a job and I'm able to pay my bills and whatever. Right. So she's talking about it as if there isn't this other issue of even with normal guys, they're having trouble with dating. That's my only like sort of caveat about what she's saying. So she's kind of like simplifying it way too much to where it's kind of running past what the real issue is.
I'm the hoopty from high school. But you want a traditional girl. Like, what happens when you bring that girl over here? You're going to basically make her a Western woman, and she's going to realize, like, this guy really doesn't have his shit together. Now she's going to cheat on you.
And she almost kind of admits at the end, like, yes, you're going to make her into a Western woman, which kind of justifies why the guys are leaving in the first place, like, in her own words.
The problem is, guys who've never worked on themselves, they're looking for a shortcut to get laid, thinking that that will make them happy. But sometimes looking for shortcuts creates bigger problems, and your shortcut suddenly becomes a long cut. A bank robber who plans out a bank heist.
If it's a guy like that, that's just gonna probably end up being a pay-for-play situation, you know. But you know, beyond that, and when you just hit like just a normal level of living and what you can say is average, and not like, you know, it's delusional to think, you know, you're going to be top 1% anytime soon or even ever for most people. But living a normal life is something people can attain, a lot of people. So if that's not good enough, then guys who are living that life after a while says, well, let me go figure out what else is going on somewhere else because this sucks, you know? Gerald says, women see men for who they are, not who or what they can become. Asian chick acknowledged dating is monetized and she's for the highest bidder. Yeah, I mean, and so it's all playing to them. I don't know. I guess I think it was you who mentioned the Philippines earlier, and just the more this stuff goes on, and especially with social media, I mean, they watch, let's say sugar babying. Let's say sugar babying is big in the U.S. and then some sugar baby's making content about how she makes money here and what she does and how she goes about sugar babying. People all over the world are going to see that, and then it's going to impact cultures everywhere. That's the double-edged sword of, you know, this social media stuff we got going on. Klaus says she was showing her own train of thought. As soon as there is an option to level up, she's gone. Never invest in somebody like her. Exactly. So it's like, it reveals itself when she mentions bringing the woman back here, and then they don't have respect for the guy because then they want to level up. Yeah, very much just like you said. So it's like, she kind of did demonstrate what the issue is, actually. So she didn't mention anything about, the question is what does she mean by having your life together? Like, what is her standard for that? She didn't say anything about, like, if you just, you know, if you make $60,000, $70,000 a year, you have a respectable job, and, you know, that's good enough. I mean, another woman that makes, there was none of that. It was just like, she was not clear about what that means, you know, because she's trying to justify traditional wife status. So I think she's assuming a very, very high income in that sense. It's not about just living a humble life or anything like that. Shah, having your life together doesn't prevent them from leaving. Yeah, shout out to you, man. Uh-oh. In fact, hell, it might even encourage them to leave. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, when someone says, I just feel like she's oversimplifying the problem and trying to make it seem like, oh, if you just did that, you would, you know, they're just delusional.
Over 2 years, studying the floor plan, studying all the security guard schedules. The risk is he might go to jail for the rest of his life. Now, that same guy could have put the same amount of effort into building a business and he would have made even more money. So, you might be a ratchety passport bro getting ratchety girls, whereas before you couldn't even get any. But you'll still run into other life problems if you're a guy who's never worked on himself.
The biggest thing I've seen is people either running out of money, setting up a business that doesn't work, money, getting a job, and then the money you're earning. If you get a job here, you're not going to be on good money. So yeah, you can live in paradise, but you're not on very good money. Working online, not making enough money. This is my thought in my head, coming to live here. I'll go somewhere else, and I'll go somewhere else, and I'll go somewhere else until I find what I want.
There is a saying, wherever you go, there you are. Your mental issues, your self-esteem issues, your search for approval, all of those things don't change no matter where in the world you go. Hell, you could be on the...
I kind of have this thing that I tell myself, and it's like, and I think it kind of works with this, but it's like, let's say you have a bully, and there's a bully in your life, and the bully bullies you. And if your answer to that is, I'm going to run away to a new place so that this bully cannot bully me anymore, I always have this kind of belief that after a long enough time period in that place, your environment will manifest. There will be another bully there, because they will just, if you haven't changed or you haven't confronted a bully and you haven't been able to confront the bully and fight them off, anywhere you go, whoever fits that archetypal mold of a bully in that area is gonna see you as prey. So it's kind of the same thing with women. I look at women as bullies sometimes, especially like, you know, you look back and the way men deal with relationships and love with women, you do get kind of teased or made fun of, and you get bullied by them in a feminine way, not like, you know, a wedgie or punch in the eye kind of way. So like you have to learn how to deal with the bully, and then anywhere you go, you can just be good at like deflecting bullies or confronting them head on or whatever you got to do, so you don't end up with the bully on you. And it's kind of the same thing. I do agree with the idea to get a traditional wife, you have to be traditional too. The 59-year-old white guy who got divorced from his 28-year-old Filipino wife turned out to be a jerk, disrespectful, and not traditional. Yeah, I remember that story. That was the Chad to Dad guy. You know, I sat down and I was going to make a standalone video about that, and I had all the videos and all that, and I recorded it like 3 times, and I was like, what the hell am I even, like, there was just nothing. I felt like that was, first of all, like that guy's decision to like, he's complete, because his first video is he's making it seem like he brought someone back and then she's Americanized and now she's going to screw him and take away the kids and everything. And so he was appealing to that audience. And it's just like, even if that was the case, it's like, dude, what did you expect? Why would you bring someone here? And then later on, like, you find out like that there's more to it. And like his ex-wife is helping to pay for some trips, and he's just being a scumbag in his own way. It was a really weird story, to the point where I was like, you know, I don't even know what to say about that, but you're definitely right, Dan the Man. Being traditional doesn't mean they'll stay. This is the reminder we all need right here. That is very true. That's very true. But and to that Chad to Dad guy, he's up there complaining about like, yeah, all it took was 2 years, because he thinks somehow that means that. And it's like, dude, have you not been watching? We've all been talking about this. Like, so nobody felt sorry for him based off that. Then later on, it came out that he was also a scumbag. So then people were just like, oh man. And then like it wasn't that he was just associated with Passport Bros. He literally calls himself a Passport Bro in the video. And then, so that's where I always wonder, like, I don't think a true Passport Bro is someone who wants to go somewhere and bring someone back. Typically they want to go there and stay there. Like that's how I always thought Passport Bros were. So I don't know. It's just interesting on that. Okay, moving on. I like this video though. It's interesting.
Different planet and still feel the exact same things. And it's natural for arbitrage to happen, including dating arbitrage. This is just a flow of nature.
To understand why this phenomenon occurs, you have to kind of appreciate the underlying assumption of the transaction in the sexual marketplace, which is at base, men.
By the way, earlier in the stream, we were talking about Enlightenment ideals. We were talking about rationalism, capitalism, democracy. And he's talking about relationship as a transactional thing. See, that's also a movement from, as the culture moves into freedom and democracy and these Enlightenment ideals that are not religious, relationships and everything about human life starts to be governed by these values. And that's where you get relationships are transactional. Everything's transactional. You know what I mean? Versus like a more religious faith-based backing of that kind of stuff. I don't know. It just seems like that. If rationalism is going to take the forefront in everything, then it's rational to say, I mean, it's just going to make sense that, yeah, even relationships are transactional as part of a hyper-rational capitalist society, that believes in freedom. So it's like there's a huge emphasis on that. Even if relationships prior did have some exchange to some extent, what it is now is like, it's just been picked apart so much to its constituent parts to where it's just like, it's almost meaningless. It's just pure exchange of goods and value constantly with nothing else in there. A woman, Gerald says, a woman that does not stay is not traditional. She is modern. Yeah, that's true, man. I mean, yeah, that's true. It did seem like this lady was trying not to leave, just to give her credit, because like she was talking about like, well, he can be mean to me, but I guess what really made her angry was that he was like mean to her parents, which is pretty messed up, man. Like listen, I get it. Those people went to Disney World for 6 days. So he goes with his Filipino wife and his 2 kids with her, including a baby, I think. And then like her parents and probably like her sister was there. I don't know much Filipino, but I know ate means sister. And it led to some blow up out there. He couldn't take it. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my God, just me being in Disney World for 6 days sounds like absolute torture. And like, I get it. You're a family man. You got to take the kids to Disneyland maybe one time, a couple times. I don't know. But oh my God, anything more than like, okay, 2 days, fine. All right, maybe 2 days you need to see everything. 3 days is really pushing it. But you're in Disney World. I've been to Disney World before. 3 days, you can see everything. 6 days you need to be in Disney World. It's no wonder that whole marriage fell apart, man. What a miserable 6 days that is. Now so he ends up blowing up on the dad and the mom, or he was just being disrespectful to him. And I don't know if he just got sick of having company or something, but it just did not work out. Robert says Becca was my bully. I defeated her. Well, shout out to you, man. I'm glad you won. You vanquished the dragon and slayed the dragon bully there. It's always good when a bully, learns their lesson. Robert, oncoming fist. Mr. Pitt says, oh man, there's a lot of chats coming in. Mr. Pitt says, Angela, the girl in the clip from whatever podcast, okay, that's the Asian girl, keeps assuming that women are rational actors and will stay with the man simply because he's adhering to his traditionally masculine role. Man, that's it right there. You and Robert are spot on with that. And that's the problem. And so when they say, well, if you just do that, you'll be fine, that doesn't work because they're not acting rationally when it comes to that. Then they just, once they get what they want and once they have you, it's not even about being irrational. It's like once they're in that position and then they can take full advantage, it then becomes rational to try to get more. We live in the society of trying to get more, profit more. So now I'm in this place. It's 7 years. We got 2 kids. I can pull the plug on this right now. What else can I do? Now I want this now. Robert says, oh, LL, Becca was an annoying friend of ours. There's no way in hell I'd be interested in that crazy woman. Oh, they probably thought you were talking about like an ex-girlfriend or something. Mr. Pitt, she fails to acknowledge that women leave men for stupid reasons. Very true. It's like, they're assuming it's this, you hit this thing and it's a finish line. And then once you did it, you're good. But it's like, you just got set up to be like the biggest fish at the fish fry. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. And people change their minds and people start to look at things differently. It's like, Gerald says it's like finding out SpongeBob is LGBTQ. Hey, I think I got a,
Oh, no, not the rainbow version. Never mind. That says Rainbow Rice Krispie Treat. I don't want no Rainbow Rice Krispie Treat.
I can't stop hearing these like Dr. Umar sound effects. I just thought that figured with that. I can't remember if SpongeBob was LGBT. I think he ended up being that, or I heard that rumor. I don't know. I will tell you, I did like watching SpongeBob growing up. That was one funny show. I used to watch that in like the 6th grade. Used to come on TV. Deanna the Man says to Daryl, from what I have seen, she had every right to divorce. He was very disrespectful to her, and she tolerated it. She drew the line at the disrespect toward her parents. Yeah, and I get that. Now, that doesn't negate the actual very real concerns with getting married and bringing someone over here. This just happened to be a case where the guy was a scumbag. You know what I mean? So it's like there's still plenty of legitimate reasons why somebody should not do that. And there's still a chance that can happen no matter if he was respectful to the parents or not. It's just the thing is this guy made a video and it was all about, well, I brought her back and now she's Americanized in less than 2 years and she wants to take the kids. And you know how custody and family law just screws men over and he was completely appealing to an audience of people, calls himself a passport bro. And then you see all this other stuff and it's like, man, thanks for just making passport bros look like he probably destroyed any credibility passport bros had by 50% just with that one guy's TikTok story. It was just fuel for Tradcons and feminists to just be like, see, Dan the Man, and her culture. Oh yeah. Cause he was he didn't want to eat the food that they were making. And there was a few things going on there or something. There was a lot of passive aggressive stuff going on. I think snatched the keys out of the dad's hand and it was just getting bad. Robert says, but again, bro, 6 days in Disney World? Man, that sounds miserable. Oh my God, in the Florida heat. Like, what if that happened in the summertime? You're surrounded by like Mickey and Donald Duck and all these Disney noises for 6 days. That sounds like real torture, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, listen, I'll do it for the family, man, but we're going to have to limit that to like 2 days, maybe like 2 nights. And then you can get a little bit on the 3rd day, but that's it, you know, like, and then to be honest, the food at Disney World sucks. It's all like fake food. It's like margarine. It's not butter. You know, it was like a lot of sugar. I just wasn't feeling it. There were some okay places, but that's another thing. You're just subject to the food at Disney World. But I did enjoy my trip there, just hanging out, you know, friends. We went on a trip. This was back in 2018. I went to Disney World. A couple of my buddies actually work for Disney Animation, so it was cool because my buddy had like some special card, so we were able to get like huge discounts on a lot of things. So that's how we ended up going. So we went there for 3 days, and we went up to New York City, and New York City was really cool. So that was like a fun trip. Man, it's crazy to think that was 7 years ago. Just shy, like. Robert Spencer, I have 15 genders. I keep them in the fridge. Arwen says, why shouldn't women leave abusive men? Divorce due to abuse is traditionally biblically supported. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that goes right into at fault. Like, cruelty and all that kind of stuff is something that shouldn't be, you know, something that's, you protect someone to be able to abuse somebody else. That shouldn't be a thing. The problem with nowadays is that it's just no fault. So even if you're doing everything right, you know, it's just 50-50 down the middle. And then on the other end, it's like, well, the law is 50-50 down the middle, but people don't want to come in with 50-50 assets or contribute that way. And then what they'll do is be like, well, it's 50-50 with labor and the kids and this and then that. And then, you know, that's what makes 50-50, which to me is complete BS, because you might have a woman who's married to, you know, let's just say like a normal guy working a normal job, and she's doing that same labor work with 2 kids. And then you got a guy who's making this much money, and she's doing the same labor work with 2 kids, but she thinks she's entitled to half of those vast riches. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's the same labor value up and down the hierarchy there, but there's different charges associated with them as you go from the wife of the butcher to the wife of, you know, the CEO, or the wife of whatever. You know what I mean? The wife of the NFL guy, the wife of Tyrese Gibson, Brendan Fraser. You know what I mean? All those guys. So it's just like, that doesn't even make sense. Dan the Man. Oh, you're just correcting something there. Woman's nature is to find the biggest, strongest roofs over their heads. Hypergamy, only a spiritual woman can overcome. I will agree that religion, I think, helps us get over, or at least helps sublimate those base instincts. No rainbow, no Diddy. The other man, what annoyed me about that guy was he got what most men wanted, and he wasted it. You're right, Shah. This will be used against any real concern men have about divorce. Oh yeah, they love that. Like that's perfect. That's fuel right there. That's exactly what they needed. You know, they're waiting for that. Gerald says people should leave if truly in an abusive relationship. Same with drugs, violence, etc. I'm here to support men and patriarch. Many men falsely accused. Very true. Very true. Robert says, you wouldn't leave a non-abusive man, Arwen? What if he was boring AF? Well, if he was boring AF, then I guess that would be a type of abuse. It was bore torture. You know what I'm saying?
Are attempting to exchange resources for sexual opportunity, and women are attempting to exchange their sexual opportunity for resources. And I'm using resources in the most like broad sense possible. It's not necessarily money, though it certainly could be. It could also be attention. It could be emotional validation. It could be instrumental support. It could be children. It could be commitment. It could be time, all kinds of things. It's resources like everything except sex.
Mm-hmm. But where I do have a problem is this. When guys go to other countries and they refuse to work on themselves, they still have bad style, bad hygiene. You take a look at them and you're wondering, can this guy get any girls at all? They haven't worked on reaching their potential, and they're just relying on the passport. to leech off of these macroeconomic factors. And to me, that is a definition of a loser. The perfect example of the loser, the white guy English teacher in Taiwan.
And some young foreign teachers, they are living a promiscuous life in China. They party a lot, they drink a lot, they smoke a lot, they have so many different girlfriends. Yeah.
Is she talking about passport bros?
I can say that because I live in Taiwan and I know these guys. They're Westerners who come here, they party till 4 a.m., they drink, they smoke, they go teach English. They're loud, obnoxious, and yes, they'll get the Asian girl who wants to get a taste of that foreign meat. But besides teaching English, a language that they didn't have to work for, they have no other skill set. They have nothing to offer society. Leveraging your passport is not a new phenomenon. In fact, it's been happening earlier than you think. Before the passport bros, before social media, there were the mail order brides bros. The mail order bride business.
See, that's kind of more like what that Chad to get dad guy. It wasn't a mail order bride, but I mean, he was like an older guy. He goes to Philippines, finds some woman, and basically brings her here. It was almost like mail order bride or something with extra steps. It sounds like they had some kind of relationship, but it was strange, you know. There was just other stuff to that story. Arwen says, boring is fine. I'm boring AF in most things. Robert confesses his love, asks for number. I think that's Robert's way of saying he's a boring guy. I'll join the Discord. I was afraid.
This reached a fever pitch in the 90s when women in Russia and Eastern Europe were looking for a better life. The US economy was booming, they wanted the American green card, and back then the US was #1, and the rest of the world was still playing catch up. Back during the infant stages of the internet, back when modems made this sound.
Wow, man. Different times right
Back
there.
when visiting a developing country meant that you had to perhaps pack your own toilet paper. Back when the American dream was really the American dream. I see a lot of similarities between these mail order bride guys and the loser passport bros. They're like a less evolved version of the passport bro. I want to warn you, what you're about to see is super cringe. So if you're eating or drinking something, you may want to...
All right, here comes the cringe.
Put that down for a second.
When was your last serious relationship? Like, here?
I've never had one.
My name's Bobby Cannon. I'm 46.
I tend to be a little bit shy, so I don't meet a lot of folks for relationship purposes.
Anybody know what those like models, like what?
And here's what these guys have to offer.
And are you quite experienced with women?
It depends what context you put in. Talking to them, possibly, but whole intimate relations, possibly not.
Possibly not, or no, or possibly not.
Have arrived.
Mike hooks up with this cutie and subsequently ditches her to date other women in Ukraine. Oh, man.
Their meeting's been negotiated by a marriage agency.
Meanwhile, this poor Thai woman is considering marrying this guy because she's not making enough money in her own country.
Wow.
Just to feed her son.
Oh, yeah. See, she already got kids.
อันนี้ก็คือรู้สึกเสียใจอยู่นะแต่ก็ไม่อยากทิ้งเขาไว้ที่นี่ไม่อยาก
Damn, so she's getting ready to leave her kid to go fly to another country to marry this guy.
เขาอยู่คนเดียวแต่ก็ต้องไอ้นี่แต่ก็ต้องเราก็ต้องไปก่อน
I gotta go there first
It's
to get some
wild what
money.
a woman had to do back in the 90s for a better life.
Having visited her in Thailand 6 times so far, today is their wedding day.
You excited?
Sad and nervous.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi. Small gift for you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You small gift though. Hope you like them.
Yes, I like. Thank you very much.
Oh. Clumsy.
Is it over yet?
Everything nice eyes. You have amazing eyes.
Okay, give him some credit. I do think this was in the 90s, right? So, I mean, I don't know, maybe we can't be too hard on the guy. Gerald says it's about leverage. Trump, The Art of the Deal book. Yeah. Loser, there's two kinds of women. One you bring back to meet mom and ones you don't. I've heard that before from a buddy of mine. said the same thing. He would say it in this way: there's girls you F, and then there's girls you marry.
Everything's okay.
Yeah, красивый. Same side. Would you like some money for taxi or something?
Okay. Is Mike good looking?
Not. He is
Oh.
fostered child.
A flustered child, not confident.
I don't like Mike.
I've been to Ukraine on 6 different trips
I know Caesar's been to Ukraine before.
over the course of about 9 years. I've probably dated 35 to 50 women that I met there.
Wife, you may kiss the bride.
Wow. Whoa.
It's time to stop. It's time to stop.
I think I might try it one more time.
This is her, huh?
Yeah, this is Vika.
That's Vika?
Stop it. Get some help.
Do you ever just feel like you're just writing a photo?
There must have been the craziest scams back then.
Yeah.
That kiss was that was just way too much. That was cringe. He was right. He warned us, man. He warned us. Robert says they can all meet my mom. She's unfortunately ashes in a box. Oh man, rest in peace to Mrs. Spencer. Dan the man. Oh my God. Yep.
Wow. What a train wreck. So the old white guy with no future, no job prospects has now evolved to the young passport bro. It's not just the guys though. When I dived into this, guys, I really deep dived. There are now UK ladies, old ladies, using their passports to marry African men. Hey, dating arbitrage is dating arbitrage. Anybody can leverage it. So, introducing the passport girl, or I should say the passport old lady.
They leave their husbands in the UK, come here and have fun with a black man.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then go back to their husband in the UK, yeah.
The only thing he came for was a visa, passport, have a better life than he had there. It was his escape.
He drove us to the airport. We got talking, just chit-chat.
There you go.
We just chatted for 3 or 4 months, and my marriage was over, and the marriage had many, many turns in the road as it went down.
I walked out on my husband for my Gambian toy boy. Wow. There you go. I wonder if that guy was doing all the right things, or maybe he was really boring. To Robert's credit here. Money for men equals looks for women. Robert Spencer, bring the kid. We'll also have another.
I'm not straight.
What word is he saying? I keep hearing dating albatross. He's saying arbitrage. Arbitrage. Here, let me see. Arbitrage. Right there. Arbitrage is a financial strategy that involves buying and selling assets in different markets to profit from price differences. It's a fundamental concept in finance that helps determine prices for assets like stocks and currencies. So, yeah.
Anyway, this whole passport girl side is another tangent that we can dive into in another video. My point is this: dating arbitrage is available to all. Back to the bros. Is there any redemption here? Are there normal guys who are just ahead of the game and they're doing well and they're adding value and they're actually moving to a different country for a better life? I found a few.
Wait, choke me harder. That's too soft. That's all you got?
Here's Jimmy. He's a famous YouTuber. He's making money, he's having fun with his friends, he's traveling, and he's adding a lot of value. He's interviewing the girls, he's giving them exposure. He's not a loser out of nowhere. And more importantly than that, if you watch his Riz, he's actually got some game. He knows how to talk to women. He knows how to make them feel appreciated, fun, excited. He knows how to flirt.
How do you feel about Nobu?
Nobu, I like Nobu.
You like Nobu?
Yeah, why? You want to take me out to Nobu?
I'll take you out.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, man, I'm kind of tired, but you're kind of convincing me to go to Nobu.
I don't know. I mean, it's just all content stuff. I don't see it that differently from like that other guy's video early on. You know, it still seems like I don't know what the difference between him and like that first guy was. That is not Becca. You've seen her yourself. I think I missed it, Robert, or whatever the last comment was on that.
not just exchanging a transaction, passport or money for sexual value. Here's a second guy. He's geomaxing in Eastern Europe.
And not only do you have the pretty Poles, you also have a massive diaspora from Ukraine.
Connor talks about dating, but this guy is actually already in a relationship. And the words that he's using to describe women are a bit more classy.
What are the main things you love about Warsaw compared to Western Europe?
Yeah, so basically I'm French-Belgian, so I grew up in Western Europe, and I decided to move to Warsaw for many reasons.
Hey, Warsaw, that's where our buddy I Trevor was.
In his video, he's not just talking about getting the girl or getting the D wet. He's talking about what it's like to live in that country.
He's still cringe. Yeah, I feel the same about the Asian guy, because he's just kind of going from country to country doing the same thing, and it's all for content. So to me, I'd class it the same.
The weather, the food, the culture. He's holistically looking at what it's like to actually live and spend a few months in Eastern Europe. If you're watching my channel, you want a better dating life, you want to add value, you want to create win-win situations, right? If so, there are some free dating tips that you can download in the description below. This is one of my mentors. He was ahead of the game back in the early 2010s.
I remember this guy. Do you guys remember this guy?
And when
he was on that news channel, and he was like on like BBC or something, and like they were mad at him because he said like Russian girls were he just liked Russian girls more than English girls.
Came out telling guys that women are better in Russia and Eastern Europe. He got major, and when he came out,
just one more thing. I just want you, let's just look at this guy. This guy's like, he's just like a normal, skinny, just like not fat dude. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's really all you gotta be to get chicks. That's just my humble opinion. I know it's tougher in certain parts. He's in Europe, but it's like, you know, you come out here with long hair. Now, again, this was probably in like 2006. You know what I'm saying? I will accept that, but like, you know, just like eat right, go on some jogs sometimes, and do like push-ups every now and then. You know, there you go.
Guys, that women are better.
Instead, it's like nowadays, it's like you gotta be like Andrew Tate. This guy doesn't even look like he's that tall. He was like as tall as the woman he was talking to in the prior scene. You know, why are the ugly ladies always seeking? Well, they're older ladies, and they're taking advantage of dating arbitrage, Robert. Gerald Brown, build your life, man. Lead people, especially co-gender groups, and women will come for you. No need for Riz. That's for women for one night, for life. Not for life. Yeah, I mean, that's what you're appealing to. That's good for short-term engagement.
In Russia and Eastern Europe, he got major backlash. And here's one of the interviews that...
Look at lions. Females do the hunting. Very true.
He did during that time.
All right, here we go.
Do you think there were any other reasons why you weren't particularly...
Do you guys remember this? I remember when this was new.
Successful with British women when you were looking for dates.
I was very successful, like I said. I was in the UK until 2009. Then I travelled a lot. I've been to 60 countries. You know, I went to Brazil. They're very nice. I went to Scandinavia. Denmark's got very beautiful women. But when I went to Russia, I found the whole package, the looks, the character, everything.
This panel is...
Yeah, I don't know if he shows the rest of the panel, but the rest of that panel just like, they got so mad at that guy. They like just chewed into that guy. They're like, how dare you? They're like, how dare you say that?
How dare you?
You know, about English woman. What do you offer? I think he'll show it. Oh, yeah, I remember. So who is this guy? I never heard of him. I don't remember his name. I just remember when that was like in the news.
Unrelenting. They're coming at him like there's no tomorrow.
He's like a dating coach or something. He had like a dating course back then, but see, look, watch.
This panel is unrelenting. They're coming at him like there's no tomorrow.
But you've just said that most of the women that you were attracted to were foreign. So, you know, telling women that you're potentially going to date that they're entitled, overweight and moan all the time...
I wasn't telling them that at the time, obviously.
May not be the most successful chat-up line.
Yeah, see, she kind of threw a little straw man at him, which is just... she's just pissed at this guy because he's just like, well, I've been here, I've been there, I've been successful with women everywhere, but Russian women are just, I prefer them to English women. And all these English ladies are losing their mind.
It's not one I would recommend, but it was, this is like a process of my...
Also, this guy masterfully keeps his cool.
Experience for the women.
You've got no respect for English women.
Oh, it's Piers Morgan. Yeah, that's who it was.
I want to tell you...
Piers Morgan, man, that's so messed up. Complete simp enforcer.
You've got no respect for English women.
I want to tell you that the women are more beautiful in Russia. Right. Shock, you know, and they're very nice.
Did your wife even know what you were saying when you seduced her?
She speaks perfect English.
He's trying to make it seem like he went over there and just found like somebody that just is completely uneducated and she had no choice but to like marry him or something.
And I speak very good Russian.
Right.
I'm a dating coach. They can listen to me, they can take my advice, and they might end up very, very happy. That's my job.
I know that behind the scenes, and he moved to Moscow. And what he told me was he spent 6 to 9 months there, not trying to hook up, actually getting to know the girls. Through that process, he would date a few, but he was actually trying to find the girl that he could spend the rest of his life with. He was looking for his Victoria's Secret model type. That was his type. That's where he went for the most abundance. And because he had access to his physical type, the majority of the girls there looked like that. He could then filter for personality that was compatible.
I can't remember that guy's name. I think he mentioned it.
To his dating goals. Last I heard, still married to the girl that he chose during this journey.
Good for him, man. So he did find somebody and he's still married to her. Good for him, man. Wow. Once I was 30, it says when I was single, I always had periods where I was a little lonely or felt that something was missing, especially when it came to sharing things. That's always better with someone you are very close to. Once I was 30 plus, it was time to settle down. This kind of sounds similar to The Wall. Once I was 30 plus, it was time to settle down and just a matter of finding the right one. That might not be the right way for everyone. But I think it would be for most people. We did this casual reenactment of the level from SS1, which we actually filmed in 2016. I wonder what game SS1. I don't know. I'd say time flies, but when you do lots of interesting things, it happens like a lot actually happened all those years.
And they currently have a kid
Good
together.
for him.
To me, this is a perfect example of a guy who uses dating arbitrage, geomaxing to relocate, and leverage his dating life to the max. Here's another entrepreneur, okay, doing a profile on CNBC. He doesn't
Robert, be nice to Arwen. Please. Dan the Man says, how is saying Russian women are beautiful disrespectful to English women? Dan the Man says, how is saying Russian women are beautiful disrespectful to English? Yeah, I don't know. I think they just instantly, I don't think it was. They just felt instantly intimidated because it's like, I think because that guy is English, right? And he's not just like any English guy. I think he's a good-looking English guy that's successful. And he's just like, I prefer Russian women to English women. And they're like, oh, hell no. They were pissed, you know? They were like, they went after him.
directly mention his dating life, but you can tell that he feels better in this new country.
The quality of life in Bali is crazy. For the same amount of dollars that you would spend in San Diego and any of the big cities, it is like living a life of luxury. The way I grew up in America, I always felt left out, and because of being a person of color, I also felt that there were certain times in my life where I just didn't feel valued as a human being. But then when you step into a place like Bali, that all goes away. It went away from me.
Behind the scenes, there are a lot of quote-unquote passport bros that you haven't heard of. Friends of mine who are in Brazil, Mexico, Southeast Asia, ballers with companies making millions, tens of millions of dollars that are digital, online, and automated.
They could probably get chicks at home, but they're just like, you know what? Why the hell do I gotta stay there when there's, you know, it's nicer in other places?
These guys are not the ones posting viral, sensational, degenerate YouTube clips. You had never heard of these guys because they have very tight-knit social circles. They don't want to be famous, but they're fully taking advantage of this dating arbitrage behind the scenes, and you don't even know it. The ones that you're seeing on YouTube are just the guys trying to make money. Now, where should you go if you want to experience dating arbitrage? It's now easier than ever to remotely work and travel or run a digital business. And after my deep dive, these were the 4 countries that came up. Now, I'm going to exclude Russia.
Right, this is interesting.
You know what's going on there. And I'm going to do another video on Eastern Europe because there are a lot of different countries in Eastern Europe. But here are the 4 that are the most popular, and I'll explain why. Colombia, Brazil, Thailand, and the Philippines. Why?
I feel like, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard Colombia is kind of oversaturated with that stuff now, you know. Robert says, Piers Morgan likes yelling at people who can't hear him. Piers Morgan to me is like 80% frustrating to watch, but then every now and then I think he'll do an okay job, you know, like have a good interview. I watched that one with Candace Owens and Michaela Peterson recently.
The weather's good, the culture is warm and friendly, easier flight paths, and most importantly, there's an easy visa process. Okay, people can go there to visit and you can stay for a longer time without too much hassle.
How much does a man need to earn to have,
I've seen her before. That's like Filipino. Hey, look, it's Legion of Men. He's like, you can't see him because my thing's in the way. It's one of his older videos.
provide a comfortable living here in the Philippines?
30K per month.
30K per month.
I'd say more freedom and your money goes further and the way the women treat you.
Personally, I think even if you go to a different country and use dating arbitrage, the quality of the women that you can get still depends on your overall baseline value. How you look, how you dress, how you communicate, your social value, what you bring to the table.
Hey, what's going on? Let me see. Oh, okay. I like the outfit. Little TikTok dance. Whoa. Okay.
All for content.
So Passport Bros, what's my take on all this? I believe that losers play a game of diminishing returns. There'll be some initial gains when you move there, but over the long run, you're gonna run into the same problems that you had in any other country. 2, the problem is attitude. If I just do this one thing, all my problems will be solved. If I just win the lottery, if I just got the perfect girl, if I wasn't so short, this one thing that I wish that I had is gonna solve all my problems. This is the lazy opportunist. He lives life as a guy who just takes whatever life gives.
Joe Brown says, I'm off. Blessings to all here. Keep up the good work, Shah. Much love and prayer. Hey, appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for sticking so long. And all the stuff you added to the chat tonight. So you have a great Saturday night. Hope you have a wonderful Sunday. Maybe we'll see you next time. Have a good one. Mr. Pitt says, I heard Colombia has been on the warpath against sexpats and passport bros alike. There have been stories about Colombia being ruined, quote unquote, for young single foreign men. Dang. Yeah, I've heard stuff like that too. And you know, I don't know what it is. Maybe there's like an increase in crime around that stuff. Maybe it's ruining dating markets for their own folks that live there. But yeah, they're probably tired of it. I'd imagine they'll probably make that easy visa process slightly harder. So if you bring up the cost on those people, then maybe it will diminish how many of them are there. But after a certain amount of time, and if there's like enough trouble, I think, you know, eventually the country would just get annoyed by it. I guess it depends how much money they're making from bringing people in versus like, you know, otherwise. But that's the question. But I did hear something like that about Colombia also. So, you know.
Gives him, and he thinks that this one thing will change his whole life instead of taking responsibility and working on improving his life and getting better. But if you're a guy who works on himself, you can gain massive momentum by visiting or moving to a new country. But then again, once you get there, maybe you spend a year, 2 years, no matter what, all the stuff gets old, man. Same girls, same sex, STD scares, drugs, meaningless parties, and as you get older, you'll realize that a lot of this is not sustainable. So
I think he's right about that. You know, a lot of guys eventually get there. Then that's the question of the long term. You know, what's the deal?
Build your business, build your life, build your social skills. Have a specific goal. Don't look for win-lose situations. Look for win-win situations. And even when you get there and there are better ratios and they like you more, you still need to build some basic dating skills. And if you want some help with that, just click on the link in the description. You can download some free dating resources, lines that you can use to build attraction, and style tips that you can use to improve how women perceive you. Lastly, think about the holistic view, not just the girls. Do I like the culture here? Where do I see myself in 10 years? Does this city nurture my business or whatever I'm working on in life? How's the air quality? Will I miss my family? How are the guys here in terms of making friends and exchanging ideas? Staying inspired? How is the country's immigration process like if I decide to stay here long term? Where would I live if I already had the perfect girlfriend? It's a good question. These are all things to consider. And lastly, don't talk down on anybody. I call passport bros losers, not because they're passport bros, but because I think a loser is someone who looks to take advantage of a situation without giving any value. And
that's an interesting definition for the word loser. Or you can say like a parasite or an opportunist. A loser is someone who looks to take advantage of a situation without giving any value. That's an interesting definition.
That can apply in any situation in life. Passport bros come in all shapes and sizes, good and bad intentions. No matter where you are now, my suggestion is work on your social skills, work on your game, and explore the world. Before I go, I want to tell you a quick story. And this story will illustrate the power of dating arbitrage. So I was working at Google at the time and I was feeling burned out. So I took a 1-month vacation to go see a friend in Brazil. He just married a Brazilian girl. I was at the wedding. And then I extended my stay for 1 month to check out Brazil. And it was beautiful. The women there were nice, friendly. Not only that, the ratios were out of control. I didn't
Population by gender. 51% female, 48%
understand why there were 2 women to every 1 girl. And I remember there was one couple at the wedding, and literally this girl looked like a Victoria's Secret model. Wow. And I was so curious. I said, how did you guys meet, right? I was trying to get the story behind how this happened, because the guy looked very average, but this girl was like, if she was in the States, she could have been a model. Anyway, long story short, they tell me they met at the gym, that they both work at the gym, and I'm just shocked, okay? What the fuck? And then I meet the bride's brother, and the bride's brother has a beautiful girlfriend too, and she tells me, oh yeah, he cheats on her all the time. It's like something guys do here, and the women just put up with it. I was like, why is this happening? And she tried to explain to me that in Brazil, there are so many beautiful women, and the ratios are so imbalanced that the guys can cheat on the girls, and the girls just kind of have to...
We got to figure out what they're eating over there in Brazil. Now, it does sound like some pretty good food.
Put up with it. And that was unbelievable to me. So I end up having a great time in Brazil, and I fly back to Sunnyvale, California, okay, where I lived.
Oh, Sunnyvale is not even that far from me.
While I was working at Google. And I remember the week that I flew back, I went to the salsa class down in Japantown in San Jose. Back then, there was a guy called Jimmy that would do these weekly salsa classes. And I go to salsa class, and of course, I'm disappointed at the turnout because the girls, I'm used to Brazilian girls, and I come back to, you know, the Bay Area. But there was this one girl who was the most beautiful girl there. She probably...
I think Robert's getting ready to get his ticket to Brazil right now. He cannot believe what he's hearing. Robert, are you searching flights right now? The answer is probably their food is not poisoned. Yeah, very much so. It's probably just like organic, you know, fruits, some meat, a lot of meat fat, good butter. Oh man, that sounds really good actually.
Probably on a scale of 1 to 10, she'd probably be like an 8 in terms of conventional beauty. And I remember I just came back from Brazil and I was super confident. I was feeling very good about myself, and I wasn't needy like most of these guys in the Bay Area were. That are very like, you know, they want, hey, can you please dance with me? They're like very, very needy, and you can tell they're thirsty during salsa class. And I went up to her and I said, hey, would you like to dance? Okay, just not thirsty at all. And I remember she looked at me and she said, maybe in a bit.
Oh, come on. I thought it was going to be like a uplifting story.
Then she walked away. And that moment, kind of a lightning flashed in my head. I'm like, wow, I wasn't even hitting on her. I was just asking for a dance, and she had so many options that she was like, yeah, I'm gonna wait and see what my options are. So
wow, yeah, well, that'll snap you right back to the old passport, bro. Mode, right? The mindset, real quick. Salsa. Robert's like, how do I get into the salsa class where all the Brazilian women are? Robert has one thing on his mind. Salsa. Yeah. Oh my God.
After that, I just realized, like, look, it's crazy out here. Bay Area sucks. But I also realized this over time. Being mad.
I mean, man, the Bay Area is crazy. I go there every now and then. The Bay Area has really fallen from grace from what it used to be. So crazy. Like in a lot of places, you can't even park. Like people will park their car with the trunk open. So they'll have the trunk open so that would-be thieves that pass by can see that there's nothing in there and then not break the windows for no reason. And there's just like a bunch of homeless. There's all kinds of just like people doing all kinds of drugs. It's just crazy out there. And then there's just like super rich people also. But I mean, I'll go out there for a day and then come back. What do you think of salsa? Salsa could be pretty good.
Mad at girls in the Bay Area is like being mad at the guys in Brazil for cheating on their girlfriends. Okay, I never cheated on any of my girlfriends. I don't condone cheating. Because of the imbalance, right? People get used to a certain type of environment and they feel entitled to it. So being mad at girls in San Francisco for being somewhat acting entitled is like being mad at the sun for rising, being at the sky for being blue. The guy version of the San Francisco girl is the guy in Brazil. Because the San Francisco girl has massive male ratios and all the guys are pretty well off because they work in tech. And the guy in Brazil has all these hot girls that, you know, are after them because of the ratios. So it's the same thing. And after a while, human nature is you get used to things and you start behaving like, oh yeah, I have all these options. I'm not mad at these girls. Now I am mad sometimes when they take it too far, they abuse their power, but I'm not mad for someone for getting used to the sense of entitlement, because over time, it just becomes normal to them. So instead of getting mad at the Bay Area girl, what I did was, they have more options, market is not in my favor, there's no point to be mad at something that is just taking its course. So instead, I focused all my energy, all my effort into planning to move away from the Bay Area. And I started saving up, I started researching where I wanted to live, and I started making next steps. So no matter where you are now, there's always a way to plan out the next step, and really to leverage your life the best way you can. And if you want some help with that, check out all my courses. Below this video are all the links to all of my courses. You can learn how to talk to women better, how to do your online dating, how to build.
Well, we're hitting the end. Let's just check out the comments. Man, I know we're going a little long. The only other video I can think of, I mean, it's getting probably pretty late, but how the hell do I scroll down on it? Oh, is that all the... Where's that one guy? You remember that one older guy that we reacted to who just kind of sits in his backyard and talk? Damn, I can't remember his name. He made... Oh, this guy. Did social media ruin... LFA. You know, we don't got to do that. I'm just putting that out there as a possibility, depending on how everyone's feeling. Let's just hit the comments real quick. He is selling courses. Yes, he is. It's in the description. All right, let's check out the courses. Let's just do that real quick. Let me see. Oh, no, hold on a second. Get my new book. Okay, yeah, he's got the book. High integrity skills. If you're a good guy and single, check out these free dating guides. Okay, that's free. Could be a funnel. Could be. It's on the same site. High integrity skills. I want to look more attractive. Send me your style attraction hacks. I'm an Asian guy who wants a dating advantage. Send me your 2 attraction hacks for Asian men. Well, I might need to click on that. You know, whatever. The video was good. The U.S. military were the original passport bros. The rest of society is late to the party. That's an interesting perspective on that. Go where you're treated best. You don't have to explain yourself beyond that. I could live with this. My great uncle found his wife through a pen pal service. She lived in the Philippines and he moved her to the States. They were married for 30 years. He passed and she is still part of our family. That's pretty cool. White guy from Canada. I'm a general contractor and I had a contract to do a renovation on a woman's house. That woman is now my wife and is from Togo, West Africa. She came to Canada absolutely poor, worked hard, and saved up and purchased her own house. Many of these new immigrants to Canada, United States, are very down to earth. Good women look for a woman. Good women look for a woman that doesn't have her nails and hair done. Excessively, no fake nails, no fake hair, and something that is willing to help you move. And someone that is willing to help you move furniture, someone that is willing to come over and help you renovate your house and need a team player, not a princess. It sounds like a humble person, you know, just a woman who's humble and not a narcissist. You know, people just work together and help each other. There's a funny proverb that says you cannot run away from your problems. You have to confront them or they will follow you. That's like the bully. We were talking about the bully. If you leave the city, you know what I mean? So, I didn't really see a problem about the passport bros until a number of them started flaunting being sex tourists in shady parts of countries they go to. Areas with heavy human trafficking, and some admitting going where the age of consent was under 16. It's even worse when a lot of women from Colombia talked about how the men made families there, but abandoned them. Wow. Men going abroad to find partners is not new. It has always happened. Since the 70s, it was Malaysia and the Philippines and American GIs in the 70s. Then in the 80s and 90s, men were going to Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union. After that, the 90s through early 2000s, it was Thailand. The difference is that now it is going mainstream because of social media. Everyone is learning about it or paying attention to it, whereas before they didn't. And so suddenly a lot of people have a problem with it. I think he's kind of got the right of it there. Let's see where we're at. I'll put a poll. See if y'all feel like it. It is getting kind of late. I maybe feel myself getting a little tired. Should we watch the LFA video? The guy in the backyard. There we go. Thank God it's Saturday night. Okay, so put that up. Hell, where am I at? Keep the stream going, says Mr. Pitt. Okay. You know, I might even do it just for you, Mr. Pitt, honestly. I think we could stretch this to 5 hours. I'm at 4 hours and 14 minutes. I agree with Mr. Pitt. All right. I just want to make sure, you know, because I don't want people to feel like, you know, pressure to stay and all that stuff. Just like, oh, 4 hours is a long time to ask for people's time. You know what I mean? Like, you think you got like 17 people watching. That's 17 people that spent 4 hours watching you and interacting with you. So appreciate you guys for that. Big shout out to you guys. So yeah, hell yeah. All right, we'll keep it going. The other man says, I thought he was trying to get a conversation started about Passport Bros only for him to sell a course. Yeah, I mean, you know, I enjoyed the video. You know, all right, whatever, you know, selling some stuff. So be it. Sorry, Arwen, we're never getting married. I can't figure out the Discord. Oh man, it's always the technical thing that gets in the way of true love. Castle says all these dudes selling MLMs and courses. I know, right? Oh man. Yeah, well, you know, it was entertaining. It was entertaining. All right, so this is our buddy in the backyard here. Oh, Mimi just walked in. That's my cat. So she'll probably jump on my lap here soon and start making demands. 23 minutes. Did social media ruin dating? I think this is a nice, chill topic. We probably all have our opinions on that. I'm going to put that as a poll. I like taking advantage of these polls. Let's see. Start a poll. Did social media, let's see, ruin dating? Question mark. All right, here goes. All right, here comes Mimi. All right, Mimi, jump up. Do your thing. All right. Yeah, I know you've just been chilling. Mimi. All right, just chill out. Yep, do your thing. If you want to talk in the microphone, you can do that too. See real quick what's going on with the chat, then we'll head straight to the video. I like getting airtime with Mimi. All these dudes, yeah, it's all courses, man. Courses upon courses upon courses. And I'm not talking about a very expensive meal. We're hanging out. Don't worry about it. All right, awesome. Even if Arwen marries Mr. Pitt instead of me. Dang, man. Men are so competitive. It's like as soon as a woman enters, men just start fighting each other. We are our own worst enemy. It's the men keeping other men down. All right, let's give him a like. I haven't even heard the video. I'm just gonna do that. Okay, did social media ruin dating?
What's up, brothers?
And remember, this is the guy we've been kind of watching. You know, he was talking about like just where he is in life and different opportunities that he could have got married and then he didn't. And he's like, maybe it can still happen. So we kind of figured we'd just kind of watch and stay, you know, go along with the journey. You know, so interesting. The solution. That sounds interesting. Sugar daddy game, pickup game, spontaneous, lack of spontaneity, timeline, parasocial relationships, the younger generation. All right, well, here we go, guys. I want to hear what Mimi has to say. Hey, Mimi, you want to say something? Let me guess. You want more tuna, huh? You think there should be more? You think there should be publicly available fish for all cats, right? Yeah. Mimi's gotten big, man. She showed up to my house as a baby, just outside one day under a car. Mimi's the cat. Yeah, so she just showed up one day and appeared, and then you know, we started feeding her, and now she lives here. Can just do whatever she wants all of the time. Yeah, that's Mimi. She's enjoying them head scratches. She used to be like in the beginning, she used to be really bad. She would come and completely derail a stream. And she would come here and then she would start walking all up on the thing and figuring it out. And she would knock this stuff over. And now she doesn't care anymore. All she wants to do is just lie down and just hang out on my lap and just lie down. So, you know, things are working out that way. That's how cats adopt humans. Yeah, I did not go looking for the cat. It just happened. But anyways, I think we got an interesting video ahead of us here.
Hope everyone's doing well out there. So there's a topic that I wanted to discuss tonight because it's something that's really popular on YouTube. And it gets a lot of views, and a lot of people seem to agree with it. And it's something that I firmly disagree with. And this topic is that social media has ruined relationships.
So he says he disagrees with that.
That it's ruined dating.
We're at 62% our poll that
I guess I have a little bit more of an optimistic viewpoint on this, and I want to share it with you guys. So, first of all, the claim that most of these people are...
Wait a second. Dan says he used Suno AI and made a song about Shah and the dowry, and it's in the Discord. All right, I'm going to try to play that. I'm sorry. It's very important that we give all priority to dowry-related conversations. Oh, man, we got Mr. Pitt's song in here, too. Dang it, I was supposed to... Oh, okay, I got to listen to that. Dang, there's been stuff going on in the Discord. Dowry Dreams. Oh, that's a great name for a song. All right, let me bring this up right here. Let's get this onto the big screen. Okay. Oh, what, you got to leave Discord for that? All right, let me just make sure it's going somewhere. Trust Suno. I've never been to... Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it's not just the lyrics. Shah's got a plan. Yeah, he's got the gold. Says this dowry gonna make it bold. Love ain't cheap in the world today, but with this dowry, we'll find a way. That's good. That's real good. In the banquet halls with shining lights, promises made under moonlit nights, Shah dreams of futures wrapped in lace, hopes a dowry helps love embrace. Gonna save those marriages with gifts and glittering packages. No broken hearts, no empty stages. Shah's dowry dream rewrites the pages. From families pulling at the string. Hey, listen, all that stuff we said bad about AI earlier, I'm gonna have to rethink a lot of that. From families pulling at the strings to a couple with world on their wings, Shah believes with all his might that a dowry brings love's true light. Ooh. Hearts once burdened, weighed down by fears, Shah's dowry wipes away the tears. In the simple act of giving gold lies the love that's shining bold. Wow, this is what, oh my God, this is what music and lyrics and content is right here. This is content. Gonna save those marriages with gifts and glittering packages. No broken hearts, no empty stages. Shah's dowry dream rewrites the pages. I wonder who would be a good singer for this. Like if we chose like a singer. Maybe we can get The Weeknd to sing this. All right, let's hit play.
Shah's got a plan, yeah, he's got the goal.
That's all AI, huh? Wow.
Says this dowry gonna make it bold.
We're in big trouble, guys. That's all I gotta say.
Love ain't cheap in the world today.
This is crazy. I feel like
with this dowry, we'll find a way.
Yeah, I think AI has pretty much won the game. I'm sorry, guys, it's over. We should all just enjoy the rest of our time before AI takes over everything. Wow, dude, I gotta save this. This is gonna be the theme song. Can you imagine this as an intro and outro for the channel? Just like randomly? It does sound pretty good. I'm gonna listen to this again. Like when I'm off stream, I gotta have this on my playlist. That's really good. Wow. I listen, to make Dan the Man made this song in the time it took for us to stream, probably like 20 minutes.
From families pulling at the strings to a couple with world on their wings. Shah believes with all his might.
It's insane how good the voice is. Like it pronounces everything right. Yo, is there a way for me to download this thing, or do I actually have to make a account? Like, I want to add this to my playlist for when I'm driving my car. That is really good. Wow. The only one who's unhappy is Robert, but you know, you too, Arwen. It is pretty good. Wow, dude, it's over. It's over, man. It's done, bro. AI won. It's over. Oh my God, this scares me. I can't believe it. Wow. I respect. This is terrible. I actually made it in a couple of seconds. Oh, it's even worse, Dan. It's beautifully generic. Are we gonna have our first fight over an AI song? Wow, dude. I mean, I'm gonna let the rest of it play just to honor this amazing creation. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. And everything's original, huh? Like the beat's original, the tune is original. Wow. Oh my God. That was insane. Oh, switch to something else. I'm gonna have to find out how to, it says create, add a playlist, share. I need to do like a download, or I just need to use my OBS to make it into a thing. I'm going to come back for this. Dan the man, please don't delete that. I'm coming back for that. That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. Dan the man, congratulations, man. You won the stream tonight. You won the stream. All I could think about is this. I will also say you've probably put a little bit of a existential fear into me. I'm going to choose not to give into that, and what I'm going to do is just accept that this is part of the new world, and I'm going to fully embrace it. I have learned from your example, Dan, that and Mr. Pitt also, that it's just the way to go. So yeah, bunch of non-musicians here. Robert's probably like the one guy who has like a guitar and sings at home and is just pissed off at AI right now. Good job, Dan the man. Okay. Dude, I want to listen to that again, but I don't want to be annoying and make everybody listen to it again. So I'm just going to hit play here.
Making, for lack of a better term, I guess I can just sum it up by saying that they're basically telling you that social media is hypergamy on steroids. So what do I mean by that? Well, I mean that thanks to social media, women have access to a bigger, better deal, a guy that's better than you, 24/7, right?
It's funny because social media is almost like the opposite of Passport Bros, in the sense of like women have constant options 24/7. But if men become Passport Bros, then their options have increased significantly as well. You know, they just got to take a plane for it.
So basically the claim that people are making is that relationships just don't work because women have too many options. And, you know, how are you going to measure up when they have options with so many men out there? Anyways, I think that's a really stupid claim. I understand where it comes from, and I understand the rationalization behind it, but I just don't see it being true. And I want to explain this to you guys.
This is actually interesting because this is a, seems to be a unique perspective here. I was thinking he was just going to rant about how social media ruined dating, but he's not looking at it that way. So that's interesting.
And look, the reason why I want to explain this to you guys is because everyone that's saying that is also offering you a solution. And the solution that they're offering you is a course that teaches you how to beef up your Instagram and set up a Tinder profile. And they're telling you to do things like take a picture with your friends having fun so it's social proof. Take a picture next to a Lamborghini so it looks like you have money and you're high value. Take a picture in a suit so you look like you're high status. Take a picture with 25 hot bikini butt babes, so you trigger pre-selection.
They're all pretending to be something that they're not in order to appeal to the narcissism, of other people. And, I bet he's getting tired of that. Mr. Pitt, I saw your comment here. That dowry song is amazing. This is the power of AI. Prior to AI, you would have had to learn the guitar, take voice lessons, pay for studio time, record the song, then edit it to make it an intro. Man, it was pretty cool. I mean, listen, Mr. Pitt, yeah, I mean, you're right, man. It's scary how good it is. That I haven't like really messed with AI since like Chat GPT, but all this other stuff, is just like, that was pretty bad. Like that actually was a song and I want to listen to it again. I just thought it was funny. It was cool. It was everything. I want to put the top down on my car and I want to blast that from the radio. Man, it's going to be crazy when they have like AI video games and every time you play the video game, it's like a different experience because the world is rendering as you play the game, like in real time. And I mean like some high quality video games too. It's going to be another world. You know how like you think, okay, young men have these struggles with like, whether it's, the nudie videos or it's playing video games or it's all this kind of thing. Part of me is excited about what the future looks like. The other part of me is like, oh man, but at the same time, I mean, maybe with some good education and discipline, these things are all double-edged swords and there could be some really amazing things in the future. So I choose to be hopeful about it. AI has challenged me quite often. I love it, but it has no soul. Oh, so it's a redhead gent now. Well, I don't want to throw the gingers under the bus. It's as creative as a slug. I've been using it since last year. Most pop music doesn't have soul, but everyone loves it. Yeah, I mean, pop music, I sometimes would describe it as like Mountain Dew. Like people just really, whatever. It's maybe not like 17-minute classical music song or score or something, but it just gets people going. Deanne says, you're right to Arwen. I love you for saying that, Arwen. We got declarations of love being made. I think the dowry song really inspired that. It's a Xerox. I'm sorry. I don't like LLM. Language learning models can do more. Let me be your muse, Robert. There you go. Let's see if the good old-fashioned inspiration and human ingenuity can produce a better song than what we just heard from AI. Deanne the Man says, one guy I knew made a whole bunch of AI songs and played them in the car for GF to see if she noticed, and she never noticed. Man. Listen, Dan, I don't think I would have noticed that was an AI song. I would have had questions like, how did you do this so fast? Like, I'd be like, dang, that's really good. I didn't know you could sing like that, Dan. But I wouldn't have immediately thought it was AI. I really would not have. So that's just another level. Yeah, pop music is musical junk food. Makes me think, yes, exactly. It makes me think about like making YouTube videos and like you can make your own sound effects and your own music, like intro, outro music. Like I want to take that song and I want to make part of it an intro and an outro. Like after a standalone video, that just, a little bit of that plays, or coming into the stream, coming out of the stream. You know how some people do like the 5-minute wait. I don't like to do that. I like to be here while I'm waiting that 5 minutes just to interact with whoever's here. But some people have like an intro song. That one would be really good.
They're telling you to do all of this shit. And like, I mean, that's just ridiculous. Like if you think you have to do all that shit, and if you think that social media has caused hypergamy to get so out of control that that's the only way you can compete, you have to understand you're going down the wrong path. And the reason why I say this is because that is sugar daddy game. Sugar daddy game is beta male game to a T. You're trying to lure a girl in by showing her how awesome you are.
I would probably call it alpha simps. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's like alpha, but it's also simping, or so you're trying to portray yourself as an alpha, but it's kind of some simping on the other end, maybe,
How much money you have and what you can do and provide for her. Okay, you don't want to do that. You don't want to go down that path, and that's where they're all leading you. But that's besides the point. I wanted to go a completely different direction in this video, and you'll see where I'm going. So, I come from a time period, I come from a generation where millennials, right? The millennial generation, where in our teenage years, we didn't have social media. In fact, the iPhone came out when I was 21 years old. And social media didn't really get off and running until around 2010. I mean, it came out around 2007 or so, but it didn't really get that running start until iPhone and Samsung had their war going on, which was right around 2010 when that started. Now, I was in a relationship in that time period, so when social media first hit, I didn't have a chance to experience the dating market. But in 2015, I found myself single for the first time. And let me tell you the difference between not having social media and having social media. So,
have any of you guys ever went like on a social media fast before? Like where you didn't have social media for like a period of a couple years and then went back on? When I was in college, Facebook came out in like 2008, I think, or like right when I graduated high school. And then MySpace was around when I was like, I think right when I was going from like 8th grade to 9th grade, MySpace came out. And I had a MySpace. And then I had a Facebook when it came out. And then like my second year in college, I just deleted all of them. And I didn't have any social media for about 5 years, from age 20 to 25-ish, a little bit past that. And then I discovered streaming, like video game streaming. And I saw Twitch, and I was like, Twitch is the coolest thing ever. And I was like, there's no way a guy's playing a video game and you could see the guy reacting to playing the video game at the same time. So I had to get on that. And then because I made a Twitch, I was like, oh, I want to grow the Twitch, so I got to make an Instagram. Or then I got to make a Twitter, and I got to make this. And I just ended up back on social media. But there was this like strange 5-year gap where I just wasn't on social media. And I sometimes think if that was a bad thing or a good thing. This dude didn't have a MySpace. What a loser. Beard with Angry 11. Not sure what that is. Angry 11. Whatevs. Why is he recording this? It's not bad. We're keeping up with this guy because we're going to see what happens. You know what I mean? We're following his journey.
The girl that I was with prior to social media. I guess we met right around when social media was coming out. But in that time period, here's how the game worked. And the game has never changed.
Okay, I was just going to say, I mean, if the games worked differently back then, and then social media came out, and he's saying it's worked like this back then, and now it's different. But he's going to say it never changed. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I did that in college, too. It drove my family nuts. Yeah, for me, I was just like, man, I'm tired of seeing how everybody's doing. I'm just going to do my own thing. And I will say that 5 years of my life, I think, was pretty productive, especially in terms of like me learning, because I would like read a lot of books, and, I try to do that now, but it was pretty good. But then I think I ultimately came to the conclusion that like, this is the way the world's going and you have to participate in it. But, my whole thing is I just didn't want to consume all the time and not produce anything. Cause I just felt like it's imbalanced that way. LOL, great minds think alike, Robert. Dan the man, I never used social media like IG until the last 2 years, so I could go without. Plus, I use social media to play games like FB games, so I could go without it. Yeah, if it's important if you can step away from it. Angry 11, the squinching between the eyebrows. Oh, wow. That's a cool name.
Okay, the game that men and women play works like this. And you can call this game, you can call it pickup, you can call it whatever you want. But we're not talking about playing games here. It's just very simple. This is how it works. There's a 3-step process, and there's one rule. The 3 steps are, number 1, get her phone number. And usually you get her phone number by giving her your phone number and telling her to call you. And when she calls you, now you have her phone number. Number 2, you set up a date when the two of you are going to meet. And number 3, when you meet, you escalate. And you could escalate things to marriage. You could escalate things to more dates. You could escalate things to having a hot and heavy night, whatever you want to do.
I'll be honest with them. Okay, yeah, if that's what the game was back then, that I will say it's not really changed, because essentially those things you have to do. And I don't think that part's changed.
Right, but it's in your control to escalate things. So those are the 3 steps, and the one rule is strike while the iron is hot. So if you see an attractive woman checking you out, the iron is hot. You have to strike right now. 10 minutes from now is too late.
I agree with that too. I think there is a specific window of time, and like you should make your intentions known, or just you got to ask them straight up. Like, just be like, just ask them out on a date. Just be like, yeah, I think you're attractive, or whatever you say, and then just see if you can get a date.
If you get her number, you have to set up a date right now. You can't text back and forth for 2 weeks. Set up a freaking date.
I would say as far as that goes, I mean, you can wait a little bit, but when you do talk, as long as you kind of get to that without a bunch of, mumbling around and talking about random stuff, because then you miss that window. But, if you're not talking, then you reach out, like, you can make it happen. You just got to be forward about it.
And the reason why you have to strike while the iron is hot is because women treat you based on how excited they are by you. And excitement comes from spontaneity. I don't even know if I pronounced that word correctly. Spontaneity, being spontaneous, is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Fuck it, whatever. But excitement comes from being spontaneous. So when you walk up to a woman and ask her for her number, or give her your number, that's spontaneous. That's exciting. When you call her, she calls you, and you set up a date, and you just go straight for it, set up a date, that's spontaneous. That's exciting. The first kiss is exciting, right? So it's spontaneous. That's what you need to have. And we naturally understood that prior to having social media. Men just understood that. It was just something we naturally got. So, there's a cute girl over there checking you out. You walk over, you talk to her, get her number, give her your number, whatever, and make things happen. There was no texting. There was no DMing. There was no adding each other on social media. You had to strike while the iron was hot. And, if you wait, sorry, you snooze, you lose. It's over with. So anyways, I'm single again in 2015. And this is right dead smack in the middle of, like, when social media was really, like, gaining momentum, and people were really optimistic in this time period. It was just a very, very positive and optimistic time period. The 2010s were. So, I
think 2014 was like a pivotal time where things really started to change.
First thing that I noticed being single again was that every hot woman in your town who is single is on Tinder, and she's looking to have a good time. She wants to hook up. She's looking for somebody to ask her out. She's looking for somebody to invite her over. They all were. In 2015, in terms of dating culture, hookup culture, dating and relationships, this was peak.
Robert is not a fan. Doff him? I'm not sure what that is. It's a mystery even to him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not the best video. Well, we'll stick it out a little bit.
This was peak years. All right, so if you were around in this time period, that's where it was. Like,
he's got a coaching course, by the way.
Crazy.
If you guys want a coaching course.
But
I'm just interested because he's saying that it didn't ruin dating. It's, he said it hasn't changed the game. Aaron says this guy is a tool. Deanna Man says, social media has changed. I don't think men could just strike while the iron is hot because it comes off as desperate to women unless you're her type. I think the whole striking with the iron's hot, like that happens when you do get her attention, or she, like when you guys both match, then it's like, okay, you matched, so she's intrigued. Now you have a very specific window of time to try that. But even still, it doesn't guarantee that she'll even respond to your message, depending on how many matches she has and stuff like that. The striking when the iron's hot, I think, comes in after you guys are already like, you know, talking, and it's like, okay, there's some talking going on here. How long is this going to go on before I, you know, say something about going on a date or expressing the desire to? Oh, Jesus, as fantastic as that beard is, he sounds whiny. He's a coach for what?
Generation of millennials. You got to think in 2010, I was 24 years old. So 2000.
Well, one thing I do kind of get the idea. I think he's like just never really had trouble getting, you know, finding dates and girlfriends and stuff. So regardless of social media dating, I think that's just this. It's just the same thing with women as it's always been with them. In the last video we listened, that original one where we kind of got interested in his channel, he mentioned that like he doesn't have a problem with dating, so it probably just seems that way to him, you know, a lot of the time. Aaron and I are already pregnant. This guy is a loser. When are you due again, Robert?
15, 29, late 20s. People in my generation still operated from the old school traditional way of doing things, right? It's strike while the iron's hot. It's I got to get her number. I got to set up a date.
You got to take what he says, the grand sauce guy is selling courses. Yeah, the selling courses always adds another layer of things to it.
You know, I got to escalate. So we were using social media, the fact that we had access to all these women, and we were just getting results left and right. I mean, it was the easiest thing. I couldn't believe how easy it was. It just,
yeah. He's coming from it, I think, from a completely different, a different perspective here.
Made no sense that getting a date, getting laid, getting whatever it was you were looking for was this easy. I'm older now and I don't really promote hookup culture and all that anymore, but I'm saying I did go through it, right? I couldn't believe how easy it was. It was unreal. They all wanted to hook up.
I mean, that sounds like the typical chat experience.
But there is something that I've noticed from younger people. And I'm talking people that are probably, I'd say, born after the year.
That's another thing, too. I mean, by the time he's on dating apps, he's probably like almost hitting 30. So he's almost qualified as like that older guy. And chicks like that.
Maybe 1992, 1993, anytime after that. They are, how do I put this? They have only operated under the frame of social media. Okay, they never operated under that traditional frame. So what they're doing is they're not taking the steps, right? They're not getting the phone number, they're not setting up the date, they're not escalating things. They're not striking while the iron's hot. Instead, they're adding people on social media. And the thing about this is they're all trying to learn game and social media game, right? Like,
well, a coach for generational millennials. I can agree with what he's saying. Like, okay, like in the sense of like not remembering what it was like before. But I don't know how much of that was just not remembering what it's like before, or just maybe just not having the confidence, or not there isn't the understanding there of like, well, it's most of the time with guys, you know, you're the ones that's expected to escalate it, to move it somewhere. And there's been times where I've been on a date with the woman and it's like nothing's going to happen unless I like make some kind of a move. And then it just goes that way. You know what I mean? Then they're just like, oh, you know, like they're waiting for you to say something. You know what I mean? But when I was younger, I didn't understand that. And then more recently, I do. Honestly, bro seems like a grifter. Probably not a bad dude, but it sounds like a dude from a perspective of a guy who peaked in high school. He was the football jock. Yeah, I cheated with this tool. It didn't help the kid. This guy's boring. All right, I gave birth. All right, let's just give it a few more. We're at 4 hours, 48 minutes. We'll call it at 5 hours.
Maybe if I beef up my Instagram and I look cool and I look
we'll give it like 3 minutes, and then we'll just look at the comments, because I do want to see the comments. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Caesar, thank you again, man. Very generous this whole evening. I do appreciate that. It's $10 of hard-earned American money right there. I am always suspicious of guys that talk about how they used to hook up a lot. Whatever happened to a gentleman? Yeah, whatever happened to a gentleman doesn't kiss and tell. Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean too. Kissing and telling is bad. It feels like you're talking crap about the person. Like it's best not to say anything. You know what I mean? I get what you mean. I will also say is that just feels like the life pattern for a lot of people. Just like you go through the hookup thing or whatever, and then when you're tired of that, then the men hit a wall too. I mean, that's even been described in some of these videos we were watching, like the Passport Bro one. Fly around from country to country, getting it in or whatever, and then it's like, oh, you know, it's missing something. Even that one British guy that was getting yelled at on Piers Morgan, he basically said the same thing, that he was enjoying his life, and then, you know, after a while, he felt like he was missing something. And I think the same thing happened to this guy. He was enjoying life, and then he felt like he was missing something. And I call that the wall for men, you know. This guy's talking about how much he got laid way too much. Yeah. I mean, that's what it seems like. And it's like, if that's his experience, then it's very different from the people who weren't. Yeah, sorry, Shah. Robert and I are living a whole married life in this chat. You guys have gone through a whole adventure within the last 2 hours. You guys met each other. Robert confessed his love. Then he proposed. You guys got married. There was a whole dowry celebration. And now you guys had a child, and paternity's in question. It's a real American marriage right here. Yo, Castle, thanks again, bro. We got Canadian bucks in here. Hard-earned Canadian dollars. I imagine you as a lumberjack, Castle, with some plaid on and a big chainsaw. I grew up, I guess, as a confident person, so I don't know. Yeah, I definitely see you like that for sure. I don't think you ever had those issues, like just any of that. You seem like a very outgoing guy. Klaus says, exactly. If we can hook up whenever, what is he complaining about? Yeah, that goes into like the feminism freed men. I think for him, it's like, listen, man, I don't think he's the guy that's like getting no matches. Like he's a guy, he's probably, you know, tall. He looks, you know what I mean? I'm sure women find him attractive. And so his experience on the dating apps were going to magnify his ability to get chicks. And he said it himself, like, I can't believe how easy it was. So that was his experience on the dating apps. So he's been on that end, but then there is a whole cohort of people who are just having a lot of trouble there. So that's weird. It's locker room talk. Probably worst sentence ever. Yeah. Well, locker room talk should stay in the locker room. Man, you know, locker room talk is, you know, I don't want to be involved in anybody's BS talk. It's usually never worth it to say anything. You probably know you've matured as a person when you get to the point where you do something, you know, with the woman or whatever, and you don't feel like bragging about it, or bragging about it feels like too much work. So it's like, you know what? Forget it.
Rich, and then I learned PUA and learned how to text and, you know, be sexual and all that. Maybe it'll work, but the thing about that is...
We're at 4:52. We'll make it to the end of this section, and then we'll look at the comments.
Even if you look great on your social media profile and your text game is quote-unquote really good, and you know how to turn women on and talk to them a certain way, you know, if you're taking a long time to do that, you're taking away that element of spontaneity. I really am kind of slow. I'm gonna be honest with you. Spontaneity. Am I even?
All right, that's cool. We watched enough of that. We're about hitting 5 hours, so we'll look at the comments, see what they got to say. Klaus says, "I'm waiting how the divorce is playing out. What takes you that long?" They lived a whole life just in this. So we'll take a look at the comments, then we'll call it. She has 6 other dudes in her head. She is always comparing you two. Ruin dating even for us good-looking dudes who have a lot going for us. I think they kind of disagree with them here. The average Tinder date is a female 5 sharing a male 9.5 with 7 other women. Here's a comment from Robert. Got another Robert here. I was in a nearly 8-year-long relationship during 2008 to 2016. She got knocked up by some young guy. Dang. Anyways, after I decided to try to date, the world changed. Women changed. I was red-pilled hard and fast. Dating apps, social media, and toxic positivity destroyed women, and in turn, it's destroying men. So yeah, it seems like every comment so far isn't really agreeing with what he said. The thing with spontaneity is that it only causes momentary excitement. Western culture has gotten progressively more and more promiscuous. Damn, we got a whole essay from Adriana with the anime profile picture, so we're going to read it. First, it was intimacy without marriage is okay as long as we eventually get married. Then it was living together before marriage, and playing house is okay as long as we eventually get married. Now it's sleeping around with no sense of commitment or intimacy is okay, and consent is the only rule. In the early to mid 2000s, people were still under the happy, quote unquote, delusion that this whole thing of relations without marriage could work. The movies and the songs started to glorify and romanticize relations with no marriage. This is why we need more songs about the dowry to do something about this. Sex and the City was deeply popular and scandalous for a reason. They made it look cool and free. So people then tried it for a while. Eventually they realized that marriage now means nothing. Loyalty means nothing. Everything is fast and easy. And now you can order people like a pizza delivery service. So what's the point in trying to commit to something that is fast and easy? Why would you want to hang out and watch movies with someone when you've done that with 30 plus people before them? It's nonsensical. Now people are tired of the relationship culture, lies that they were sold, just running through people trying to build something deep and intimate with a bunch of them. I can't imagine just how much that fries the brain in the end. Now we are seeing, what we are seeing is an awakening at a massive scale. People are noticing that this culture of freedom, hey, there's freedom again, we were talking about that earlier, was a mistake and that it cannot be fixed. Oh man, here comes the decline. It can only be expelled and purged out until no one that lived it and that encourages it is alive anymore. Damn, that really took a very serious turn at the end of this. But I get what she's saying. Guys ruined it by giving girls all this attention. This guy's blaming the simp economy. Damn, I gotta add my sound effect about the simps. I was born in 1995. Even I noticed how much everything changed. Damn. The thing is, guys, everything is so expensive. Do you really even want to date a girl? You're living paycheck to paycheck already. How often is there a cute girl over there checking you out these days? Maybe they are to you, but for us average guys, we aren't seeing that. Yeah, so that's kind of like what I was saying. His experience so he responded, okay, but I make these videos for the people who find them relatable. That's not a very good answer back. His point is that like only a minority of people are going to find the chat experience relatable on the dating app. You know what I'm saying? So, he says for Chad Lights, that is. There you go. I have a friend who looks like Tucker Carlson. That's kind of funny. Very average looking. He is always broke, drives a Honda Fit, and lives in a barely furnished apartment. He kills it with girls because he has the gift of gab. I'm willing to bet you guys complaining about not being a male model never say hi to a girl when you see one you like. After a 9-year relationship, I tried dating and F that noise. I'm staying single. The peace is way more rewarding. I rather work. That guy found MGTOW real fast. Sergio over here was just like, he tried dating. He went straight to MGTOW. I rather work on my health, finance, and be the best father I can be to my daughter. There you go. We'll read one more bigger one. Being 24, I figured out a few of these things from my own experience. Reduce dopamine, increase physical activity, get up early before work. Damn, there's a lot of stuff here. These things help you get a sense that you can seize the day. You have control. A lot of young people have a doomsday mindset. Depression is a rampant. Self-esteem is low. Anxiety is high. The junk food has to go. Get rid of the Starbucks. All right, a lot of self-improvement stuff coming from him. Good for him. I'm a 34-year-old man from the UK, and women have always been attracted to me. Okay, well, his experience is going to be different. I've always been told I have nice eyes. People have commented on the fact that I'm tall. Okay, well-spoken, look younger. Okay, so far, this is just a huge advertisement for this guy. The thing is that I've never dated and I've never had sex. Oh, there's a twist. I might be autistic, and sometimes when I'm talking to another person, I struggle to think of what to ask them next. I'm spending more time with people. I'm on a website called Meetup, where you basically turn up somewhere and meet new people, but I have a feeling I'll be on my own forever. And yeah, social media hasn't helped. Maybe he's like an introvert. That's kind of interesting. Anyways, yeah, enough of that. We're hitting the 5-hour mark here, right on schedule. I think it was a pretty good stream. Looks like I missed a lot of talk. Probably a lot of, let's see, Robert, Arwen. You guys really had an adventure today. The other man says, I don't know why you are saying sorry to me. But, so yeah, we'll call it here soon. So Tuesday, I'll be doing a stream with the Resurgence guys, and they want to talk about the H-1B visa and just that story, and probably, you know, how it, you know, Elon and Vivek's opinion and how all that stuff relates and what's right and wrong there. So it should be an interesting conversation. That'll be Tuesday at 7. I'll put a premiere for it tomorrow. I know a lot of you folks can't make it, and no pressure. It's just like a bonus, you know, bonus content, whatever. Just for the hell of it. And for me, I think it'll be fun just to hang out with the folks from there and just have a little discussion on that. And then sometime later this week, I'm having a discussion with Paul. So I don't know when that'll be posted, but it seems to be, this is it. So that's planned. And then Saturday we'll be doing the stream where we're reacting to Coach's how the manosphere ruined itself video. So I'm actually excited for that video. I really am. It's this one, Manosphere, how the manosphere destroyed itself. So that should be really good. It's a 2-hour-long video. We got a lot of the usual suspects there. So I think it's going to be a busy week for me, content creation-wise. But maybe I'll even squeeze a standalone video in there. I wanted to make a video about a tweet Matt Walsh made. And it's about the whole, you know, ladies sleeping with, you know, just, he talks about pay for play, and he talks about how we need to bring back shaming. And I'm going to, you know, the way I think about it is, what good is that going to do in an attention economy except serve their purpose? So we'll see. But that is the itinerary. I need to go in and listen to Mr. Pitt's song. I'm going to definitely listen to the Dowry song again. That was too good. I have to be able to download that song. I think I'm just going to play it and then record it on OBS and isolate the sound file. These people posting essays, I know. Like Pronhub comment section. Gosh, yeah. I mean, sometimes they can be okay, you know, like I'm good at reading some stuff, but sometimes it's like, oh man, if it's saying the same thing over and over again, then you know, that's kind of where I'm at. Let's see. I'm probably missing some comments, but so be it. What the hell? The postnet clarity is expressing itself in writing. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. Caesar Quintana, Paul is interviewing me too this week. Oh, that's awesome, man. I can't wait to watch that. That's cool. We're going to get 2 great pieces of content. Caesar Quintana's talking to Paul Elam, and then I'll be talking to Paul Elam. Man, this is a treat for you guys. I feel like man, I don't know if this will be like kind of embarrassing for you, Caesar. So if not, I mean, I guess it depends how it goes, but I almost want to react to your conversation with Paul on the channel. Then maybe some of the folks on here can get to know who you are better too. But if you're not, if you rather not, then I won't do it. It does sound fun. I'll definitely be watching it. That's really cool that he's doing that, man. You know, I know you did that interview with Pearl a while back too. If for those of you guys who don't know, just Google Caesar Quintana's name and just read the Los Angeles Times article and the Washington Post article. Caesar has a pretty wild story, man. Hey, Caesar, I hope everything's going down better down there with the fires. Did they get that under control? I kind of stopped looking at the news. Seems like they got it under control, right? Like everything's cool down there. Play the Dowry song one more time before the stream ends. Man, you got it, bro. You do not have to ask me twice. Okay. I will play the Dowry song. What I'll do is I'll start playing it, and then Damn, because I want to just let it play the whole way through without me talking. I don't know if that's gonna ruin it for you guys, but I gotta, I'll listen to it one time and I'll just jam out to it, and then we'll have a clean copy of it as an outro. So let's just get with that. Okay, well, guys, you know the itinerary, so it's been fun. I'm gonna play the song. I'm gonna hang out for a bit, and then we're gonna call it after the song. Play the first version of the song as the outro of this stream. I think you played the second version. Oh, okay, let me check that out. Oh yeah, I did play the second version. That's interesting. Okay, I did like whatever the second version was. I did like it, but here goes. So this is version 1.
Shah's got a plan, yeah, he's got the gold. Says this dowry gonna make it bold. Love ain't cheap in the world today, but with this dowry we'll find a way. In the banquet halls with shining lights, promises made under moonlit nights. Shah dreams of futures wrapped in lace, hopes a dowry helps love embrace. Gonna save those marriages with gifts and glitter in packages. No broken hearts, no empty stages. Shah's dowry dream rewrites the pages. From families pulling at the strings to a couple with world on their wings. Shah believes with all his might that a dowry brings love's true light. Hearts once burdened, weighed down by fears. Shah's dowry wipes away the tears. In the simple act of giving gold lies the love that's shining bold. Gonna save those marriages with gifts and glitter in packages. No broken hearts, no empty stages. Shah's dowry dream rewrites the pages.
That was dang good. Oh, we got another song. We don't want to listen to that. That's called Beyond the Light. We don't know who made that. Man, that was badass, dude. This is a book right here, by the way. This is called Bride Wealth and Dowry. I do have an official copy of this. Cambridge University Press, man, and this stuff breaks it down right here, man. We're talking about bride wealth. We're talking about returnability. We're talking about dowry and how all that stuff works, monogamy, polygyny, distribution. We got the tables right here, man. I mean, this is it. So I'm really, 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 really liking it. So Anyways, man, amazing song. I'm going to save both of those versions. And we got a clean copy on stream, saved here and preserved forever now. I think I missed a lot. I'm having a good time right now. This is great. I know. Dude, that was genius putting that in, man. Thank you for making that song. I'm going to listen to it a bunch. I swear to God I am. Is this causing you physical pain? Yeah, that's right. Robert freaking hates anything AI. I'm trying to find a spot in here that specifically mentions kind of like hypergamy and how dowry goes into that. Let's see if I can find it in time. I've been reading this book like all last week, and I haven't taken notes on it. I've just been reading it to put it into my mind. And then my plan was, before I talk to Paul, I'm just going to kind of go over a lot of this stuff again, you know, and just a rehash and really kind of just take notes and all that. So, yeah, so it's all right. I'll save it for next time. I do want to make some more standalone videos specifically about the dowry stuff. I think after my interview with Paul Elam, I'm just gonna make a few more standalones that talk about it. So I feel bad to kill the stream because I feel like everyone's having a good time, but man, you know, we're just at that point. It's 12:10 a.m. I mean, it's not even Saturday anymore. I'm wide awake. I had hella coffee, but you know, I think I should call it. Damn. This was a fun stream. At first with the first video, I wasn't sure, but I just figured I'd do it anyways. And I'm glad I did it. You know, we talked about some stuff, maybe even a little bit of different kind of stuff tonight. Next week, we will for sure be to our regular scheduled programming. I'd hate to stop the stream because Arwen and Robert are going to stop talking, but I'm sure if it's meant to be, they'll find each other somehow, some way by going outside at night and looking up at the stars and wishing upon a star that they cross paths someday, and you know, maybe it'll happen if they're not yet already divorced. All right, Night Shot. All right, Robert, get on the Discord, man. Robert, get on the Discord, man. Come on, it's not that bad. We need a libertarian on the Discord. Man, I could tell you my hometown is famous for polygamy leader. I didn't know they did polygamy like that in Canada. Guys, I got to go now. It's from Klaus. Have a good night. Thank you, Klaus. All right, guys, I'm going to call it. We'll see each other soon. I'll be here Tuesday. No pressure. And then I'll be talking to Paul here soon. And then Saturday, we'll have a fun stream also. So appreciate everybody who was here, man. And thanks for spending Saturday night with me. So, and everybody who donated, appreciate the donations. Everybody who chatted.